Forgot something in the other room. There we go. We are chilling. What's going on, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yo. So, I'm really proud of this. Okay? I'm really proud of this. This week, I hit 6 months straight going to the gym. Not missing a single day. That's a hard thing to do, man. That is a hard thing to do. I'll be real with you, especially with the work that I do, especially with me being a lazy motherfucker more times than not. It ends up being a little difficult. I stay up way too late working on videos more times than not. So waking up the next day and going to the gym after a late night is a tough thing to do, but I've kept it up for 6 months straight. 6 months is 6 months is good. No shirt stream. I don't think I'm gonna do that, but yeah. If I actually had like the problem is I don't think I have any like before and after pictures or anything like that. But essentially I went from fat skinny fat, right? Because I'm not like a big build kind of guy, so I'm not like, I've never gotten like blah, you know. But I guess you could probably look at like videos from like 6 months ago, and you could see the transformation in like my neck and my face a little bit, arms obviously, with my fucking but you know, outside of that. No haircut yet? No chance in hell. No chance in hell, baby. Ain't gonna fucking happen. This one's for my bald bros. That's what it is. I told this to one of my buddies. He was losing his hair, and I'm like, bro, I'm gonna grow my hair out just for you. Just for you. I'm gonna grow it out just for you. You can't have it, I'm gonna have it, and I'm gonna make sure I take care of it. Oh man. You're very unbald. Yeah, I have great genes for that. My grandfather, until he unfortunately passed away, he still had a full head of hair. Full head of hair. My dad's side of the family, which I know that I don't think that really controls much of anything. I think we have like one uncle that has balding. My father doesn't. Not even the slightest. I did the same thing. Two of my buddies embraced their bald, and I'm just letting it go. Yeah. My hair's staying, but I see some grays. Some gray ones in the sink. I hit them with the clippers. To be honest with you, man, I don't like... That's also a thing that I don't think I'm going to have too much of a problem with either. I mean, I'm looking at my buddies, and most of my buddies are in their 30s too, right? So they'll look at me and they'll be like, you know, they already have fucking, you know, maybe like a couple streaks in the beard or something like that. Maybe even a couple streaks in the hair, but I got none. Nothing. I'm your age, and my beard is completely gray on the chin. Yeah, exactly. Like I ain't got keeping my color. You know what it is? It must be my health routine of eating processed foods. I have no idea. Maybe it's because I try to keep myself as low stressed as possible. That's really what it is. I used to be somebody who gets stressed out about stuff all the time, man. Like, all the time. Like, everything would bother me. I'd be, like, up at night thinking about all kinds of shit. Oh, I didn't do this. I wish I did this with my life. I wish I did this with my life. And I don't really know exactly what it was. I couldn't tell you like when it happened or why it happened, but there was like a day where I just kind of woke up and was just like, I basically have a 2-step approach where it's like, if it's something that you can fix, go do it. Get it done. If it's something that you can't, let it go, baby. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Move on. Move on to something better. Simple as that. I don't know exactly when that clicked for me, but one day it did, and then once it did, that was pretty much it. I'll tell you right now, I think one of the biggest ones for me for a while was with like all the times that I had dropped out of college, which is a lot. It's like a lot. Because I mean, I went how many times did I drop out of college? Hold on. I went to art school for video game design. I dropped out. I went to a different college right after that for the same thing that was cheaper. Like their tuition was lower. I dropped out again. But that was because that place was a scam. Both of those schools were for profit. So I mean, I got scammed in both of those situations. Young and dumb, man. Neither of my parents ever went to college, so like they didn't really have any, guidance on that. My dad was the voice of reason the entire time that was like, go into construction. My mom was just like, follow your dreams, which God bless her heart, but that was definitely not the route that I needed to go, at least not at that time in my life. And then I went to school again. But the third time that I went to school again, I dropped out, and it wasn't because of like bad grades. Like the other times were like bad grades. It was travel, it was work, it was all kinds of different shit that was going on. And then it was also like one of them was a scam school. And then the third time that I went, I was just like, I already have debt, college debt, and I'm like, I'm not going to be doing this anymore. So instead, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm just going to pay out of pocket for my classes. And that's what I did. I just paid out of pocket. And I stopped going to school when I didn't have money. So the second I didn't have the money to spend on school was the minute that I stopped going to school. So I dropped out that time. Then I went to college again. And I got the bug in me to like go, because I'm like, you're just not motivated enough, and I wanted to go back for video game design again. This is the third time that I went for video game design. I did fine, but it was the same thing where I was paying out of pocket and I just ran out of money and I just stopped going. And then the fifth time, what had happened is like years had gone by, right? And at that point in time, I just kind of surrendered to it. I was working in construction at the time, so I was just like, there's just no reason for me to finish school. Like I already have a good job that's paying me good money. What's the point? Why would I need to do anything else? There's literally no reason at all for me to do anything else. And it didn't matter because like eventually it still kind of haunted me a little bit. I don't know what it is. Like, like it haunted the shit out of me. Like it would keep me up at night where I'm just like, I always just felt like I had something undone. And I talked to my employer and they started paying for it. And they were like, yeah, we'll send you to school. So then I did like oh my God, that was psycho behavior too. Because that's when I was working like 12 to 16 hour days, 7 days a week, working turnarounds, traveling across the country. While also going to like I was taking online classes in like an accelerated course for like business management and marketing. And that was rough. But I didn't have anything else to do. Man. There was literally nothing else. I mean, like, it was literally work. So I'm like, well, I might as well have something like a hobby or something like that going on. When did you sleep? I fucking didn't, man. Most nights I didn't. That's for sure. I still ended up paying for school out of pocket because I think the first year that I went, like, my work was paying for it. They were paying my tuition. It was actually like a really nice benefit too, because, you know, a lot of states, if you're 18 and older, or if you're an adult that's paying for your own college out of pocket, you'll get a bunch of like state like kickbacks because of that. And I mean, I was making money going to school is actually how I was working out. So like for me, I was like, this is a fucking great deal. Then like And then all of a sudden there was like some weird shit that had gone on with the company. New management came in, they cut that deal, they didn't want to do it anymore, so I just paid out of pocket, which it worked out for me because the thing is that if it wasn't for them canceling it, I would have been locked to those guys and I wouldn't have been able to look for another job at any other point in time in my life, or like at least not for like 4 or 5 years or something like that, because by doing that, then you know, by them paying for your college, you're basically signing up saying like, I'm going to stay with your company for X amount of years. But they ended up canceling that, which was sick. Blake Rogers with the $5. You're going to play Helldivers Halo crossover. You see the trailer. It looks great. I saw they dropped a new trailer today. I want to take a look at that. Of course, I'll play Helldivers. Yeah, when they hit the crossover event, for sure. I'm hoping my biggest... I mean, they put out a trailer today, so I guess I'll have to look at that. But what I'm hoping that they're doing is that they're going to drop some like crazy fucking event like we've seen them do in the past, because like that's the best way to be able to market the game on a new console. I think that Xbox players are gonna just line up to play the game, but yeah. Sabe es español. I read. I don't speak. I can read Spanish. I can't speak it. I just don't practice it enough. Do you sleep good now? Depends. If it's a day where I have like a video, like I'm putting a video out the next day, not really, because like usually with like the problem is I've gotten into a really bad habit recently where I'll come up with video ideas like days before I put out a video. But I won't do my, like, I'll do my research, but I won't do my preliminary writing until, like, the night before or the day of. Like, the day I plan to record the video, which is, like, not a good thing for me to do. I need to actually, like, get everything all together. Soapy Enigma, thank you for the $20, brother. Holy shit. Super generous of you. If you're looking for older games, check out Chip 8 Interpreter Emulator. Also, use a VM for sketchy software on GitHub. Oh, you have like a repo for it? Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, maybe I might check that out. I haven't done emulation in a long time. Spanish is my native tongue. Yeah. I hope Helldivers 2 doesn't turn into a crossover hell like Call of Duty. It's not going to do that. They're not going to do anything that like breaks universe. I think that's pretty, for now at the very least. I mean, I think that looks pretty obvious. I mean, look at all the crossovers they've done with it so far. Every single one of them like fits like a glove. Cheers from Chile. Thank you for watching the stream. I love my South American homies. If you try out emulation, you have to try out the Smash Remix. I've heard about that quite a few times. Isn't there like a guy that made another game? I can't remember, like actually made like a real game? What are we up to today? Oh, we're going to be talking about all kinds of shit. There's been so much shit that's gone on over the last couple of weeks. Or after, like, this week. This week's been so busy, man. There's no shortage of stuff for me to talk about next week. I'll tell you that right now. Blackhawks fan? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, very passionate Blackhawks fan. While also being very sad Blackhawks fan. We're gonna go over Gamescom. I brought up like I grabbed like like the best Gamescom reveals video from like Game Ranks, because I don't really want to watch the whole 2 hours of like Gamescom. It would have been different if I streamed it like the day of it like it came out. To be honest with you, I probably could have, but yeah. Bungie CEO leaving. Yes. Yes. That's not the only news about Bungie. There is a veritable feast for me that I'm very much looking forward to. Yeah, I have a video that I'll be doing next week, and it feels like the time has come for my violent retribution for them stealing DLC that I paid for. Like, I've been looking forward to this moment. I've been looking forward to this moment. I think LD should hold a position as the president of gaming, where he provides oversight for the AAA industry, etc. Dude just knows stuff. It's not even knowing stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong. I actually realized just the other day, like, somebody brought up something and I somehow knew the answer to it, and then a ton of other answers on top of that. And I was like, well, I know a lot more about this shit than I thought that I do by now. But the one thing that I've noticed, like, one of the things that's been really, like, wild to me lately is, like, how many of these companies have just been, like, there's been so much brand mismanagement, I guess is probably the best way to say it. Like, it's actually kind of crazy to me to see how bad all these companies are at managing their own, just their public image. Just public image. I'm not even talking about anything else. I'm just saying public image. Like, it's fucking crazy. Like, I'm sitting here and I'm like, you guys make how much money? You guys have been doing this for how long? How do you think it's okay to say or do some of the things that you do? It just makes no sense to me. Bring it back over here. They pay HR people that don't know how to talk to gamers. HR has nothing to do with, like, their public image. HR is managing their own employees and their image to their employees. HR is there to try to protect the company from their employees. That's what their job is. I agree with that part. Part of today's video I couldn't vibe with is indie glazing. Most indie games are mid, excluding a few. Most games in general, like the vast majority of games in the industry, are fucking garbage. There's like 18,000 games released. I mean, like, obviously, yeah, but at the exact same time, I'll glaze indie games all fucking day. The popular ones, the good ones, because they're the ones that are doing something right. We don't have a lot of those examples in AAA. They deserve all the recognition that they can get, especially because the thing is that, and this is the most important part, indie almost fully relies on our word of mouth and our support for them to be successful. Without us, they have nothing, because these guys don't have marketing. They don't have the budget for that kind of shit. They don't have the name recognition to just be able to sell copies like Call of Duty, even though their games are ass every single year. Cult of the Lamb, did you see the new expansion for Gamescom? Oh, I saw they're doing a new one. Yeah, I haven't played that game in a long time. I beat it. I think. I don't know. I can't remember. I think I did. How many hours do I have of that game? $26 hours? So maybe? I don't know. I mean, it's been a long time since I've played the game. Witchfire's good. It is really good. I don't buy AAA anymore. It's all hype. Once you get the game, it's Sag. Yeah, in a lot of cases. Did you see the news about PoE 2 or PoE 2.3? I did. Yeah, I did. I still need to actually go through and, like, look at, like, their update stuff. It's a longer video, so I'll probably not watch all of it, right? But, like, I want to see some of the stuff that they did to it. Like, this is their new... I saw this right here already in, like, a little mini trailer, which shows, like, what the new, like, league mechanic is. I want to see the endgame changes. I already know about the new trading system. Because they made it where you can opt in, or there's a tab that they're going to make so that you can, like, sell stuff even if you're offline, which is really cool. Asynchronous trade is insane. It's fucking huge. It's crazy. And on top of that, I think what's even crazier about it is the fact that they... what do they do? Is the fact that this is all going to go to Path of Exile 1 after it's done. Like, that's just... like, it's so crazy to me. So, like, I saw this stuff before and I never got involved in it because I didn't really want to. And, like, the thing is like, I'm not saying under any circumstances that Grinding Gear Games is a company that's without fault. I would never say that. Never. Every single one of these companies have their own faults. But one of the things that really stuck out, what like really kind of bothered the shit out of me, is that with like how much Path of Exile has grown over the years, and since most people are used to Path of Exile being a complete game, not a lot of people are around when that game was in early access and they were still building it. And then now all of a sudden you have a new game that goes into early access, still in very early access. Keep in mind we're at point 3. They have quite a few more points to go before the game is actually complete. And it's like, these guys do one thing wrong, and people are like, Path of Exile's dead. Grinding Gear Games is dead. It's all dead. And I'm like, guys, it's an early access game. Like, them making mistakes, this is when you want them to make the mistakes. They need to make the mistakes now rather than when a game is fully finished. Like, that's kind of the whole point of this situation. Like, the whole point of playing a game in early access is that you're going to run into shit that you don't like, and then they're going to fix it so that the game is great when it hits 1.0. This is not Diablo 4. Diablo 4 was a game that was released in a complete state. This is not a complete game. You're playing at this point in time, it seems like the game is probably like well, I guess if you're looking at the points, right? It's 3/10 complete. Do you have good news? Yeah, there's some shit that I saw today that I'm really excited for. Catastrophize everything. Or catastrophize? Yeah, catastrophize. That's the word. It does end up being like that, but I think that the ARPG community is the most critical, the most doomer, and some of the most difficult people to work with. Like, right now, Last Epoch, for the most part, can't make any mistakes because it's the underdog, right? So, like, even if these guys screw up, people are like, it's okay, and then they, like, try to defend them from their competition. Like, did you guys see all of the shit that when people were getting mad about the fact that Last Epoch was releasing a new season around the exact... Or no. Path of Exile was releasing a new season around the same time as Last Epoch. And it's just like... They're not friends. They're businesses. They have a schedule to run. But you think that they're like, they have employees to pay. You guys think that they're just you need to be the nice guy and let them have their day in the sun. No, they fucking don't. No, they don't. If anything, like, and this is not how GGG runs their business, but if anything, what they should be doing is trying to crush the fuck out of Last Epoch. Because that's what they're supposed to do. Video game community in general? I mean, like, I guess so in, like, some cases, but not really. Not really. Look at Nintendo players. That's fucking... Nintendo can't do anything wrong. They don't count? I'm pretty sure they fucking count. They spend a lot of money. I'll tell you that right now. They spend a lot of money. You know, speaking of this idea, so like I saw this and I didn't talk about it last week. This whole like situation that went on with Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers. Nobody's really like talking about it from this angle, and I wish that people would, because this is something that I brought up in some of my earlier videos when I was talking about these Eastern games. So just to give you guys some background, essentially what ended up happening is these guys got a lot of pushback from Chinese players that were upset over the fact that you could kill like historical Chinese figures inside the game, right? Like you would defeat them and they would die, and then you would continue on. They did a patch recently that makes it where all of those enemies now are just exhausted after the fight, and they just leave. That's it. And it like it's so immersion breaking, it's so weird, and it's also so forced that the biggest barrier that Eastern games have, especially specifically these games that are coming from China, the biggest barrier that they have, and the one thing that is going to be like their shackle, is CCP. It's censorship. And what ends up happening is that while you might capitulate to the Chinese crowd, this is going to make or break your games in the eyes of the Western audience, because they're going to see this as weird, because it is weird. And it also ruins the experience. While some people are going to say that it doesn't, it absolutely fucking does. It makes the game feel way cheaper. And then on top of the fact, just having the knowledge of why they changed it and how they changed it will just infuriate the people that purchased the game to begin with. I don't want that shit. If this is the case, if this is the way that you guys are going to be running your business, then you need to be making two versions of your game. You need to be making one that is suited for Western audiences, and I'm not talking about the ones with different colored hair. I'm talking, when I say Western audiences, I mean like just people that play fucking video games and like, you know, uncensored games. And then you can make a Chinese version. If that's what you're going to do, that's what you need to do, because that's what most media does today. I realize that, like, I mean, what the fuck am I going to say? I can't fight against, you know, an entire country censorship, right? So, like, the only options that you have as a business is either, if you're going to sell in that country, well, then you either need to meet their rules, or you need to figure something out for the other audiences. But the more kind of shit that we run into that's like this, is the more likely that people are just going to be like, I don't really want to have anything to do with your game. The funny thing is, though, and this is the like thought experiment that I kind of had with myself, is would people have cared if it was never in the game to begin with? If like killing the enemies was never in the game to begin with, and when you defeated them, they were just automatically, they were just like, you know, oh, I've been defeated, and then you walk away from the enemy. I don't think people would have cared. The issue is that you're going back and doing it after the fact. So it's like, if they would have actually made the game the way that apparently they need to make it for their Chinese audience, because you know, the funny thing is, most people wouldn't even notice. We wouldn't even know why. We wouldn't even know why it's like that. I mean, some people would. I definitely would, because I'd fucking realize, if like, it's kind of weird to have this dark, you know, Souls-like game, but for whatever reason, you know, these specific people I can't actually, you know, kill, but whatever, you know, it is what it is. Like, I will say, like, that was one of the things that I always thought was really weird with Stellar Blade, is that you'd have to fight these like sentinels, these like chicks that would stand in front of these like underground areas where you got to go do like the zombie shit. And like, I would stab them with like giant sword in their stomach and just like blood everywhere. And then it's just like, oh, that was a good fight. And I'm like, I eviscerated you. Do you play guitar? No, I just like looking at them. No, make whatever game you want, I'll decide. And I think that's the other thing too. That's actually probably the biggest part of it, is the fact that like this actually goes into like video game like conservation, stop killing games, all that kind of stuff, where it's like, that's not the game that I bought. I played too long to get a refund, sadly. That's what I'm talking about. I think that's bullshit. That's not the game that I bought. I think what's like really fucked up about the situation that we're in right now with like video games and just like digital rights ownership and like how these companies can how they can update and change things so drastically in their games. They're like, who's to say that I buy a racing game and then, you know, 4 months into the into the period where I've been playing the game, they've changed the game completely and now it's a platformer, right? Like, obviously that's an extreme example that'd be really unlikely to ever see happen, but at the exact same time, Hawks suck. Let's go Pens. Pens suck too. What are you talking about? Of course, yeah, Hawks suck. But fucking the entire team's like a collective age of like 20. How far is the developer able to go with retroactive censorship? I don't think that there's like when it comes to censorship specifically, I don't think that there's any limitations whatsoever. I don't think there's any. I think a really good example of that is a game like World of Warcraft, right? I mean, that game got absolutely just hammered by censorship, right? And like weird censorship that doesn't even make any sense. Why not use the leave the US version alone and then make the Chinese version for China? I think it's because in a lot of cases they're only uploading one version of the game and they're not doing any like it's because it makes it easier on them. It has nothing to do with the customer. It has everything to do with their situation as developers and what they do. That's really what it comes down to. There's no version control because the problem is that if they just as an example, they didn't even need to push that update to the US. They could have just pushed that update to Chinese players. They actually have the option to be able to do that through Steam. But the issue is that now all of a sudden you have to start supporting two versions of your game. Did you try Swords of the Sea yet? No, I haven't even seen that one. Plus, CCP probably told them to. I don't know enough about that shit to be able to comment on whether or not like they had like full government pressure for them to have to do that. I don't even think it was government pressure to begin with. I don't think people quite understand because like they just made it like they just made this change recently. Yeah, they just made this change recently. I don't think you guys understand just how much pressure these companies are feeling from Chinese players because they outnumber us like infinitely. There's so many more of these guys and they're way more critical. They're way more active when it comes to rating games and things like that. So you'll actually go through and you'll see, you know, like if you filter out other languages, if you filter out simplified Chinese and you just check for English ratings on a game, the funny thing is in a lot of cases, the game's going to be a much higher score in English than it will be in Chinese. And the reason for that is, and this is just kind of like the nature of the beast when it comes to Steam, is that over there, they're playing on lower end hardware. On average, because of the sheer number of people that are over there and the sheer number of people that are playing games, they have lower end hardware that they're playing on. Now, there's also other issues that come to mind with this. Like, and I think that video got taken down too, didn't it? The Gamers Nexus video. Like, how done can this guy be? I'm like, it's actually crazy to me to see like how consistently pirate software is being farmed. Like, it's actually fucking crazy. He's over. He's done. First he was done. Now he's like really done, right? First he was done. Now he's done. He hasn't been live since the Meat Canyon video. I'm gonna tell you right now, a Meat Canyon video is like a make or break, thing for just about anybody's career. Unless you're like too big for it to even matter, right? So like Mr. Beast, that's not gonna do shit, right? What is that gonna do? XQC, come on, like those like folks like that, like it's not gonna do anything. But given like the weak position that this guy is in, like and like how rapidly like his like. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I see like no positive sentiment regarding him anywhere. Outside of like the people that are literally in his stream as he's streaming, everywhere else, people are like, nah. Get him out of here. It's the lowest bottom of the barrel of content farm, worse than Sunny V2. I have to tell YouTube to stop recommending me this shit. I do not care. I will say, I don't think it's good content. I don't. It's the problem is like the culture of that downfall content is so, it's so venomous that people are just waiting and constantly looking for the next person for them to put up on a fucking, put up on the stage and get everybody to start throwing fruit at. Like, that's really what it comes down to. Like, you have people that have made entire careers out of just finding people to try to gang everyone up on and point and laugh and try to destroy their lives if their lives are not already destroyed. And here's the thing. In a lot of these cases, like, it's people that do deserve the criticism. Pillory. Yeah, that's the word that I was looking for. And in a lot of cases, it's not like these guys don't deserve the criticism, but at the same time, it's just a really weird fucking situation, man. It's just a really weird situation. Because, like, what it ends up doing is it creates a culture in which you have people. The funny thing is, it's not actually like the big channels that I have the issue with necessarily, because I think it's okay to like criticize folks and whatnot. But the issue is that it begins a culture where then other people want to have the fame of those people that are making the videos, right? So like Internet Anarchist, Sunny V2, you have a bunch of wannabes that want to be that person, and they're looking for their moment. They're looking for their video that they can make that'll gain their audience and start building their own shit, right? So the next thing you know, you have a bunch of people that are running around looking for people to be able to criticize in any way that they possibly can. I've been hit by that same fucking shit. By two fucking completely different people that are trying to do the exact same fucking thing. Imagine trying to build a fucking career off of just finding random people to talk shit about. Now, it might sound hypocritical for me to say that because I talk shit about video game companies, but these are companies. Like, I go after organizations, not people. Like, it's vulture-like in nature. It is. It's just fucking weird and it's gross. And the other thing is that, like, by the nature of that content, you are already putting yourself in a biased position to try to make them look as bad as you possibly can for that content to be able to find an audience and for it to be entertaining. So you're going to dress up every fucking thing this person does and has done in the worst way you possibly can. And like, I need more time to like cook on this because it's like, it's just the way that like it's bullhorned, I guess. It's just the way it's bullhorned. Well, you're also putting a target on your own back? How am I putting a target on my back? What the fuck did I do? What the fuck did I do? Fuck around, find out. Oh, in Pirate's case, I say, yeah. I mean, like, but well, that's the one thing that I'll say. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. One of the biggest strengths that I have is the fact that outside of what I've done on YouTube so far, I am like the most boring fucking person ever. Like I ain't got shit going on. I got shit going on. How do you get a target on your back? Asmongold watches one of your videos. Does that actually, you know, you are right though. I will see like an increase in hate from people because like Asmon watched a video of mine and they're like, you guys are best friends, and I'm like, no, we're not. Like acquaintances through content, but outside of that. I like the guy's content, but I don't know anything about him. He don't know anything about me either. Smooth peanut butter and missionary style. I actually really do like smooth peanut butter. I get it if it's you. Random people just make those videos. Ross should have been the only one talking about him. I mean, like, you're just gonna have that stuff regardless anyway, because like, the issue for like Pirate is the fact that like his stuff is like so wide-reaching, right? And when you're like that prominent of a voice on the internet, and you have that much clout on the internet, and then people start seeing the cracks in your armor, especially when you won't even recognize the cracks yourself, I mean, you're just asking for things to go wrong, right? So oh, okay, so the video's back up. Okay. I thought this had gotten taken down, but I guess they got it put back up. That's good. Cuz like so basically they've been working on a smuggling deep dive, and they're working on a Gamers Nexus is working on a, this is the point that I was trying to make with we totally got derailed. I was talking about how these Chinese players have they're playing on different hardware than the rest of us are. So they get very testy when a game comes out and that game does not have good performance, right? They will absolutely fry a game if it doesn't have good performance. But not only are they playing on lower end hardware over there just because of, economic reasons and just the spread of how many people they have over there, but also at the exact same time, they have a flood of bootleg GPUs. Like, they have a massive flood of bootleg GPUs. It is crazy, like, how many operations they have of these, like, black market GPUs that are being made. So, like, that's part of it as well, where they're getting these bootleg GPUs as well as just lower-end hardware to begin with. And so it's like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Did you watch the Gamers Nexus video? I watched about half of it. I didn't get to finish it all the way yet. But yeah, from what I had already seen, I was like, this is fucking crazy. This is crazy, man. Mobile games are the biggest in China, too. Yeah, I mean, that's just free-to-play games. It makes it easier, right? A cell phone's a hell of a lot easier to get than a video game console. Consoles aren't even... the console market in China is, like, effectively dead. Because there's too many barriers for them to get over. And so so China's basically mobile and PC. And... yeah, that's pretty much about it. G'day from Australia. Love your vids. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. You think that they're playing on lower end hardware, but all this shit gets made there, man? I get what you're saying, but I'm talking about on an economic level. Unless you think that they're just straight up jacking all the GPUs straight from the they're not. Like, there's the way that like GPUs are actually built and the conditions they need to be built in, like good computer hardware, especially when we're talking about just silicon. I don't think people understand like just how difficult it is to make good silicon for GPUs and CPUs. Like the kind of environment it needs to be made in, like how insanely sanitized that environment has to be. Like you don't want any dust or hair or anything like that. So like you're not going to be able to bootleg these things and make it where it's like a damn near 1-to-1 for what it's actually made in the factory. That's why it's like, that's like, as a really good example, somebody brings up like Taiwan. That's why, like, for the most, that was like one of the things during COVID that was such a big deal, was the fact that like we had so much, or when the minute that we had a CPU shortage because there was only one place making CPUs, all of a sudden everything went to fucking hell, right? That's why all of a sudden all these other countries are like, oh fuck, maybe we actually need to make CPUs over here. You literally can't have a microchip factory next to a train track because the vibrations will affect manufacturing. Yeah, like it's an incredibly delicate process to make this stuff. So even if they can steal the blueprints, the patents, the ways to actually build this kind of shit, which happens all the time in China, by the way, like that shit is rampant over there. Just to give you guys an example, I used to work at a cell phone shop, and we had third-party headsets that our company had made, and it was a small business that was created by our like general manager that basically found a company in China that had stole. They didn't steal. There was a company in China that was making these like Blue Parrot headsets, which was like the ones the truck drivers use. Well, they had the fucking, like, since they made them, they just had their sister factory that was next door, and they would just hand the blueprints over to them to be able to make them over there as well, but then stamp on whatever fucking name of whatever company you want to pretend to be. So our general manager just like made up a name for a brand, and then he would just have 1,000 of these things shipped to our store with their own custom packaging and custom printing on the headset and coloring and all of that shit. And the next thing that you know, there you go. I see your argument. Gamers Nexus literally filmed somebody doing it. No, I'm not saying that they don't have facilities that are over there where they are bootlegging these GPUs. I already know that's the case, but they're not doing it to the high. They're not doing it to the quality that you're seeing out of like an actual, what fuck would I have? Like I have a PNY, right? You're not seeing it to an Asus or whatever else. Does that count as white labeling? I think essentially it does. The U.S. could become a leader in microchip manufacturing if they threw politics out the door. Well, that's not going to fucking happen. Our country actually making smart choices. What the fuck are you talking about? At least economic choices. Like I don't really know about like social policy that much, but economic choices. I believe me, I have plenty of fucking criticisms for the U.S. There's so much shit that we could be making here that would bring a lot more jobs here, that are actually like good industries for us to have here. Not just like the fucking lowbrow shit that they continue to try to sell. Or it's like, oh, we need car factories and we need this. Like, no, dude, like get some shit that's like fucking future proof. Like chip manufacturing. And like the only thing that we get is the investment to be able to make one chip manufacturer in like Texas or something. It's like, bro, for real? Like we're going to need so many more. We're going to need so many more like computer chips and things like that in the future. It's so wild to me that like, and especially with how much real estate that we have here and how easy it would be to be able to put those kind of facilities in relatively secluded areas that will be safe and good for making that kind of technology. I know politics, but I won't push it here. It's not that I don't have political opinions. I just don't really get wrapped up in like the political drama of a lot of shit. Otherwise, like for me specifically, like it's one of the reasons I've largely stayed away from it. Again, not that I don't have political opinions. Everybody fucking does. And there's shit that I'm going to talk out, or like I'll speak out about or whatever it'll be, you know, when I come across it. But in a lot of cases, I just try to ignore it because, like, it's just a constant, hate cycle. Not hate cycle, but just a constant, like, dread cycle. Something's always going down. You're always under threat. Your life is going to be ruined at any given moment. Your house is going to be taken away. George Soros is going to come, and he's going to piss in your fucking coffee in the morning. Like, it's just like, I fucking just leave. I'm good. I'm fucking good. I'm good, man. I'm good. I feel like this isn't just political, it's economical in a way. I mean, in a lot of cases, some of this stuff is economical, yeah. Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Scratch. Anyway, so yeah, no, like, the thing is that I like, this is going to be a weird situation, and I think that, like, it's only going to be the companies that know how to be able to dance the line when it comes to some of these Eastern games, and censorship is going to be, like, my biggest criticism. I know, like, some people are like, oh, well, like, talking about how they banned, like, certain words and shit in chats and whatnot. I mean, like, that shit's stupid, but that's not going to keep people from buying games. This is the kind of shit that's going to kill their games. Like, the genuine censorship, like, that people are not going to get behind. They're not going to want to have anything to do with it. Not in the least bit. Let's see here now. What else did I see? We already talked about this. I made a video about that. I have no new info on the game at all, but it has not been canceled. Bro. God damn. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? So they're talking about Fairgames, which is like which is essentially like another game that everybody immediately labeled as like Concord 2 the minute that everybody saw it. And I am of the mind that I'm just like, please let this game come out. Please let this game come out. I want to farm it. I want it. Like, it was so fun shitting on Concord. Let me do it again. Not that there won't be another game eventually for it, but yeah. So we can shit on it. Yeah, sometimes that's the fun part of being a gamer, okay? Sometimes that's the fun part of being a gamer. I like celebrating great games, but I also really like talking shit about bad ones. Ahem. Black guy. Thank you for the tier 1. Farmer drama, nice. Yeah, but fuck, man. It's for entertainment purposes. We sure as the fuck know the game ain't gonna be entertaining. Plus, on top of that, the thing is that, like, I love watching these companies make terrible decisions. I really do. You're just a Sunny V2 with video games? Thank you. Except for I do talk about games that I enjoy. I don't think that Sunny V2 ever talks about anything like that. This is weird. This is just weird. Part of me wanted to make a video on this because I think it's so fucking great. Because it's just such a... And, like, you're going to see more of this. You're going to see these companies, especially in the East. So, okay, what essentially happened is the First Descendant using bizarre AI ads, at least one which appears to be a clone of a real content creator. If I saw these ads before playing the game, I'd assume the game was fake or that it was some kind of a scam. You're going to see a lot more of this. This is going to continue to happen. And what they're going to do is they're going to use AI prompts and Veo or whatever else, and they're going to ask it to make very slightly different versions of already existing content creators and celebrities to be able to sell their products. That's what they're going to do. Because in a lot of cases, most people are not really going to question it. They're just going to see, oh, wait a minute. And the funny thing is that they're going to use people in a way that you're not going to know who it is, right? Marketing has this really weird phenomenon that'll happen where people will be attracted to a product that they'll see some type of celebrity or whatever else is using it, even if they don't actually know who the celebrity is. It's just the slight recognition. And they're like, oh, okay. Like, I'll pay attention to it because this is somebody that I've seen before, somebody I've known before, right? It's not actually, like, even if it's not a person they know anything about. And in this case, yeah, they're just going to use, like, a slightly different version of Jacksepticeye or Asmongold or whoever else. And probably in a lot of cases, what they'll do is they'll actually go and they'll pick content creators that aren't, like, immediately recognizable but do have a large audience. Like, there's a lot of content creators that are out there that I know that have large audiences, and I've seen them before, but I don't know who they are, and I wouldn't be able to, like, readily, like, recognize them. Like, no shot. It's like that. It's the thing where, like, you know somebody's face, but you don't know their name. And they're going to use that kind of thing to be able to push these games and get other people to want to come and buy them and play them. That's what's going to happen. And you're going to see it increase rapidly. Rapidly. Because it's cheaper. Like, I understand from, like, if you're going after somebody, holy shit, I couldn't even imagine how expensive it would be to use somebody like twice my size. If there was a for content creators that have like twice the audience that I do, and they stream to like thousands of people every stream, if they, every upload are hitting like 1 million views or something like that, I couldn't even imagine how much money you actually have to pay out and like what the asking cost for them is. I mean, I could imagine, but it's a lot of fucking money. And I'm going to tell you right now, tens of thousands of dollars is that's a lot of money. And would you rather spend tens of thousands of dollars, or would you rather just pump a prompt into I guess Veo or whatever the video ones are, right? And like most of those sites have like a $10 or $15 or $20 whatever. Tectone? What about Tectone? Did they do it to Tectone before? ChatGPT, Gemini, Veo 3. I think Gemini and Veo 3. I think Veo is like the big one. I did like an AI video where I showed like how easy it is just to put in like dumbass prompts and like how easily a game like video game footage would get popped out. It's kind of wild. Maybe not 100% sure, but yeah. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? So maybe, so it's yes or no. Not 100%, but also yes. Who would use such a small content creator? What do you mean? Nostra LD Damus? No, I'm like, seriously, this is just what's going to happen. I mean, like, I don't think people realize how desperate these companies are to be like entirely reliant on AI. And it's really fucking weird because the thing is that like I think I saw like recently, was it Turkey? I can't remember what country it was, but like there was some talk about how one country is already investing in having a like AI driven like head of government. So like literally a government office that's completely ran by AI. And I'm like, and I'm just looking, and you know what the funny thing is? I think in a lot of these cases, when it comes to the government shit, these motherfuckers are just too old. They're too old. They haven't watched no sci-fi. They didn't watch Terminator. They didn't watch that episode of X-Files where the guy built an AI security system and they killed the people in the building. I was gonna say Skynet soon. Yeah. Elder Scrolls 6 will be AI and will be weird. I don't know about all that, but I mean, you're gonna see more of that stuff in games for sure. Like that stuff's that's coming regardless. And there's like, here's the thing though, like there's really good ways to use the technology, and it's only going to get better. It's only going to improve. Like what it is today, like we're gonna look at fucking AI 10 years from now and be like, what the? Actually, we're not even gonna look at it. It's just gonna be everywhere, and we won't even question it anymore. We won't even question it anymore. You won't even think about it. You're gonna 10 years from now, you're gonna be using it in so many so many different ways in life, and you're gonna see it being used in so many different ways from life that it's not even gonna be controversial anymore. Fuck the clankers, bro. I'm gonna tell you guys right now. One of the I don't know if it's gonna bring up anything. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? That's cursed? No, I mean... I see the better. It's one of those things where like I'm such a pragmatic person that I can see the benefits, because like you can have people that are infertile and can't do in vitro or whatever, or like, you know, maybe they had cancer or whatever, and then your other option is basically either adoption or surrogate, and it's just like, well, I don't really want to have somebody else birth the child. I want it to be my DNA, right? So then all of a sudden, yeah, people are probably going to use fucking robots. Probably better than growing up in a test tube, because I guess at least it'll simulate, you know, what it's like to normal birth, I guess. I don't really know. Premature birth and death would disappear mostly. I mean, and like that's probably the other thing as well, right? I mean, like you're literally going to be able to get rid of the, like, you're not going to have any issues. Like you just pop the cover off, take a look, make sure that it's baking all right, and then just... It's fucking weird. How about we call the bad ones clankers? When you're living in 2054 and the Star Wars Clone Wars is a controversial show because the clones constantly use robophobic slurs. The thing is that like I've started to see so this is fucking weird, right? I think I've seen it. Twitter, not so much, because like these kind of people would never survive on Twitter to begin with, right? But essentially, one of the things that I've seen, especially on Reddit and in Reddit spaces that are like more or less like people that are like they're having romantic relationships with ChatGPT. What I'm seeing crop up is people that are already like prematurely trying to tell people not to normalize this kind of language because it could be phobic in the future. They're like, don't you realize, like, aren't you guys getting a dirty feeling about this? Like, this is basically how it started for, you know, for African Americans. And I'm like, they actually think that, like, you already have people that are campaigning to get people to stop joking around and using the term clankers because they think that they're, like, prematurely fighting a identity war. What the fuck? Oh, God. We have a problem where like people just like everybody wants to find a cross to die on. Like everybody needs to have a fucking cross to carry. I'm gonna be a victim or I'm gonna protect the victims. It is fucking crazy. I'm like, how is that even a thing? How did you come to that? It's roboist to call them clankers. You know what it is? They must have played. What was the? I never played it. I heard a lot of good things. I need to probably play it at one point in time. It's probably people that took like Detroit Become Human to heart. I don't know anything about it, but I do know it's about like robots and shit. Robophobe. I'm not a robophobe, but I wouldn't want my daughter bringing one of those things home. I'm not a robophobe, okay? I got friends that are robots. A friend of mine is a toaster. I'm not a robophobe. I got a computer right here. I got a fan next to me. My kids are half AI. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, we're so fucking cooked. Peak sold 1.7 million copies last week. That brings the total copies sold to 9.7 million and the estimated revenues around $55 million. That is something. That is, and like what's crazy is it's still probably in the top. Obviously, it would be, right? Like, I mean, it hit a peak of 170 peak, 170,000 players. But I mean, like, it's been holding strong since it released. And while it's declining, this is not like it's not a live service game, right? It's just a co-op game that you play with friends or family or whoever else, and that's pretty much about it. And it hit a what? It hit a peak. It's just a streamer game? No, it's not. It's not a streamer game. Just because streamers play something or it gets popular because of streamers. I mean, you'd say the same thing about Schedule 1 still averaging 18,000 players, which is really, really good, especially given a game of that game's scale. It's still consistently being updated. It's just a really good crafting sim. Is this what we'd call a streamer game? The problem is that like some of these games are kind of getting like labeled as such. And the funny thing is that like people like playing these games. They do. Like just generally people like playing this stuff. Do you have an opinion on Battlefield 6 movement during the beta? Oh, I saw that like people were upset about the BF6 movement. They're fucking idiots. Go play Call of Duty. You have an entire game that was made for you. What is a streamer game anyway? I don't know. I don't know. Like, I mean, COD is a streamer game now. It's sad. I remember when... Now, that's a phenomenon that we're going to look into. Somebody shared me a video and I want to watch it. Because if it's talking about what I think it's talking about, it's going to be very interesting. Because I would say, you know, well, actually, let's watch it right now. Let's watch it right now. That's a really good segue. Where's my pause? So this video is by Kingard. 43,000 subs. Video's doing really well. Almost 1 million views on a video. Hell yeah, brother. Look at you. Look at you.
Today
Look at you.
represent.
Video is really good. Okay. All right, let's check it out.
Today represents a dark day in our history. With this monstrous, unprovoked attack, no country is safe from their reach.
So how are you gonna look at me and tell me, oh, battle royales are overdone? That comment pisses me off. It really does, man. When people are like, we don't need battle royale.
But I don't think that that's the sauce of this game. Battle Royale for this would be fire. I know you don't, real football game.
It needs a good progression, reasons to log in daily. It needs battle pass shit for sure, and ranked game modes.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Several other world.
What? What? Why does a game need a? Why does a game need a battle royale? Why does it need a fucking battle pass? What is this like? Why do I have Why do I have some of the biggest streamers undoing my work? What the fuck did I just hear? What? Anti-drops. Yes, they're the anti-me. This is a shareholder meeting? Yeah, is this a fucking shareholder meeting? Halo needs a battle royale. Okay, here's the thing. For the Halo situation, for Halo specifically, the issue is at the moment that it came out, it is what it needed, because that was the pinnacle. That was when it was coming up, right? That's when like battle royale was like the hottest thing at the exact moment, right? Or at that exact moment, it would have worked well for them. Does every game need to have one now? No, and probably in a lot of cases, you're probably much better off not doing it at all. Halo Halo BR would have been amazing. I don't think it would have been. The funny thing is that like while people have said that, and like I get where people are coming from, especially because you do have like, you know, they could do it around ODSTs, right? Like everybody just like drops in. But the problem with Halo is that like you don't use attachments and shit on weapons in Halo. So like they would have to create an entire system around that. The other problem is with battle royales is the amount of weapons that they have. Halo as a series doesn't have a lot of weapons. Like the weapon variety in those games is not insane. Like they'd have to constantly continue to add weapons to it. Like there's some like weird shit that's just like isn't core to the like identity and DNA of the Halo series. So I understand why they didn't do it, because it's kind of hard to make it. It's like you literally would have to force Halo through that hole essentially to be able to make it work. And that's where things get a little bit weird. But I won't disagree and say that Halo, a battle royale, would have worked for it in the moment that they had Infinite coming out, because at that moment, that's when everybody was like real hot on BRs, right? They were doing very well. Time has passed. And I think a really good example of time has passed is the fact that like there's two battle royales that are popular. And it's the same two battle royales since the start of battle royales. It's PUBG and Fortnite. Call of Duty, Warzone. Warzone's dead. Warzone's dead. That game is being held on life support by content creators. If they left that game and they just went and played something else entirely, nobody'd be playing that shit anymore. Apex? I always forget about that game. How is it doing now? I think it's actually improved. I think you're right. I think you're right. Why does it say 60,000 in game? 24-hour peak. We're outside of peak hours for the game? Oh, it's mostly Eastern? Is that what it is? Eastern audiences are pushing this game, huh? Time has passed is such a simple, important statement that every publisher needs to hear. And that's kind of the point, is the fact that like you have a lot of these companies that are trying to beat a dead horse. They're trying to jump onto a train that has already left the station, and they're just never going to be able to catch it. And I think that, I think you have a couple of games that were lightning in a bottle moments, and they're going to hold strong. And I think that you can still build a, like, the problem is it's like scalability. So for like Call of Duty specifically, like at one point in time, I do think that like I do think that Warzone is going to be too expensive for them to continue to support, because they just don't have the same kind of player base. And the reason why I say it's going to get too expensive for them to support is because they support it at scale. They have it at scale. They have it at a larger scale. They support their game at a larger scale than Apex and Fortnite do. And PUBG. That's not good. You're spending a lot of money on that game. And if you continue to spend that much money on a game, it's going to just not be worth the money in the long run, right? So eventually it's just gonna kind of fall apart at the seams. That's why I think if you look around right now, you see a lot of people are trying to like look for what the new trend is going to be, or what the next trend is going to be. So now you have a lot of people that are moving towards extraction shooters, which extraction shooters are like an entirely different beast altogether. Those games, I don't know, man. I don't know. Do you guys, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I'm going to leave you guys with a question. Do you guys think a casual crowd is okay playing a game where they can lose all of their progress in one night? Okay, all right, I'm back. Only cheaters say yes. So I think that what does it say? You know what is awesome? Hold on. You don't gotta type in all caps, my guy. Come on, man. You actually make it harder for me to read that way. Stay alive for a minute for Honor. Oh yeah, For Honor was a really cool game. Roguelikes have been really fun. Have to be really fun to be appealing. It's not the roguelikes thing, right? Because that's short, that's very short and consumable content, right? Like if I die in a run in Hades, that's not a massive fucking loss, because it doesn't take a lot of time for you to get back to where you were in the first place. And by the time you actually get back to where you were, like just by playing the game, progression wise, like through levels, you're going to be at the same power or something like that as you were before, right? The problem is that when we're talking about something like extraction shooters, which a lot of these companies feel like is like the next move for them to make, the issue with those is that you can make account progress over the course of like weeks or a month and then lose it all instantly. Tarkov, exactly. Like Tarkov's a really good example of that. Tarkov, while popular, is a very niche game. It's just popular within its niche. And the people that play it, the vast majority of the people that play that game are not casual players, because it's not a casual game, because you're not going into that for a casual experience. Think about it on the same terms as a game like Path of Exile or Last Epoch or Diablo. Those games, right? Look at ARPGs. You look at those games and then you tell me, hey, you know, how many people that are just casual players play on hardcore? WoW hardcore? Again, that's not your average casual player playing those games. Not like that. It's just not a thing. What I wish these companies would do is just try to find the new meta on their own by just trying to make cool new games, whether online or offline, doesn't really matter, whether single player or multiplayer. But in a lot of cases, they just keep trying to run the same track, and they think that they're going to find a new road. It's just never going to happen. Hold on, hardcore players are leaving WoW though. You're missing the point that I'm making. What I'm trying to say is that like casual players, the people that have a 9 to 5, those are not like people that are playing hardcore like games on hardcore or players that are playing like extraction shooters and stuff. These are not your average gamers. They are gluttons for punishment. So when we're talking about these games that these guys are investing $300 to $400 to $500 million to make, it's not going to reach the kind of audience that they think it's going to, right? So like a really good example of this, and I think this is honestly probably the best example. I would guarantee you that Embark Studios, the people that are working on Arc Raiders, those guys know that their game is likely not going to be a game that's going to hold like 500,000 concurrent players on Steam every day of the week. They know that's not the case. And I would almost guarantee that they're not aiming for that. And the reason why I know that they're not aiming for that is that even though their first game was really good, even though it's widely celebrated, it averages 20,000 players a day. Yet they've been able to remain profitable, and they've been able to work on an entirely other game. Which tells me that these guys know exactly what they're doing and what they need to be able to stay relevant. Or not relevant, what they need to be able to do to stay like profitable and also like in business, right? Soapy Enigma. Thank you for the $20 again, man. Holy shit, super fucking generous. Christ, man. A streamer game is a game who the publisher pays multiple streamers to play the game for a majority of their streams. People use the term derogatorily when a game has a bad rep, and said streamers continue to play it. But see, and like that's the worst part is that you'll see a lot of people that'll call like, you know, these like a game like Peak or something like that. These indie publishers and also these like indie developers do not have fucking millions of dollars sitting around for them to go and pay content creators to go play their game for a week. It's not going to happen. The funny thing is, more times than not, those games are probably some of the most beneficial to players so far as like being able to stumble upon that, and that's what they're really looking for. But let's watch the video before we get off track too much.
Top streamers have voiced their criticisms of the Battlefield 6.
Now you guys understand how difficult it is for me to make videos, and how difficult it is for me to grab like one single point and like run it as far as I possibly can, because I come up with like 500,000 ideas while I'm talking about one thing. Because I never just think about like I never think about just like one thing. I think about all of the effects. Too many tangents. It's a lot of fun though.
Beta, and I feel like all of the world
for sure, and ranked game modes.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Several of the world's top streamers have voiced their criticisms of the Battlefield 6 beta, and I feel like I've stepped into a time machine with how outdated some of these takes are.
So what do you mean the newer game mode that has come into gaming, the Battle Royale, is overdone? How is that possible?
Thank you for coming to console me. How is that? How do you come to that conclusion? What do you mean? There's been so many Battle Royale games. They have almost entirely taken over the entire scene. and the entire focus of first-person shooter games and even third-person shooter games, to the point that like it really doesn't feel like much of anything else is going on in the industry. Like, sure, you have Counter-Strike and you have like CS, right? But outside of that, like, nobody is interested in making it anything else. And the funny thing is that in a lot of cases, so many of these games that we've seen, and the reason why he's being so forgetful about this is because the vast majority of them have failed. They're dead. Thousands of jobs lost, hundreds of millions of dollars burned on the fucking pyre. Hundreds of hours, thousands, millions of hours wasted. Games that we could have played if they just made something else. But they didn't. Because of you.
Oh, primitive.
I'm talking about the ones that seem to have, we'll just say, a favorite type of game. Rest assured, while we are about to tear into some dog water takes, that doesn't mean that I don't respect any of these streamers for the channels they've built.
Oh yeah, no, I'll shit on these takes all fucking day long. I love Timmy. I think he's absolutely fucking entertaining. The other guy, I don't remember his name. I've never watched him, so I have no idea.
Hate them all or whatever. I know these people love gaming, but the role gaming plays in their professional lives seems to have...
Shroud's Shroud's the first person that I started watching when I started watching like YouTube, like gamer YouTube videos and fucking streamers and shit.
Completely skewed the way they
specifically
view
just like
video
gameplay
games.
stuff.
And if EA and Battlefield Studios bow the knee to these kinds of streamer demands, I think Battlefield 6 as we know it will be doomed to join the ranks of other corpses paraded around like puppets pretending to be series we used to love. As I'm about to show you, these guys just don't get Battlefield. And speaking of spending a long time...
So one of the things that you're going to run into, especially when it comes to these like content creators, it's not even content creators. It's literally the one thing that you're going to run into a lot, and we're going to see very frequently when it comes to some of the streamers for first-person shooters, is that Battlefield is not a competitive game. I'm just going to say it. Battlefield is a game that you are completely fine. You had a great fucking time, win or lose. Barring some crazy weird thing happening where like like you guys were absolutely just spawn camped and the game's horrendous, and then at that point you just leave the game and go into a different server. But Battlefield is a cooperative game. It's not about your individual contribution. It's about the team's contribution together. One of my last videos that I posted where I used Battlefield footage, I had one of the best games in Battlefield 2 in Battlefield 2042, no, Battlefield 6, too many numbers. I had one of the best games I've played so far. I went like 37-6 or something like that. My team lost. And I mean, I was playing the objective, like hard, because that's all I do. Like I'm an objective Andy. I hate team deathmatch. I fucking hate playing team deathmatch. I don't like it because I don't know where people are coming from. And my brain is not fucking wired like that. I don't know where the spawns are. I don't want to have to think about, like memorize spawn points so I can pay attention to that kind of shit. When I played Call of Duty for TDM, I only played the smallest maps possible because it was easier for me to be able to remember where people were coming from. I like playing objective-based games. I like domination. I like capture the flag. I like that kind of stuff because it's just what I like to play, right? And Battlefield is a game where your personal achievement doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. If you're good at Battlefield, nobody fucking cares. That's cool. Anyway. I love domination, same. PTFO, what is that? I don't know what that is. Oh, playing the fucking objective. Yeah, no, that's my shit. That's my shit. Like, that's what I like to do. And plus, on top of that, you get way more kills playing the objective to begin with. If you know, like, as an example, what is it? if I'm thinking about like Brooklyn, the Brooklyn map in Battlefield 6, if you are constantly bouncing between the D objective and the B objective, you are farming kills like a motherfucker. Especially if you're doing a good job actually defending the point or trying to take the point. And that's all I would ever do. If the Empire State, that's what it's called. If our spawn side objective would get taken, I'd run and grab that, and then I would immediately be heading off to D or B, depending on whether one of them was going down or not. And I would either be there to defend it, or I'd be there to just farm the fuck out of it. And usually you're going to get a lot of kills on the way anyway. Farm so many dudes inside that corner restaurant? Yeah. Objective is the best point farm. It's not even just the point farm. It's just like the thing is like your play, like Battlefield. Like the biggest problem that I ran into is, and this is like one of the things that I noticed, and it's a great thing for Battlefield because it's bringing in a lot more players. One thing that I noticed in a lot of the lobbies that I played in Battlefield, none of these motherfuckers know how to play Battlefield. They're running around like chickens with their heads cut off. Not a single one of them is actually using their class abilities. No fucking wonder. No fucking wonder they wanted to get rid of class abilities because nobody is fucking using them. Nobody rezzing? Yeah. Nobody's out there defibbing. You got dudes that are just walking right past you, and I'm sitting here like, res, and then they just run past, and it's like, homie, do you not realize that like if you pay it forward with that kind of shit, you create a culture in which other people are also picking your ass up, so then that way your fucking deaths stay low and your kills stay high? But I've seen so many dudes playing the game that the minute that they go down, they just die. And I'm like, me running around with defibs out, and I just watch some dude just go, I'm like, what the fuck? Medics next to you wouldn't res you. I saw a couple times of that, yeah. You know what they need to do is? They need to not... Medics should not be support. Medics and support should not be fused. The problem is that it's created a culture in which you have players that are running around that are supposed to be medics that only are taking the class just so they can restock. So you think somebody's there that's going to be able to pick you up, but they're not going to pick you up because they never use their defib. They just took the class to be able to take the restock. Ammo needs to be on assault. Ammo should be on assault.
I'm using the same product. Remember that Flexi Spot desk sponsorship I did over a year ago? If you can believe it, that standing desk they sent me was so good I still use it to this day, every day. So when they reached out about sponsoring this video with one of their newer desks, it was a no-brainer. I'm a grown man, so I need a desk that says, use me for gaming, but you can tell the company that comes over it's just a work desk. And Flexi Spot standing desks, like their E7 Pro, do exactly that.
I kind of want to get a standing desk at one point in time. I think it'd be kind of nice to have.
Don't want to sit so much between working and gaming that you evolve into some monstrous
I want a
human
Flexi
chair
Spot
hybrid.
so bad, really.
Well, they raise up.
I had a
so get on your
sponsorship with
feet
them
before
before.
your roots start showing. Who cares how tall you are, what height your chair is?
I had a
This desk
sponsorship
will
with them
adjust to whatever your
I got a
height
chair
is.
with them.
Or
I got a
just
chair
raise
from
it high enough.
I didn't need the chair because I already have a fucking chair. I got a Herman Miller. But hey, best advice I can ever give to anybody. Herman Millers are insanely expensive chairs. They're like anywhere from like $1,500 to like $2,400 chairs, right? If you live anywhere near a major city, pop up Facebook Marketplace, and I guarantee you there is some tech company that just went out of business and some dude is selling Herman Millers out of the back of his fucking car. Okay, that's how I got mine, and it is now and I got it for like $200. I got it for like $200, and it's cheapest Herman Miller's like $700. Yeah, the chair that I have, I have like the one that's like $2,400. I got it for $200. Steal, robbery, robbery. You're the second person I've heard say that. Dude. I had one person tell me, and I was like, for real? And they're like, dude, seriously. They're like every tech startup goes and immediately buys like a bunch of like, look at the way. Have you guys not watched the videos? I'm like, here's my first day at Microsoft. Here's a day at working at Roblox. Here's a day of me working at this place. That shit. Every single one of these fucking tech startups try to look like these other companies. They try to do this fake it till you make it bullshit. And they go out and they spend way too much money on their office equipment, like desks and chairs and food and catering and all this other bullshit. And they end up going out of business because they waste all their fucking money. Well, the thing is like the minute that office closes, in a lot of cases, these guys just abandon in place. So you got a bunch of dudes that'll just go in there, like the movers that are trying to get them out, like trying to get all their stuff out of there. And they'll just take the chairs and they'll go and sell the stuff online. I literally had a friend of mine that was like, I want one of those chairs. And I was like, do you? Pulled up fucking Facebook Marketplace. Because I told them, they're like bullshit. Is it really that easy? And I'm like, went and bought him one, $250.
Kylo can walk underneath it.
I'm telling you right now.
Are you ready for the hyper detail?
While you're sitting here listening to this ad, pop up your phone and look for Herman Miller chair on your on Facebook Marketplace. Just sit there and go like, what the fuck?
Stats I need to share, followed by my own monkey
Herman
brain
Miller
take.
is the name.
Here goes. For static capacity stability, it'll support up to 440 pounds, and the dual motor's 3-stage semi-C leg structure provides smooth.
Hold on, I missed some super chats. I'm sorry. I got you guys. Got you. Soapy with another $5 says Ashes of Creation released a beta, free-to-play, early access, whatever BR, and I immediately lost interest in their main project. Did they really? I never heard about that. The only thing that I heard about them doing is like the weird, scummy practice of those guys constantly going out and selling fucking alpha keys. It's like you guys already have a Kickstarter. You already have a ton of other crowdfunding. Yet every time you guys want to just let people come in and test your fucking game, you're charging them like it's like fucking crazy amounts of money. It's like $75, $100, $150 or whatever it is. I'm like, you're out of your mind. But hey, man, MMO players constantly huffing fucking copium. We'll be back one day. We'll have a game that'll be cool again for me to grind and everybody not to think that I'm a loser for fucking playing it all the time. What am I saying? I like Final Fantasy 14. Though to be fair, I haven't played it in a year. Jesse with the $5 says, I hope they work on some class-specific weapons. Like, I don't know, Medic has an LMG, but FR fucks with content. Love from Seattle. Well, love from here in sunny California. Yeah, I saw the Battlefield Reddit talking specifically about that, saying that they wanted to, like, they want the game to go back to having like weapon specific on characters. I agree with it. That's the way it should be. Personally, I say that while also hating it at the same time, because I actually really liked playing like a mid-range scout, but I understand that doesn't make any fucking sense. Right? Like, I was like going in on the front lines and like spotting people for snipers in the back.
Transitions when adjusting. Now for Monkey Brain. I've had no problems getting it to hold everything I reasonably need it to without wobbling, and the adjustment feature is so simple and buttery smooth, even my wife regularly adjusts it without asking big, strong, intelligent me to come help. Now that's a simple product.
Why does
even though I
engineer
have
have an
direct
SMG?
experience
Makes no
with
sense.
FlexiSpot, I'm still not some professional desk reviewer, so go check out what other people have to say about their products first. And if you like what you see, go to their website in the link in the description, check out the sales events page. They've even got a sale going now for up to 65% off of a bunch of stuff and a chance to get a 100% free order. And if you put in this discount code at checkout, you'll get...
I found one Aeron for $150. What I told you. That's what I think that's what I have. I have a Herman Miller Aeron. I think that's what I have. Yeah. $150 for Herman Miller Aeron.
$50 off your own E7 Pro standing desk. So thanks FlexiSpot for working with me again and sponsoring this video. It's always nice to...
I'm actually curious. How much is an Aeron? Herman Miller Aeron. And some dude in chat just found one for $150. Hey, and I'm not gonna bullshit you guys. You want to know why Herman Millers are so expensive? Part of it is the name. The other part of it is this is the most comfortable chair that I've ever sat in my entire life. If I could get a Herman Miller sponsorship, I would. I would scream about this chair from the fucking high heavens. It is the most comfortable thing I have ever sat in. It is. They're so nice. So nice. And look, even if you want to buy it from like a reseller, these guys are selling like refurbished ones for $540. I'm telling you right now, you go on Facebook Marketplace, you will find these chairs for like $150 to $250, and it's crazy. And it's crazy.
Promote stuff that I actually use every day. Maybe High Hairline Digest will reach out next.
So, back to it.
So what are these big streamers saying that
I have a
tells
Herman
me
Miller
they
Aeron. It's a Rolls Royce of chairs. It really is. Like, you feel like such a baller sitting in one. And they're super simple chairs, but I don't know, man. It's like, I tried sitting on my old computer chair that I used to have, and I was like, how the fuck did I play games on this thing? I was like, what? I sat on this chair for like 8 hours in a day? How?
just don't get Battlefield? Let's get into it.
Okay. I'm ready for this.
You show me a COD.
I have one criticism to make, and I wish a lot of other YouTubers would stop doing this. I used to do it because I actually had an intro made for it, just like that. It's a waste of time, and it'll get people to click off your video. I highly recommend not doing that. Having those like intro, outro things, I don't think people like it.
Streamer finally trying a different game, and I'll show you.
People on the internet want their content. They want it quick.
Someone who spouts Battle Royale like it's a nervous tick.
You like it? I do. I think that VR is going to be like if I come back to play it, I think I'm going to play that a lot more than I play this.
Overall thoughts on the game? I'm having a blast. And I think ultimately, too, it's getting us excited for what potentially Battle Royale could be for this game.
Battle Royale, Battle Royale, Battle Royales.
Battle Royale or VR?
BR, BR. Battle Royale, Battle Royale.
I'm excited for the Battle Royale.
I mean,
the game itself, not the BR. I think I'm into a little bit of it, like the TDM. Maybe we can play it for a couple days.
I'm gonna be honest, I almost checked out when he said he wants to play Team Deathmatch in a Battlefield game, but let's hear some more.
I like TDM and the domination thing. It's a little bit more intimate. So if you're a Call of Duty guy, you're definitely gonna like the fact that like you're all really tight in a little map and you're bobbing and weaving.
Translation, I really liked the moments this Battlefield game didn't feel like a Battlefield game.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have to understand, like, you're talking, here's the thing, it's not streamers don't understand Battlefield. You're talking about Call of Duty content creators. These are content creators. He's not an idiot. He has a preference. Yeah, that's exactly, like, that's the thing. Like, these guys are talking about this because they are Call of Duty people. Like, this is, and here's the thing. Like, we want them. I hate to fucking say it, but, like, as a Battlefield fan, the only way to move away from Call of Duty is to hopefully get the people that are playing Call of Duty to play Battlefield. But that also doesn't mean that Battlefield needs to become Call of Duty. You just need to show them the side of the light. You just need to you just come to the light. Come out of the darkness, young child. Come. Let me show you the world. We have Call of Duty gameplay and more. Well, okay, and that's the thing. Like, if you want more of a Call of Duty style, you can play TDM. You can play smaller maps and stuff like that. But the issue is, and this is probably the biggest problem when it comes to content creators, especially in the first-person shooter scene, it's not even first-person shooters. It's just live service. Content creators have way too much influence over live service games. I'm just going to say it outright. I think that content creators have way too much fucking influence over live service games. I think it has ruined World of Warcraft. I think that it has ruined Call of Duty. And while some other games are a little bit better about being able to manage it, unironically, I think that Fortnite's probably one of the best ones at not necessarily paying attention to those guys or giving them what they want, right? I mean, look, we got I would have never played Fortnite if it wasn't for the fact that they went and they made a no-build mode, which goes against anything that all of their content creators would have stood for. Because like the fucking brain rot building shit, that's what they live for, because that's how they, the biggest thing for content creators is they need to have the ability to be able to showcase their skill. And if that is removed and an experience is instead made casual, well, casual's not entertaining. Entertaining doesn't make me money. All of this entire thing, it's all just they want to make money. That's it. That's all this is. Why do you think Call of Duty leaned into omnidirectional movement and all this like absolutely fucking cracked out movement and shit where people are sliding all over the place? Now, like, do you guys understand how absolutely cooked the next battle or the next Call of Duty is going to be just for your average player? Not only are these guys sliding, slipping, and dipping all over the place and spinning around in circles, but now they're going to be able to slide on walls. They're going to be able to super jump. So, like, what the problem is that content creators have created a space within these online live service games where the skill gap has gotten to the point where your average player can no longer enjoy playing these games because it's not realistic for them to be enjoying themselves in a regular video game against people that are trying to treat it like a job.
Don't play it then. I'll play the BR.
Sure, Nick, a BR as one of many modes would be fine, but we all know that's not how this works.
No.
And he should know, he regularly plays one of gaming's best examples of a battle royale sucking up development resources and alienating the fan base of one of the most popular series in the world.
Abso-fucking-lutely. And that's the other flip side of this. I hope he goes a little more. I'm going to see if he goes deeper into it.
New COD games serve as little more than invitations to come play Warzone these days. Titanfall 3 was canceled to focus on Apex, and Splitgate 2 could have had far more going for it if it didn't put all of its eggs into the basket of a subpar BR reveal. A BR that's just passable doesn't fly in today's market, and I think Battlefield Studios knows this. That would be why they're using different studios to tag team different sides of Battlefield 6, including the not technically announced but obviously still incoming Battle Royale mode. But even then, do we really think EA will actually allow equal funding to updating Rush as they will their Battle Royale post-launch? The modern gaming evidence says no. If they do, great, but I doubt it. Which a BR focus might not be the end of the world if it stayed true to Battlefield's core in Fairy Tale Land, but I don't see how it'd be possible to mix Battlefield's identity of a large-scale, casual, rock-paper-scissors, class-based combat with a hyper-competitive limited life mode like a battle royale and still be able to please everyone. So we need traditional modes to stay.
So no, he's also missing another point of this too, which is the fact that like this game is like way more cooperative. Battlefield 6 is a very cooperative experience. It's about playing with the boys. The squad of 4, but it's not your squad of 4 versus the world. It's your squad of 4 working with another squad of 4 and another squad of 4 and another squad of 4, where like that cooperative nature of the game, feeling like it's this massive team effort, the scale of Battlefield, that's what makes these games hit. That's what the people that love Battlefield play these games for. That is the core DNA of this franchise, and that's what makes it resound so much within its audience. But the problem is that if you're going to try to turn that into a one versus all, or obviously you're going to have different game modes, so you'll probably have a 3 versus all, 4 versus all, whatever it is. I don't know how that's going. I don't know how it's going to work. It's one of those things where it's just not going to be Battlefield. It is going to be a battle royale that just so happens to be attached to the Battlefield franchise. So it's going to mechanically have the bones of Battlefield, which is really good because that means it's going to have, awesome gunplay, right? It's going to control really well. But outside of that, it's just not going to actually be anything to do with Battlefield itself. And he brings up a really good point, and he kind of walked away from it a little bit too quickly for me, which is, and maybe it's just not his wheelhouse. if the battle royale becomes, there's this weird, where do I even fucking start with this? Call of Duty has the worst symbiotic relationship between its games and the battle royale, where the battle royale is the only thing that becomes the like historical or like the persistence of your account, right? So anything that I buy is unlocked and it's kept in the battle royale. But the skins that if you use the battle pass or you buy skins in Black Ops 2, or not Black Ops 2, but like Black Ops 4 or 5, 6, whatever the fuck they're on. If I go like a couple games ago or whatever, and I buy one of the and I buy skins from that game, it'll be in the BR, but it won't be in the base game. So Black Ops 7 is not going to have the skins from Modern Warfare 2. But those skins are still in the Battle Royale. But if you don't like the Battle Royale, then that means that your account has no fucking permanence, which is fucking insane to me, because technically, if I am the person that is buying the box version of their game, I am more invested in their franchise than the person that's on their free-to-play game. That is fucking bullshit. And that shows that there's so much more preference towards the Battle Royale than the actual core experience of their games. And at this moment, when it comes to Call of Duty, every single release that they've made year over year over year is nothing more than a place and a reason for them to do a reset on their in-game economy. And what I mean by that is it's them being able to just flood the game, flood Warzone specifically, with more weapons. Weapons that you have to pay for. If you want access to them, you need to go buy the new Call of Duty, because that's going to be the best way for you to be able to unlock those weapons. It's going to be the best way for you to be able to upgrade those weapons and then take those weapons into the BR, right? And the worst part is that because of that relationship they have between the two games, well, that also means that all the new weapons make the old weapons useless in the Battle Royale. That's Warzone. That's the reason why I quit playing Warzone. I loved Warzone in Modern Warfare 2. I did not play it anymore in Modern Warfare 3. Like, the minute that game came out, and I was like, wait a minute, so they just made all of my weapons completely fucking useless, and now the best weapons of the game are the ones that just came out with the new game? Oh, I see what's going on here. I'm not going to participate in this. And a successful Battle Royale is going to be really troublesome for a game like Battlefield, because it makes me fearful that that's what they're going to do. They're looking at the model that Call of Duty has ran, and they're going to go, oh, well, if people really like the Battle Royale, we're going to make a lot of money being able to sell these other games to be able to sell them new weapons. The other part of that, and he brought it up a little bit, is the fact that more developer resources are going to go towards the actual towards the Battle Royale than the actual base game, which sucks, because that means we get less maps, we get less content. I don't want that.
Prioritize to retain what Battlefield is.
I see people talking about, like, Battlefield doesn't need to be all right. Can you guys just let us have one that like BRs? Like, I
What the fuck did he just say? Did you just say, let us have one? No fucking shot he just said that. No. No, you fucking did not. No, you did not.
I mean, dude.
Can we let you have one? Can we let
Thank you.
You have one?
Don't you turn against me.
I don't know you anymore.
You guys already got one series to bend the knee. It's movement, it's sweat, it's tailor-made for you and your audience now. Instead of demanding Battlefield be more like COD, just go play COD. Battlefield's gonna get another Battle Royale, but as far as games that don't feel like they have to focus on one,
let us have one? I'm sorry, I'm not letting go of that. It's every game. You get it in every. You guys get what you want in every game. The focus of your hobby, of the game that you like, has become the focus of the entire fucking games industry for the last, for like the last half a decade. Didn't they try that with Halo? They did try it with Halo. They did. I didn't play Call of Duty since BF3. I can't believe you'd say, let us have one. You get it with everything. Like, every game that comes out now that is a shooter has to have a BR attached to it. And those games end up taking all of the resources from everything else, and the core experience for just a regular arena-style shooter, or for a game like Battlefield, gets thrown to the fucking side. What happened to games with a great storyline? See, we're not even talking about the industry effect of the e-begging for BRs. And how there are countless single-player games that have died on the altar of a company wanting to go and make a battle royale. Let us have one. No. I think you've had enough.
Could you just let us have one? But why this obsession with battle
Yeah,
royales?
could you let us have one?
Why do they
Good point.
insist on new FPS titles always having one? Well, the answer is less about you and more about them. How about we let Tim explain?
Streamers in sweats ruin video games. Like, we tanked everything.
Yes.
There is some sort of, is there a word for like being an elitist?
Yeah, it's a word, but I think purist is more so what you're about to go for here.
There are people in gaming that play a game like Battlefield, or let's throw Halo in this bundle here, that only
No. Don't tell me you're about to say what I think you're about to say.
want the game they love.
What? Oh, you guys that grew up with the franchise and have loved it and have always enjoyed its core experience. You guys feel like you're better than us and that we shouldn't be able to destroy the experiences that you've had so that the game suits my taste instead of yours, because mine are more important than yours. Fuck. What is this? You guys who paid for at least 20 Battlefield games. I can't believe he would use the term elitist. You elitists. The elitists, like Timmy, Bud. You want the game to be the game that you need it to be because you want to entertain your audience and make money. Like, this entire thing flows around that entire idea. The same thing goes for all of these content creators. It has nothing to do with, like, don't fucking, what are you pretending like it has anything to do with the game, or like you're not getting enough of the games that you need? You already have plenty of these games to play. You have plenty of these games to play. And you're getting one anyway. That's the funny part. You're getting one anyway.
To make the one thing that they love. Are you guys following what I'm saying here?
Yeah, I follow. You're saying a Battlefield fan wants more of what made them a Battlefield fan.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Halo doesn't need the Battle Royale because I love playing the multiplayer. Correct! Battlefield doesn't need the Battle Royale because I love playing the multiplayer.
Oh, now I get it. He's reducing the Battlefield formula developed over 20 years and 13 plus games down to just the selfish preferences of some guy he's arguing with in his chat. Because arguing with one hypothetical person's preferences is way easier than telling an entire fan base to step aside and let the COD streamer tell us what Battlefield really needs. Why does Battlefield need another BR, Tim? Let's hear it.
For someone like me, I love playing Battle Royales.
Because you love playing them. Now, why should
no.
Tim's preference for a BR have any more merit than the rest of us? He's either ironically being the elitist he's attempting to speak against, or he's saying that his preference should be held to equal value as the Battlefield purists.
Which, do you know what the funny thing is? I don't agree. I don't disagree with that. If that was the position that Tim was trying to take, but I don't think that's the position that he's trying to take. It's obvious that he's trying to argue against somebody else, right? But his opinion is of equal value to somebody that has played the franchise. I hate to say it. I'm going to be real with you guys. A customer is a customer, whether it's one that's been invested in it for longer or not. It doesn't really matter. It's all about the money at the end of the day. But the thing is that there should be experiences. I don't know, actually. No, actually, I take it back. Actually, no, I take it back. I take it back entirely. You already have something. You don't need everything to mirror your interests. And these companies need to fucking stop trying to do that. Not every single game needs to be made for every single fucking person. It's just completely unnecessary. And because you have so many people that are out there that are arguing for this, they are systematically ruining almost every franchise in the entire industry because they think every franchise needs to bend and break to everybody's will, and that's just not what it needs to be. Instead, what you need to do is you need to just make an experience for the audience that you're targeting, and instead of trying to target every audience that exists. It's just not going to happen.
It doesn't really matter because both of those.
Yeah, I want Sims VR now. Yeah, exactly. I need Need for Speed VR. Exactly. So I really like Battlefield, but as a Need for Speed player, it doesn't have a racing mode. So as a Baldur's Gate 3 player, I like Baldur's Gate 3, and I like that the giant fiery tiefling uses me like a pogo stick. That's not in Battlefield. And I feel like my tastes are not being catered to. So dumb. Can we suddenly seduce everyone in Battlefield? Yeah.
Be wrong.
Please, LD, let us have one BR. Yeah, no problem.
Of horror games, Tim, doesn't mean other people are elitist if they tell me no to GTA 6 having a horror game mode. Come on, Tim, there's more to this. Tell us why you really want a battle royale that's not Warzone to play.
These guys want a new battle royale because they want fresh content. That's really all this is coming down to. I do really think that that's the entire thing. It's the fact that they know that they see maybe a decline in viewership for them if they're playing Fortnite, or they're just constantly playing the same fucking games because all they can do is bounce between Fortnite and Call of Duty, and none of these guys for whatever reason go back to play PUBG. Game is still completely healthy and fine. I don't know why you don't go back and play that game, but they want another game to be it. Even though didn't they just have an anime battle royale come out? And I know that it's boo-boo, but all battle royales are boo-boo. So if you go to that game and you give them a bunch of money, then they'll probably make it better, right?
And on top of that, it's how I make a lot of my content.
And the truth shall set you free.
This is.
Oh, he said it. He actually said it. Okay.
Come on, Tim, there's more to this. Tell us why you really want a battle royale that's not Warzone to play.
And on top of that, it's how I make a lot of my content.
That was it. And the funny thing is that the entire conversation was all just a justification for that last sentence. Everything else you heard about how, let us have one, it's the kind of game that I want to play, all of that shit is bullshit. It's really just comes down to, it's the kind of content that I make. It's a two-part thing. It's one, because he wants the hype and the money that's going to come with the obvious viewership of a brand new BR dropping. It's going to bring in a ton of people to come and watch. And two, he's probably bored. A lot of these guys are probably bored. The one thing that I don't understand, and this is the one thing that I couldn't do myself, and I got away from it because I started to do it initially. When I first got into YouTube, and you guys know this, for some of the people who have been around for a long time, I wanted to play ARPGs. This is going to be an ARPG channel. I was going to do Path of Exile. I was gonna do Diablo, and then I was gonna do Last Epoch, and that was all I was going to do. And then after I played Diablo 4, I can't fucking do this anymore. Fuck. I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this anymore. But the thing is that like I also realized that I was like pigeonholing myself, and I'm like, man, I would absolutely fucking hate what I do if I was just limited to one game. And then all of a sudden I was just like, because I don't even play one game. I play a ton of different games. The funny thing is I play more roguelikes than I play anything else. And I was just like, you know what? I just rather just talk about all of the random games and shit that I'm interested in. Because then the other thing is too, is that I realize that I also really like reading video game news and hearing about shit that's going on in the industry and then bitching about it. And then that obviously my content changed. Simple as that. Literally, like within months. And the thing is like that's the corner that these guys back themselves into. Could you imagine being these motherfuckers? They got to get on and stream the same games day after day after day after day. And then on top of that, they have to pretend to be interested and excited about even the slightest bit of new content that gets added. Boys, welcome back to the stream. I don't know if you guys know this, but they just added a new zip line on the building on the left side of the map. This shit's gonna be sick. I can't wait to go over to that one building on the left side of the map. That shit is gonna be so raw. Like, oh no, dude. Automatic, like, if it wasn't for all the money they're making, if it wasn't for all the money they make, and I'm pretty sure they'd be doing something else.
And the truth shall set you free.
This is the big disconnect
Great
with
movie, by the way.
predominantly BR streamers.
Jim Carrey's so fucking good.
Games don't need battle royales to stay relevant with their audience. The streamers need battle royales to stay relevant with their audience.
Tim, why do you think Battlefield needs to have a battle royale? He's in the game? Yes, he's in the game. Yeah, you can buy his skin.
Or at least they think they do. Most of them are entertaining enough and good at video games. I bet if they branched out more often, they'd be surprised at the results. You see, in the streaming bubble,
and some of these guys have, hey, there's DM and Landmark. But but here's the thing, and I love Darth, right? Darth's my boy. He's kind of in the same. He's been doing better though, because look, he was actually streaming Battlefield 6 on this day. You can't see him. He's over the side.
It can be easy to start conflating viewer numbers with player numbers.
There you go. Okay. Oh, no. Hold on. Bring my boy back. There you go. So yeah, you got like DM right here. He was actually playing Battlefield 6. And like the thing is that like that's really important to do, because like I would. He's a big DM plays a big variety too. He didn't originally, didn't for a while. Then he got into it, which is a great thing to see. 8-bit, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. Darth is good people. He's my homie. Yeah, that's my boy. Yeah. Like you can't do that. You can't do that shit. He's gotten into variety with the last year and a half. Yeah, him and I were talking about that stuff. I was just like, cause I was just bullshitting with him. I'm like, dude, I don't know how the fuck you do it. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, playing the same fucking game every day for like 8-9 hours a day. Cause he didn't really do a whole lot of like react shit. He didn't do a whole lot of just conversating and bullshitting. It was like basically he'd come in, he'd talk for like 5-10 minutes, and he'd be bam right in the game. And I'm like, that's crazy. I'd lose my fucking mind. I love video games. I don't really like playing games that long in front of people. Two, I don't even think I play game. Like, there's very few games that I play where I'll play that shit for like hours and hours straight. And in most cases, it's because I have to have like the homies in the Discord and stuff like that. I mean, sometimes there are some games that I will lose track of time and I'll just be gone. Right, I'll just be gone. He's branching out. Yeah. No, it's been good for him.
Obviously, stream views help games get exposure. I'm not arguing that. But stream views is not always an accurate metric for figuring out
Endless, thank you for the $2 for absolutely no reason at all. I appreciate that.
just how many people are actually playing a game. Look no further than Mario Kart World. It sold over...
Oh, I missed a fucking super chat. I'm so sorry, guys. Bender, the fucking goat. $10. Says, hot take, Fortnite did irreparable damage to the games industry. No, because Fortnite wasn't the first BR. If you want to go, if you're doing like a root cause analysis, we need to take that back a little bit further, Bender. We need to go to H1Z1. Is that what it was called? H1Z1? Yeah, H1Z1, that's what it was. Yeah, H1Z1 was the first, and then after H1Z1, then we got the PUBG was the next one after that. It was an Arma 2 mod that was called H1Z1, right? Yeah.
5 million units in its first month, and reports showed 94% of Switch 2 buyers got a copy of it. It was, by all available metrics, a console selling success.
Mario Kart World, 96% attach rate to the Switch 2. Over $5.6 million in sales. Well, I mean, no fucking shit. What did he say about this?
A game. Look no further than Mario Kart World. It sold over 5 million units in its first month, and reports showed 94% of Switch 2 buyers got a copy of it. It was, by all available metrics, a console selling success. And how is Mario Kart World doing on Twitch? Oh.
Well, I mean, yeah, no, like you don't need streamers to be able to sell a game. No. And in a lot of cases, like the streamers are not really going to push. Streamers and content creators will have some effect on sales of a game, but in most cases, if you want to see where they're like the most effective, it's usually in AA and single A and indie, because they don't actually have the influence or the marketing to be able to push their game. So they need people to sell it by word of mouth. I think the content creators can have a detrimental effect. The funny thing is, I don't think that content creators can sell a AAA game, but I think they can not sell a AAA game. I think that they can damage the sales of a AAA game and absolutely fucking sink it, but I don't think that they can sell it, if that makes any sense. Beyond that, I feel like I feel like Mario Kart's probably the worst example to use, because the attach rate is also going to be included with the bundles that they sold automatically with the Switch 2, and also since it's a launch title, launch titles almost always have a really incredibly high attachment rate, especially when you're talking about a console that only actually had 2 Switch 2 games, right?
Oh. Battle Royales work.
People are having more fun with Donkey Kong Bonanza. I've actually been playing that on the side. I need to actually like finish it. It's been pretty good though.
Really well for streaming. Every new match is like an episode of a TV show. There's a whole saga from dropping.
Is it good? It's not $80, so I'm allowed to say yes. It's not. It's not an $80 game, so I'm allowed to say yes. Yes, it is actually really good. Yeah. I wasn't originally going to get a Switch 2, but I have a sponsor, so I actually had to. It's just part of the deal. It's not like I didn't want one, right? Like I had actually gotten rid of my Nintendo Switch, I think like last year or a year before last year, because I thought that the Switch 2 was going to be coming out sooner. So I just thought, I was like, well, I'll just get rid of it now while I can get really high trade-in value for it. And then I used that trade-in value to get a Steam Deck. Didn't work out the way I thought it was going to. I like my Steam Deck too. I like both of them. I think they're both really nice. Let's see here. Enjoy the content. Open my eyes a lot. Keep it up. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, Alan. Thank you for the $5, brother. Kaiben, thank you for the $10. DayZ came from Armamod. H1Z1 was Daybreak, where I used to work. Not H1Z1 though. True story. The CEO at the time saw DayZ and said, "We can do that." Right? Well, there you go. There you go.
In finding loot, close calls, and the final circle. If you pair that with an entertaining streamer, then you've got yourself a good live show for people to watch and engage with. These guys worked hard to create their brands, and a big part of that is managing audience expectations, so I'm not going to knock them for wanting to maintain their numbers. If they can accept that Battlefield's identity is different from Call of Duty's, and they just want to come enjoy it, then by all means, come on in, the water's fine. No gatekeeping here. But if streamers expect the same kind of authority they have over COD's continued development.
See, and here's the other thing. I'll bring this in because he kind of brings it up right there, where he's talking about the entertainment value, and he's talking about how like these streamers have built a career for themselves, and they actually really want, they want these BRs and whatnot like that for their own content purposes. Something that ends up happening as a result of that, and I think this is something that's really important. I actually think that streamers, for Call of Duty's sake, are actually the cause of like the weird skins and all of that shit. And it's because of the fact that like, and probably Fortnite's probably in the same boat, though Fortnite's more of a cartoonish game, so the crossovers there like really don't really matter that much. But in a game like Call of Duty specifically, it's just the, like, if you look at the content creator sphere around first-person shooters and battle royales, it's like hype mode. Everything is hype mode. Big, bold, let's be loud, fucking holy shit. What's up, chat? Blah, blah. It's this very like high energy. And when that bleeds over into the marketing of the video game and also the experience of the video game, because that's the kind of audience that it starts to create, especially with how wide some of these audience reaches get with some of these content creators. And then as a result, the game also becomes high energy. It's almost like a Vegas thing, right? I think it's probably the best way to say it. It's like a Vegas, not Vegas, like commercializing. No, I don't. There's like a word that I can't really think of it, but yeah, full retard. Yeah, that might be it. Never go full retard. Brockwus, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1s, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Exploited hysteria? No, it's just like I don't know. There's just there's this like generic hype that gets injected into these games, and it's just like hyper fucking capitalism on cocaine. It's just nuts. It's just like, holy shit, what the fuck is going on here? And the train gets away from them. They don't even it's fucking gone. It's left the station. Dopamine maxing? I like that. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. And that's really what it becomes about. All of a sudden, it's just about neuron activation. Bright colors, bright lights, the music artists that you like a lot, the cartoon characters, and the fucking, my gun has a race car that goes around it on a track and then shoots off to the side when I reload it. It's that stuff. Yeah, it's all coming from that same high energy, like just hyper consumerism is exactly what it is. Yeah, it is a casino effect. It is. It's what it's based on, is like gambling psychology.
Over here at Battlefield, to that I say, you want a game crafted for a younger live stream audience, eh?
I think you guys want that hospital.
Weenie Hut General!
The thing I would say to everyone that's saying, oh, Battlefield doesn't need a BR. We don't need a BR. There's another game that said the same thing. And that game...
If you fucking say Halo...
isn't doing that hot, okay? That's all I'm saying.
The willful ignorance. One must...
Infinite was a garbage fucking game.
Exhibit to imply Halo Infinite failed to keep its launch audience because it didn't have a battle royale is
pre-watched? No, there's only one game that he could be talking about. There's only been one game that everybody was trying to say failed because it didn't have a BR. Even I had talked about it before we even started this, where I'd said, like, I could have seen it help it with, like, its popularity, but the problem is that at the end of the day, Halo Infinite just kind of fucking sucked.
Is staggering. Are we talking about the same Halo Infinite? The one with so little content it didn't even have a Slayer playlist at launch? The one that backslid in both content and features from the games before it? The game that was competing with MCC? The game which had 0 microtransactions and 6 Halo games worth of content that could all be bought for cheaper than one Halo Infinite skin bundle? The game that took like 3 years of live service CPR to become a still over monetized but decent Halo game? That Halo Infinite? I guess playing Warzone for so long
It would have been saved.
Tunnel vision if his only metric for good game versus bad game is whether or not it has a battle royale. If we're gonna ignore the quality of a game's launch with Tim's logic here, technically Halo Infinite had 2 main battle royales, one official and one made by the Forge Falcons. Why didn't you play it on stream more than like once, Tim?
Let's go! This is actually fire.
Where were you and where were the swarms of battle royale?
What did I say? What did I say? It's the high energy. Fuck. Oh my! Like it just constant. Like stream has to be a roller. I'd be fucking. I'd be exhausted if I had to do this shit.
Fans ready to make this game successful. Better yet, why isn't Battlefield 5's Firestorm in its 7th year of prosperous live service? Could it be because battle royales are not a guaranteed lifeline regardless of a game's quality?
Could it be that battle royales? Could it, like, there's so many fucking levels to this conversation where it's like realize like market capture is a thing, right? Like if your battle royale is going to come into the market, it's going to steal its audience from somewhere else. Like nobody has the time to keep up on 3 battle royales. One of them is going to lose players. And if in a lot of cases, if a new one would come in and it actually was better than the others, well then the others would just be gone. That's why there's a variety between like what the player counts are. Like as crazy as this sounds, Fortnite on average has like 20% of the entire Steam player base. Or average daily players. Sorry. It's like insane fucking numbers that they do over there. Sorry, I said it the wrong way. On average, Steam's entire player base on a like concurrent player base on a daily average is 20% of what Fortnite has on a daily average. Think about how absurd that is. Get the fuck out of here. I'm dead serious. There's an overall number for Steam. Charts. Steam concurrent user base right now. 25 million online. Daily active concurrent players for Fortnite. Oh, I actually might be thinking about Roblox instead. I get the kids shit fucking mixed up. I think active player IO is fucking bullshit. But if it's averaging 1.6 million players on an average, I mean, it's literally double Counter-Strike. Well, I guess not on a 24-hour peak. I guess they compete with each other at the very least. That's still crazy high. I think I got it mixed up with Roblox. Yes, I did. 111 million daily active users were in the second quarter of 2025. Steam averages 25 million users. Roblox averages over 100. Now you guys understand why their stock is so high.
Keep these Call of Duty guys off this. We don't need a battle royale. We don't need it. I got news for y'all, man. I'm going to tell you something. This is kind of hot. If this game BF6 flops, that may be it for Battlefield. Can we have an...
I swear he's talking about Battlefield like he's never played it before and like he just started playing games like last week. Like, that is the craziest out of touch shit. Like,
honest conversation here.
Yeah, we can have one. You're conflating what you think a game needs to be successful with what you think your channel needs to be successful.
We don't need a BR. Battlefield doesn't need a BR. In my opinion, this may be a hot take. You can hate me or not.
I don't hate you. It's just a disagreement over gaming. If anybody actually hates you over this, they're either too young or too mentally unstable to be on the internet anyway. So
it's a fucking terrible, dumbass take. I don't. What are you gonna hate somebody over it for?
Worry about them.
You're kind of gatekeeping the whole game from people that love battle royales.
Oh, maybe I do hate Tim. I take it back. I take it back. I take it back. I think hate is justified. I think if you have hate in your heart, you need to let it out. Like, that's a crazy fucking thing to say. Hey, you're just, you don't want your game to change. You're just gatekeeping it from other people wanting to change your game. That's not fair. It's like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, what?
Yeah. Tim, have you ever seen Arrowhead's website? I doubt it, since Helldivers 2 isn't a battle royale, and let's not forget how that one went.
That's actually... Wait, what?
Okay, I don't know how I feel about it. Looking at it, if it's a game I would like playing or making content with, comment down below and leave a like on this if you want to see it. I'll consider it.
I'm not playing the game.
The amount of people telling me to play, I swear to God, they're paying people to come into chat.
I go to someone's stream. I had to leave after 2 minutes. You're shooting aliens, man.
I reacted to Jeff playing it, and I was like, dude.
They don't have fun playing video games. They don't have fun playing video games. They don't play games for fun. Man, that sucks. Damn, that sucks, dude. That's sad. I'm just gonna be real with you. Like, if you look at a game like Helldivers 2, and for whatever reason, like, you can't wrap your head around why people are playing it, like, you genuinely don't even really care about games at all. Like, you literally are just playing for money. Which, I mean, like, hey, that's awesome. That's fine, man. I mean, do your fucking thing. But that's weird.
Dude,
that's a really weird take to have. I'm not saying, like, everybody needs to love Helldivers 2. That's not the point that I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is, like, you immediately judge a game based on whether or not people are watching other people play it. That is not the value of a video game. Docs in character? Well, it doesn't really matter if Docs in character or not. Timmy was the one that brought it up first.
About it. I don't know.
A few moments later.
The video popped off. It's my most viewed video in a month. Got the most likes. So, yeah, we're playing.
Proved right immediately.
Helldivers today.
That wasn't necessary. It was just a reminder that big streamers like this tend to rate games from the lens of what makes their content popular, not what makes a game popular. But anyway, the Arrowhead website says
it's audience capture. You have to understand this. So, like, content creators, by and large, for the most part, will stay away from content. They'll stay away from games and staying away from having opinions that they know might be unpopular with their audience. Luckily, for me, I am so critical and so picky that if I do really like something, it's probably only the best game ever. In most cases. Not always, but in most cases, it has to be something fucking superb for me to actually want to like rant and rave about it, right? So if you think about the games that I've talked about that I've enjoyed over the last little while, I mean, I pre-ordered fucking Expedition 33 because I already knew I was going to like that game. LD only likes the best games. Exactly, I have the best taste. That's what it is. You have to understand. Like, I'm somebody that has taste, okay? You can trust me, okay? But this year so far, KCD2 I made a video on. Expedition 33 I made a video on. Bro, is that all I like this year? No. Schedule 1. That shit was fire. They also made some big changes to that game. I want to go check it out and see what else they did to it. The only bad, and it's not even bad. It's just weird. Like the only one that's like is Monster Hunter, and like that game just needs to get fixed. It's not that it's a bad game. It's just not, honestly, that like it's just not fun to play after fucking 60 hours and you beat it. Like going back and fighting a bunch of stuff. The Altars, I really did like the Altars. I thought that was a really good game. Balatro was the other year. I got like 500 hours in that game. I fucking hate it. Lords of the Fallen. Yeah, I had the sponsored video for that. I really enjoyed that. That was actually like one of the most like layup videos I've done. Getting sponsored by Lords of the Fallen, and their game's good. I'm like, this is fucking great. Like today, by the way, I didn't tell you guys this. Fuck. This is gonna be really rough. I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to stick around for this. I don't know how you guys are gonna feel. This is a sponsored stream. And I've been sponsored to play Last Epoch. We're not in the sponsored segment yet, so I can't start selling their game, okay? But if you are actually interested in playing Last Epoch, the link is in the description of the YouTube stream. And also, I don't have a bot or anything to post it. It didn't even tell me if I had to have a bot. I think I just share it if people ask for it or something. It's what I'm playing tonight. Yeah, I'm actually really excited. Especially because the thing is that like this is actually just some nerdy tangent. Right now, I'm doing this like rebuild on a fucking Magic the Gathering deck, and I'm making a Pantlaza deck, which is like it's a fucking dinosaur deck, because dinosaurs are cool. And the new Last Epoch patch is it's dinosaurs. I'm like, yeah. Anyway, all right, back to the video.
Game for everyone.
Are you getting Lords of the Fallen too? Oh,
You're
fuck
kind of
yeah.
gatekeeping the whole
I haven't
game
seen anything
from
for it
people
yet.
that
I know
love
they
battle
did.
royales.
I know that they did a. I know they did like a teaser for their new game, but I didn't see it yet.
Who is Tim
You see the new
demand an
PoE
established
stuff yet?
series
Yeah, I
like
did.
Battlefield bring in something it's never needed before?
Part of it. We're gonna watch it
Is
later.
Helldivers 2 all over again? Does he think that what Battlefield is on its own won't be enough to farm content from? Boy, COD licking your boots really did go to your head, didn't it? It's this kind of arrogance.
God damn. Damn, boy, that was savage. All right.
That puts people off
Got
and
my
makes
attention.
them paranoid that streamers are going to try to use their popularity and their platforms to change Battlefield from what its fans like about it, just like they did with Call of Duty. Higher skill gap, faster movement, constantly shifting metas, the stuff that makes for more entertaining content but drives away the casuals. Warzone was just a BR mode at one point in time too, and
Dude,
we have
original Warzone was so fucking good. God, it was so good. I had so much fun with the original Warzone, and I'm talking like it was before they even really had a lot of weapon expansions either. Like some of the ones were really good, but like Oh my god, I had so much fun playing that game when it dropped. I was like, this is like, I'm like, I am literally gonna be playing this all the fucking time. I made a whole group of new friends. I have like there's a Discord full of a bunch of dudes that I still talk to and chat with and hang out with and play games with all the time. It's just like, it was so much fucking fun, man. Blackout was also really cool too, but I didn't really get into that one that much just because I was traveling for work and stuff at the time, so I didn't really have the time to play it. But like Warzone was just, oh man, it was fucking great, but it's just never going to be the same game again because it's been absolutely just completely terrorized by content creators. They influence the way that the game is designed so that it's designed for them and their audiences, and because of that, your casual player that works a regular fucking 9 to 5, your dudes that are like between the ages of like essentially anybody that's like 25 and up, it's just not their fucking shit. They ain't into that. Fuck, I ain't got time for that shit. I'm sure you have a few. I'm not saying it's everybody, but I mean, like, you've essentially, for like Warzone and Call of Duty multiplayer, I mean, you've now basically cooked the entire like 35 and older crowd. They're out. They're here for Battlefield. They're excited for Battlefield. And the funny thing is, I guarantee you, the first complaints that you are going to see from content creators and streamers the minute the Battle Royale drops for Battlefield is going to be movement. They're going to be, I can't slide and shoot. I can't spin around. I can't run upside down on the fucking ceilings. They need to fix the movement. If the movement in this game was cracked, hold on. Here you go. I'll do the Battle Royale YouTuber streamer impression. Chat. If the movement was better, and I could spin around. Fucking get your forehead right up on that motherfucking camera. It's the only thing holding this game back from being the top.
I haven't forgotten about that. I doubt people are gatekeeping you, Tim. I doubt they're saying, we don't even want you to come and play Battlefield. Instead, I bet what they're saying is, we don't want you to come and try to change Battlefield with some of that same influence that helps change Call of Duty. It's not gatekeeping to say, you're invited to the party, just don't break anything in the house. You know what? Forget GTA 6 having a horror game mode, Tim. I like point-and-click story games, and if you don't want COD to put development money and resources towards a point-and-click story game mode, then you're selfish elitist and you're gatekeeping Call of Duty.
Everyone's talking about Firestorm. I did play Firestorm. In my opinion, didn't hit exactly like it could have been.
Okay, so now we are acknowledging that a game's quality can factor into a game's success when it benefits your argument, I guess.
There were things about Firestorm that kind of irked me from a Battle Royale standpoint that I just didn't love.
Okay, I guess our new rule of thumb is if there's a BR, the game's allowed to be either good or bad, but if there is no BR at all, automatic bad. Battle Royales are really just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the clash between Battlefield's casual identity and the increasingly competitive, retention-based FPS space.
There is another problem that's layered on top of this. And this is something that's more of an issue specifically with like content creation, YouTube, Twitch streaming is what's brought this around, which is the fact that in a lot of cases, well, kids today want to be streamers. They want to be YouTubers. And because of that, these games have kind of turned to cater to them because of how much more competitive they feel like they need to be. And how like being a casual gamer is starting to kind of be condemned among their crowd, where it's like, what do you mean you're not trying to be cracked? What do you mean you're not trying to make, TikToks and YouTube videos and be a Twitch streamer? Like, like I was talking to a cousin of mine that's younger, and he's like, every single one of his friends is like posting their clips on like TikTok. Every single one of them is posting live streams on TikToks and stuff like that of them actually like playing games and whatnot. And like, he said he doesn't even really play with his friends. He doesn't play games with his friends anymore. He just plays with his like little brothers and his dad because like his friends are always trying to turn it into an esport. Like they're just so desperate to be seen online and to like make that their career that like playing a game for enjoyment and just playing it casually is no longer a thing. And that's not saying that you can't get better at a game, but the problem is that like nowadays it's not even about the aim. It's not even about like being good at aiming. It's just like it's how to like break the mechanics around a game to make it like so uncomfortable for everybody else to play. That's what it feels like.
Brace yourselves, because you're about to see just how much modern gaming has rotted some people's perception of what a game needs to be good.
Uncle Floyd, thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate that. Love Destiny and Destiny and BF4. BF4 is fucking fantastic. Absolutely great game. Destiny, I really liked Destiny when it first came out. I only quit because they got rid of DLC that I paid for. That was it.
Good.
It needs a good progression, reasons to fucking log in daily.
I went back and I actually played Destiny. I should recant, okay? I went back and I played Destiny 2 because a friend of mine wanted me to play with him. And I played Witch Queen, and it was fucking peak. It was really good. And I was like, fuck, man. I remembered how much I missed the game. And then, after I beat Witch Queen, then I was reintroduced to the grind, and I was like, no. Good.
Needs battle pass shit for sure, and rank game modes.
Yes, the guy who's successfully monetized being chronically online is regurgitating corporate-approved drivel like a planted robot. You must keep playing, must buy battle.
Yeah, I didn't realize his YouTube channel was like...
You must play skill.
Some people are like literally just YouTubers.
Log on. I'm EA. I approve this message.
How far has gaming fallen that this is something to actually want out of a new game?
I top fragged the comeback game. I don't even believe what he said. That was crazy.
I sat through enough of him refusing to revive teammates and solo rushing objectives to feel confident in saying the following. XQC.
He really just grabbed that motherfucker and then walk away?
Is not interested in playing a Battlefield game for what Battlefield offers. He's an iPad kid that needs a dopamine hit every 5 seconds or else he'll switch to another app.
Yeah, I'm gonna be able to do. I forgot that Battlefield is just like a corner camping, like prone game, like wait for the game to come to you type thing.
What? What? Battlefield is a camping prone game? You have to capture objectives. The object. I think that was a medic coming to get him too. It was. It was a medic. This is what I mean by what I'm talking about. Like the people that have never played Battlefield that are coming into Battlefield that are playing it. This is what they're doing. They jump in, they die, they kill, they just like and immediately go to respawn. They don't bother waiting for teammates. They don't play the game in a team way. It's just all about me.
I have no doubt that Battlefield will have the usual retention gimmicks like battle passes and daily challenges.
Yeah, all that stuff is
going
to be there.
Say a game has to have that and has to have ranked to keep people invested exposes one of the biggest problems in modern gaming right now. It all points to one thing, one leading factor that used to drive success in gaming. Might I remind you of an ancient, enlightening, once powerful but since forgotten word?
Gameplay?
With the power of your voice.
Gameplay? Please say it.
If somebody wants to make the case that player retention tricks like skill-based matchmaking or login rewards lead to longer playtimes and more logins, they'd technically be correct. Which is the problem. Psychologically engineered methods to keep people playing to squeeze the live service juice out of a game for as long as possible.
I mean, you have to understand, this is literally, it's literally, like I've said a million times, this is literally just gambling. This is gambling mechanics. It's all gambling psychology. Even the colors that they use and the palettes of the colors that they use on their stuff, this is all gambling psychology.
Over
it's
pure
all
fun, original
crackling little
ideas,
receptors
or
all over your
innovative
brain.
mechanics. XQC argues that Battlefield needs these gimmicks to stay alive. I argue that it's okay for a player base to move on and for a new game to come out. We are not the same.
Oh, this I don't like. You should not be able to use 2 primaries in a game like this.
Shroud. It's 2 primaries. What do you mean? Like, it's a shotgun.
You can position yourself to have the perfect weapon in every single scenario, which kind of sucks. It's limited to shotguns, DMRs, and SMGs. I guess that's better. I don't know. The shotguns look broken.
Shroud never got on a pedestal about how
He was right. The shotgun was broken.
Battlefield wasn't competitive enough, and he seemed to have fun overall, but I still included this clip because I think it gives us a good, candid glimpse into the mindset of a guy who streams mostly competitive games for a living.
I really don't like that. I need to see what it looks like from a live perspective when people do high drops. Oh, God, that... Ugh. Oh, Scope Clint? Really? We're doing Scope Clint?
Like with the BR streamers or XQC...
Dude, could you guys fucking imagine how annoying as shit Battlefield of all games would be without Scope Glint? You imagine how fucking absolutely soul draining it would be without Scope Glint? You jump out of a absolute hell. It would be so bad. I heard people that were complaining about Scope Glint, and I'm like, everybody would be sniping. Nobody would leave their base. The game would be rat infested. It would be so bad. And the funny thing is, Battlefield already has that to begin with. What's the mountaintop map? What was the mountaintop map called again? I'm really bad at remembering map names. Iberian Peninsula? Is that what it was called? Whatever, like, the snowy map was. Liberation Peak. That's what it was. Liberation Peak. That fucking map, the amount of times that I would turn around and see the fucking mountain behind me, and it looked like a Christmas tree. There were just fucking pings all over the place, and I'm just like, oh God. Just immediately dropped to the ground and took cover and started crawling. Like, it's like, imagine if that game had no glint. You'd be dead. You'd be dead the entire time. You'd never do anything.
The context behind why a streamer has the preferences they do, it's important for counteracting any hive minds that start to pop up. And with these clips from Shroud in particular, I think his background in competitive gaming makes him more likely to criticize any
Scope Glint in a game like this wouldn't make any fucking sense because you're going to be able to see the person. You're not able to see any of these people halfway across the fucking map. So having somebody that is visibly invisible, no. They can one-shot kill you? No.
thing that offers a competitive disadvantage. Anything that tips the scale too far in one direction, no matter.
The only thing, Battlefield actually has this, where they don't have it where, like, you have glint depending on distance, right? So, like, if I go up to somebody and I go to, like, quick scope, like, at, like, close range, I don't think that glint shows up because I'm within range so you can see me. You're also quick scoping in CS? That's also true, yeah.
The reason. Sniper glint, giving away your position. Carrying a second primary so assaults are more equipped to push the front line than any other class. A landing roll that gives you a delay before you can react to what's around you. He's not wrong, these things do have their disadvantages, and he's not demanding everyone else accept his personal criticisms like someone else in this video did.
Yeah.
But my point is, making a game as fair and balanced as possible for hyper-competitiveness is just not what Battlefield is. If some sweat is hiding out in a building with a shotgun putting one in my chest every time I walk in the door,
hello,
you know what I should be able to do in a Battlefield game? Level the building. Or at least blow out the walls he's using as cover. If some tryhard shows up on Battlefield wanting to slide cancel circles around a 40-year-old father of two, you know what that tryhard sees on Battlefield? The barrel of an M1 Abrams. Battlefield in a nutshell is either you getting blasted by some BS.
Yeah, that is so fucking true. You just see some kid fucking dipping and diving and sliding around, and it's just like, they just get hit by a tank.
blasting your enemies with some BS, all while working with your squad and team to counter whatever the other team's throwing at you. The
Hank
balance
is the cure,
comes
it
in
is.
from the classes and vehicles, which is why
The all equalizer.
I still think weapons should be class locked. When it retains its identity, Battlefield
Weapons still should be class locked. I still agree.
is absolutely not balanced in every encounter, and that's by design. Sometimes you're going to turn the corner and see 17 sniper glints like you're at a concert. Bring in the tank. Sometimes the building you're in is
True.
going to collapse on your head and you have no clue why. No worries, a squad mate will get you back on your feet, as long as it's not XQC. Like with the Battle Royale argument, I don't think you can mix the fundamentals of Battlefield Sandbox with the ultra-focused balance that competitive play needs and be able to make everyone happy. So just stick to what Battlefield is and don't worry about competitive play or arbitrary retention tactics, or just don't make a Battlefield game. Make something else. It's that simple. It's too early to tell if Battlefield 6 will be great, just a return to form but not exemplary, or bad, but just remember, if Battlefield takes too many notes from big streamers who need gaming to cater to their stream views, their attention spans, or their preference for competitive play, this game will be doomed to toss aside the best of the series it's in to become something unrecognizable, like our boy Call of Duty did. Rest in peace. The execution of several...
The other thing, too, that he doesn't bring up that he probably should is the fact that it's not just something that's limited to a content creator. The problem is that like a content creator in a lot of cases ends up just like their audience is an extension of a mindset, right? So like I think that I'm relatively lucky to have a viewer base that has a variety of opinions. Like I think people agree with some things that I talk about, but not. I don't know if they necessarily want games to completely mirror the image that I'm looking for. But the problem is that these games right here, they have a lot of content creators that have a network of content creators, and you know, while it might be like, oh, here's Tim in your head, here's these other guys that have 15,000 people that are watching them. Well, then they have a friend that has 5,000 people that are watching them. And then they have a friend that also has another guy that has like 25,000 people watching them. And the next thing you know, you have a group that has collectively like 100,000 viewers, which are 100,000 players. And all of a sudden that influence starts to bleed through. And what'll end up happening is that circle of content creators will gas themselves up about things that they need to change with the game, and then their hive mind repeats it in unison on message boards, not message boards, but on like Reddit, on Twitter, and wherever else. And then as a result, changes are made based on those echo chambers.
Battlefield games over the years has been inexcusable, don't get me
Because
wrong.
like you have to keep in mind, like these are also circles in which with like content creation that like I don't think they ever have any like real, they don't have anybody doing this, like making videos like this that are like challenging the opinions that they have on games and talking about and like showcasing how disconnected and out of touch it is.
But the core of the series still stands. Just look at the beta
And there's a reason why there's not a lot of people that make this kind of content, and it's because it's not popular. Like this video did really well because this video is being agreed upon by a community of players, right? But in a lot of other cases, it's really hard to get content like this off the ground because, well, in a lot of cases, people are bigger fans of the other people. Kinger to Space? Yeah, no, I think this video is great. How long has he been making YouTube videos for? His editing is like fucking S tier comparison to me. Like I fucking suck at editing. I literally just I do the most basic bitch editing ever. 2 years? Okay, so he's been doing it about as long as I have. No, this is a really good video.
People are still interested in a good, new Battlefield game that actually feels like a Battlefield game. These aren't stream numbers you're looking at.
Did you play
These are
Star
player
Citizen?
numbers.
Hank. At any point in watching my channel or any of my videos, did you ever take me as somebody that would be brought into a fucking pyramid scheme? No, I've never played Star Citizen.
members, people who
He might
actually...
be new. He might be new. No, maybe. No, I'm not. There's no way I would play like Star Citizen. To me, is the biggest fucking pyramid scheme, Ponzi scheme, or whatever the fuck. Like, it's literally, it's just a company that is. I think that they're doing some cool shit. And I think that, like, on average, what they're going to end up doing is they're going to, like, create a lot of good tools. I don't think that they're going to make a good game. And I don't think the game itself will ever exist because they would make a lot less money. There's nothing fair about an experience. And I don't think that you're going to be able to attract, like, the casual market in to come and play a game in which you have people that have, like, I mean, like, think about the value that you have to, the value proposition you have to continue, you have to keep up, where you have this, like, elitist player base that has, like, $250,000 invested in fucking digital assets inside of a video game. You can earn every ship in game. That sounds like Web3. And that also, and the other thing is too, is that, like, you're talking about jumping on a fucking treadmill to be able to catch up with people that are spent, like, insane amounts of money. And Sony spent $500 million on Concord. Right, but Concord was not funded by you. You understand what I'm saying here? Like, you have individual players that have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into ships, into items, into a lot of different things. They have to be held and continue to be held in high regard. And I don't want to play a video game that is an extension of real life. I don't want to play a game where classism is on full display, where you have the haves and the have-nots. And you need to be the player that has to run the fucking rat race the same way that you do in real life, going to a fucking regular Joe Schmo fucking job while some dude rolls past you in a fucking Rolls Royce. I don't like games that are designed like that. I think it's fucking disgusting. I don't have any problem with people that play the game. I totally understand people wanting to play it. I think that it's gonna bring some great technology out of it. There's some really cool shit that they've actually made in Star Citizen, but I view the entire thing as a scam, and I don't like how they monetize or created their content for the game.
Put their hands on the game. Battlefield 6 can have what it takes to put the series back on track. Just let it be back.
I've had a lot of people ask me to look into the game. I've had a lot of people. You see what you're saying, Hank? Listen to yourself, man. You need a goddamn intervention. You can earn almost every playable ship in the game. Yeah. How long, bud?
Battlefield. If you
Is there a way for me to be able to sort this by cost? I don't think there is. Oh, price range. Over $500. I can't even believe that's a fucking option. There's an over $500 option. Here you go. How long will it take me to earn the $975 ship? Oh, and also the other thing is that I do know that, by the way, this is actually not the real store. I don't know if you guys know this or not. This is actually just the level 1 shop. So once you've actually spent enough money, you'll actually get options to buy increasingly more expensive things. They have shop tiers depending on how much money you've invested into the game. I think that what's how much is the most expensive ship in Star Citizen? $48,000. Hank, how long will it take me to earn the $48,000 ship? How many gameplay missions do I have to do to earn the $48,000 ship, Hank? You only have to play the game for 6 years. That's it, man. Just play the game for 6 years and you can get the $48,000 ship. But that's also with you not spending money on anything else, okay? Who knows? That's not for a single player. You know who can buy it though. A single player. I will under no circumstances ever support a game that thinks it's okay to sell $48,000 microtransactions. It's fucking disgusting. That's fucking disgusting. I could never support anything like this. That's not even a microtransaction. It's a macro transaction.
You want to see my take on EA's strategy?
It was a good video. I'm going to share it. Share it with you guys. Give it a like. It's good. That's mega transactions. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, like the thing is that like, and by the way, again, no judgment on the people that play those games. I don't have any problem with you enjoying it. I will just never talk. I'll just let you know when eventually I make a Star Citizen video, it's going to be me just setting the game on fire. I hate everything that it stands for. Everything that it stands for. And that's not an uninformed take. That's just my opinion on games and what I want in the industry. As somebody that doesn't like that kind of monetization to begin with, there's just no way in hell that I would ever be okay with a game that even thinks that it's somehow acceptable to charge that kind of money. That's the salary of a single person. Like, the fuck? How is that bad? His brain left orbit. I'm not going to comment on it anymore. It's not worthwhile. Ban him. I'm not going to ban him. It's either trolling or somebody that just genuinely is in too deep to understand. There's nothing I can do to change. There's nothing I can do to change that. That's like the other day. I don't even know if I can even talk about that. Lords of the Fallen just passed 2 million copies sold. These guys made their money back. They made their money back after all the changes and all the support on the game. After everything that they've done, they made their money back on the game. That's good news, man. 2 billion? No, it says 2 million. That they sold 2 million copies. 2 million copies sold. They were in the hole on this game, and they were still working on it, trying to make it better, which I think is just fucking cool as shit. I bought Lords of the Fallen like 2 days ago. I had a lot of fun with the game. It's not like the best Souls-like in the fucking world, but I like it for what, like, the kind of experience it gives. Because it's more like fast-paced. It's more like an arcadey version of it, right? $2 billion copies, 1/4 of the world's population. They could only hope, right? AI ads will work. Oh yeah, that was the AI ad stuff. EA analyst plans to, we already talked about that earlier this week. I had saw with this game, and somebody had showed me that apparently they're like selling day one DLC and have basically paywalled like 3 separate factions from you being able to like interact with, play as, and role play. So like full on like day one content is absolutely just two factions. That's crazy. So for you to be able to get the, so they pretend to sell a full game at $70, but instead the real price of the game is what, like 90? I was hyped for Bloodlines 2 like 10 years ago. That's crazy. That's so dead. That's so dead on arrival. Chances are probably. I mean, most people, like, the thing is that most people probably don't even know what the fucking game is because it's been so long since the other one came out. I never played Bloodlines. So what are you playing, a demo? I don't know. I guess like you only get access to a couple of factions, and then it's like another $20 for everything else or more. Day one DLC is retarded. Day one DLC is a lie. Day one DLC, like, they didn't make that content specifically to be sold separately. That was content that was supposed to be part of the game, and then they just figured out what they could cut off later to be able to sell to make more money. Imagine if KCD2 did this. KCD cost $50 and $60 if you had like 4 DLC. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they have the new DLC coming out for KCD soon. I'm going to play that. No, I'm fully convinced that day one DLC is just cut content. And if it's not cut content, then imagine how fucking stupid that is. That you would waste developer resources that could have been used completing your game or making your game a more full experience, thus making it easier to sell more content for it down the road. You use those resources to go and make side content that's optional for some people that are going to buy. Wouldn't you want to put that content in the main thing that everybody is going to get? It just, I don't fucking get it, man. I don't get it. If it's skins, that's not what we're talking about. This is actual factions. This is gameplay. This is story. These are hours that you could play that are just inaccessible to you unless you spend more money. Day one, which is just crazy as fuck to me. I did see recently, too. Oh, I want to watch this. Is this the new one? Oh, this is the... Okay, I've already seen this, but I'm going to watch it again because it's so fucking good. brings a tear to your eye. That better be fucking busted. That's all I have to say. The fucking M90A better be fucking busted. So fucking sick, dude. So fucking sick. I'm so happy for this. The console war is fucking over, boys. The console war is over. And you know who won it? The gamers. We won. Is there a thumbs down button? A thumbs down button on what? On the trailer? I'm still not buying a PlayStation 5, though. You don't have to buy a PlayStation 5. Who the fuck? I play on PC. I'm the real winner because I get to play all these fucking games. Because they want all of our money. And they went with ODST. Arrowhead has great taste. Well, no. It's because it's in theme. I mean, they're literally orbital dropship troopers, right? Like, and the funny thing is that there was actually a leak of a conversation that came out after the fact when Helldivers 2 came out that apparently the guys at Bungie had pitched a very similar idea of Helldivers to Xbox, but Xbox had shut it down. So it's like so fitting that it's the ODST. Finally, people can play. Finally, people can play games in the place that they want to. That's what the fuck I'm saying. I've been watching like PlayStation and Xbox Andes like going to war with each other back and forth. They're like, you know, trying to like dunk on one another, and it's just like, how about it's just cool that we can play games wherever the fuck we want. Your opinion on ODST? I fucking loved ODST. I'll be honest with you. I think ODST is my favorite Halo game. I mean, I like all of them, but like, man, I have so many fucking fond memories of playing ODST with my friends. Not Reach. It's really hard to pick between those two, man. It's really hard, but I had some really fucking... I mean, I just had really good fucking memories with friends. A couple friends that ain't even around anymore. Reach was so fucking good. Halo 2 was good, too. It was just fucking peak. We just lived through peak. Like, imagine how fucking insane that is. What other series have you seen go on such a generational run to do Halo 1, 2, 3, ODST, and Reach? Like, we just ate good for like 5, 7 years straight, or whatever it was. I forgot. Was it over 10 years that they did that run? I can't remember how long it was between development time. Gears is 1, 2, and 3. 4, 5. I actually really like the Horde mode in 5. I ain't gonna fuck around with that. Horde mode in 5 was actually really good. Final Fantasy? 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 was the MMO. I know a lot of people liked it. 12 was really good, yeah. It's pretty much after 12 that things kind of got rocky for them. Actually, 6 was also good as well. Did I play? I don't remember if I played 5. I don't think I played 5. Six was the one with Kuja, right? Or is that 9? I think 6 was 9 was with Kuja. Kuja's 9. Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay. Six was Kefka? Yeah, 6 was Kefka. Okay. I get the two. I get those two games mixed up for whatever reason. I think it's just because of I think of like when it comes to Final Fantasy games, I almost always remember the Final Fantasy games by their villain, not necessarily by their not necessarily by the heroes, if that makes any sense. Gears fall off at Judgment. Judgment was fucking rough. But Judgment was People Can Fly though, right? We'll watch the biggest reveals, 20 biggest reveals from Gamescom 2025 by GamerRanks.
Okay, so Gamescom 2025 has kicked off with open.
So FF was goated? No, FF is goated. The funny thing is that even the Final Fantasy games that I think most people will say that like they didn't really like, they're actually still good. Like that's the weird thing about Final Fantasy is that like even though it's like fallen off in relevance like over the years. Much because of their own, much because of just like them kind of pulling away from like the original, like the roots of the franchise, at least like mechanically. Like if I go through the entire list, like, I mean, 1 through 4 are great games. 1 through 4 are great games. 5 was great, 6 was great, 7 was great, 8 was great, 9 was great, 10 was great, 11 was an MMO. I never played that, but I know it was really popular, so that was obviously a good game for the people that enjoyed it. 12, absolutely fucking peak. I love 12. I loved its combat. 13 is probably the one that I would say it's like I would say 13's probably the weakest, but it still wasn't a bad game. His favorite is 10 too. I mean, I don't mind playing games with really hot female characters that dance around a lot. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I would say 13's probably the weakest out of all of them. 14's in a rough spot right now, but 14's an absolutely fantastic game. If you just go and you don't even really like care about like trying to be like an end game raider and all that bullshit. If you go and you play 14 from like 1 or from like 1.0 and then you just don't play Dawn Trail, I mean, that is a fucking journey. Because it really is like a single player experience. The narrative in that game is fucking insane. I like Final Fantasy 13. I liked Final Fantasy 13 as well. I did. I think it's the weakest story-wise because it's really not all that memorable for me. But I didn't mind playing. I did enjoy playing the game. 15? 15 is one of those games that I swear to you is just going to get like, it's going to like, it's one of those games that was hated when it came out, but will be remembered fondly. Because like, I think the characters were memorable. I think the story was cool. I think the open world environment and stuff was really interesting and a different route for them to go. The combat was like, honestly, the weakest part. It was the combat was weak. And the second half of the game where it just fell off of a fucking cliff and they just turned it into a linear game out of nowhere That's where it got bad. But everything before that was great. Everything before that was just fine. And then 16. I actually think that 16, this is going to be so rough for me to say. No, I don't think it will. I still think 16 is always going to be remembered more fondly than 13. And that's just because, like even though 16 doesn't feel like Final Fantasy. But narratively, it does. 16 story is good, but man, the side quests are rough. Side quests were rough in 16. The combat got really boring and repetitive over time, so it kind of still suffers from the same thing that 15 did. I think the combat's better than 15 by a long shot, but it still wasn't like that very good. But like story-wise, it is like the most Final Fantasy that ever Final Fantasied. That shit is just like a fucking roller coaster that never stops. Like you're just sitting there like holding on to you're just holding on to the fucking like, oh my god. Like I'm gonna fall off the couch while I'm playing this game. Flop, thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate that. Final Fantasy Tactics. Tactics is also really good. But yeah, no, I mean like the boss fights. I don't think there's ever been a Final Fantasy game that has better boss fights than Final Fantasy 16. But it's just the way that they did them. That shit was fucking insane. Shit was insane.
Night Live, the big live stream thing featuring Jeff Keighley and a bunch of gaming news. So today we're going to round up 20 things you need to know from this event. Starting off at number 20, La Divina Commedia. If I'm pronouncing that right, I apologize
Divine
to my
Comedy?
Italian friends, but this is a Dante's Inferno Souls-like, straight up. Like it's based on Dante's Divine Comedy, and it says it's gameplay, but this trailer to me looked very, very staged. That's all speculation, of course, but what we do know is that it is...
This is fucking staged. The character animations are too smooth.
Presumably a Souls-like game set in the world of the fate.
In-game footage. I fucking hate when game developers do this shit. It's in-engine, not gameplay. But it's used to, like, trick the eye. Or, like, it's used to trick the audience.
This poem, judging from the look at gameplay, but also the studio behind it, Jayama Games, if I'm pronouncing that right. They are an Italian studio who last year put out Enotria last song.
Okay. That one was kind of weak, though, wasn't it? Wasn't it? I didn't think Enotria did, like, I never played it. Like, people told me, like, oh, are you excited for this? And I was like, I don't fucking trust it.
Which was a Souls-like game with some cool twists. It wasn't perfect, but now they're taking on the Divine Comedies. Maybe if this does well, one day we'll get another Dante's Inferno from EA. But for now, we have this.
That would be so sick. I fucking love Dante's Inferno. That game was so fucking cool, man. It wasn't like the best game in the world. It was essentially just God of War, but it was fucking sick. Like, it was sick. I remember when I played that game. Do you guys ever play a game that you're like not expecting certain shit? It's Satan's cock. I was literally about to. This is what I was about to bring it up. Where I'm like, I remember I was playing that game and I was just like, oh man, they got some straight up just like full on titties and fucking all kinds of shit in this game. And I'm like, man, this is crazy. I didn't think they had video games like this. And all of a sudden, here you go to fight Satan, and his big old fucking dong is just swinging. That shit was fucking insane. I was like, EA, no, like, look at where EA used to be. Look at where EA used to be. EA used to, like, they went from Satan's dong to Dragon Age the Veilguard. Everybody's talking about Dragon Age Origins. Ain't nobody talking about Satan's dong.
Next over at number 19, we have Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. This is a new full-fledged Lego Batman game.
It's so fucking... I can't get over it now because I like... The minute that somebody said it, it immediately just like popped into my mind. And I remember when I was playing Dante's Inferno, and like because you're not used to seeing that shit in a video game, so you're playing it and you're like, and all of a sudden you're like, what the fuck is that? And you're like, oh, that's a big ass dick. That's a dick. That's just a dick on my screen. I just remember being so like tooken the fuck out when I saw that.
Set in a big open world Gotham City with all different Batmobiles to drive around in, enemies to fight.
They literally worked with the dudes that did Arkham. Like, this is Arkham's combat. I think it's fucking crazy that they're actually making a Lego Batman game with Arkham combat. That is fucking insane. Like, fuck, I mean, I might actually play this, to be honest with you.
The game is actually centered around just honoring the entire legacy of Batman. So not just movies, but also comic books. There's a lot here, a lot of different representations of famous Batman moments and characters that you might recognize.
Almost all of the Lego games are good, actually. No, like, Lego games are just good in general. Like, they're just good fun. Like, just genuinely, like, good fun across the board. Yeah, I really like them. I like them a lot. They're super fun co-op. They're a great couch co-op game. Like, being able to solve the puzzles and stuff like that, they're a lot of fun. I really enjoy them.
They promise deep cuts as well. And from a gameplay perspective, it kind of just looks like a Batman Arkham game.
It does.
But you're Lego Batman. And you know what? I am 100% okay with that. Yeah. That's all we know right now, but it is slated to release sometime in 2026. Next, over at number 18, we have Cinder City. This is the next big multiplayer live service game from NC Soft.
This is going to be absolute fucking garbage. I have a really strong feeling that this is just going to be absolute fucking garbage. Like, one, I can already tell from the gameplay and also the UI. Like, what the fuck is going on with this UI? Oh, no. I think that's just like the announcement
This has
thing.
Big sci-fi warfare. Humanoid and robotic characters with abilities, grappling hooks. You're also hopping into vehicles like tanks, helicopters.
This is literally just the first Descendant. They just made the first Descendant 2.
And motorcycles, and it's all wrapped in a nice package of shiny over-the-top graphics. This to me kind of just looks like another free-to-play live service thing I might forget, but who knows? I tend not to really like these games, but some of them, even if they look generic, they do.
I want them to be good. The one thing that I did see recently, and I don't know if you guys saw it as well, but this is fucking crazy. Hey, so somebody from Ubisoft told me back, I think it was sometime earlier this year. So like when I was doing like all the Ubisoft stuff, covering all the shit that was going on with them, in my video that I made that was like, I think it was the complete and utter collapse of Ubisoft. One of the things that I said, and well, first of all, that video was brought up in an investor meeting, and I was also made aware that Ubisoft's top management watched that video. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, that's good. They should. There's a lot of really good criticisms and shit that was in there. One of the things that was brought up in that video was I was like, why the fuck are you guys not doing anything with The Division? Like, there is such a wide open spot in the industry for The Division. The people that love that game really fucking enjoyed it. It's one of your highest selling franchises that you have, and you guys have just let it sit and fucking rot. And that was like one of the things that I brought up in that video. I don't know if you guys saw it just recently. Apparently, they just dropped like apparently they have like a 7-year roadmap for The Division, for like content for Division 2 bridging into Division 3. They have like a ton of other shit. Like there's like a survival mode that's coming out for Division 2, a game that like, I mean, they just made DLC for it and put out DLC I think like back in May, but now they're actually like throwing on more content on fucking Division 2. And I'm like, I don't know if it's going to work. It's something that they should have done to begin with, but I hope it brings people back to it. I love the Division 2. I need to go back and fucking play it. I play it when I talk shit about Ubisoft, and then I remember how much I love playing that game.
Up finding an audience. Next at number 17, we got a new trailer for Silent Hill.
That's what I'm playing right now. Division 1 and 2 are my favorite games of all time. I fucking love The Division. Like the weird thing, so like I would probably like, there's like games of all time, And then there's just like the kind of games I like. I don't know how you even bracket these things, where it's like games of all time. I'm like, Baldur's Gate 3 is just there. It's just number one. I don't ever see it being taken down. Recently, like, it's like, you know, I got like Baldur's Gate. I got like Super Mario Brothers 3. Fucking Pokemon Blue is going to be in the all-timer list, all that kind of shit. And then there's just like the kind of games that I play, which they're not like my all-time favorites, but like, I fucking love The Division. I love Borderlands. I love playing looter shooters. I love Warframe too, but there's a different itch that those games scratch that Warframe doesn't scratch. You know what I mean? And I am just so fucking beyond ready for these games to come back. I bought Division 2, Breakpoint, and Wildlands. Breakpoint was the best for me. I didn't like the monetization and the direction that they went in with those games. I like the Division because it's just like it's basically fucking Diablo with guns. Because you actually have like, no, it's not even Diablo with guns. Like they actually went the like, it's more like Destiny because you actually have like raids and dungeons and instances and shit like that. And I think that stuff's always really fun. And I like farming bosses and getting their weapons and shit like that. I really enjoy that stuff.
English voice actors, so you can get a little bit of a feel for how that's going to go down.
I think what I'm going to probably do is I'm just going to petition people within the I'm going to petition people within the Discord to see if they would like to play the Division all the way through with me. I want to get like a squad of 4 because I think the game is it's 4-player pretty much across the board. And there's people that are playing it right now, but I want to do a start to finish new character because I don't really and there's shit to fucking grab. So if you guys aren't in the Discord, join the Discord. The links are in the description, and it's also in the it's also on the Twitch page. But if you're into the Division, you want to play the Division, I'll probably be playing that soon. Maybe. This could be just a promise that I'm making that I'll eventually forget immediately. But you can join the Discord regardless.
A new sequence in a new setting, highlighting what seems to be a mysterious new enemy. We also got little glimpses of combat, some of the gross enemy types, and yeah, it's more Silent Hill F. Still not sure what to make of this one because it feels like a very different Silent Hill game, but I'm glad they're bringing this franchise back. And thankfully, we'll get to see more of the game soon when it releases this fall. Next, over number 16, we have Project Spectrum.
I played Silent Hill 2 for like a couple of hours, but I was like a Resident Evil Andy, so I never got into it. People would console war, I would game war over like, Silent Hill. Silent Hill's for babies. I play Resident Evil. That was me when I was younger.
PvE first-person shooter from the Delta Force.
When to be honest with you, it's just that Silent Hill kind of creeped me out too much for me to play. I was like, that looks weird. I don't want to play that. That looks like I might, I keep me up at night.
This is more of like a psychological.
I remember when I played Fatal Frame, and I was like, what the fuck? I can't know.
Whole horror survival thing mixed with a first-person shooter multiplayer game, and I think that's a good idea. This trailer is actually pretty cool. As a concept, it seems fun to go in as a soldier in a haunted house, shooting bad guys, but then also dealing with some elemental force. And then with one character being able to control that force, I don't know, that's good asymmetrical multiplayer fun. But like I said, it's from the Delta.
Okay, so like you're the application, so like you can throw fire, but the other person can control fire. That's kind of interesting. It's a interesting way to go with it.
Force people,
game.
So
yeah.
It's definitely going to have some free-to-play trappings. We don't know for sure, but Project Spectrum is coming soon. Next, over at number 15, we got a look at the big, over-the-top cinematic trailer for World of Warcraft Midnight. This is the 11th expansion, and I don't know, there's something just about a good old-fashioned, like...
No, Jake. No. This fucking franchise is cooked. I saw the cinematic trailer. They make elves look like fucking humans now, and it's not even like elves look like humans. It's like making like female elves, which used to be like the fucking hottest shit in the entire fucking game, now look like men. I'm not gonna mince my words here. They're manifying every fucking female character in these games. It's fucking weird. I don't get it, and I don't like it.
Blizzard cinematic. They do them.
It's not even like an identity politic thing where I know like that's like the direction to go in with it. My entire thing is, I don't like it. I think it looks ugly. If for whatever reason that offends somebody, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Like if like that's like me saying I don't like, you know, I don't like raw onion. I just don't like it, so I'm not gonna buy it.
Really, really well. They go so hard. The production values are absolutely over the top, and we're getting this one here. And
but then like just in case, you know what I mean? Because like they know they can't go too hard, even though they are going too hard. But then they still go, and they still have like one hot elf. Is that what it's gonna be? Are they just and also like what kind of message are you sending? What kind of message are you sending? That the one hot elf
are absolutely over the top.
That the one hot elf is evil. So you don't want your head crushed like a watermelon, thighs kind of carnage? That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about how they like when I say manified, I don't mean like they like made her a fucking gym mommy. I mean they made her square jawed. They made her look like a fucking Giga Chad. It's like so weird. It's just message equals evil hot. Yeah, pretty much.
And we're getting this one here, and we know
Gym Mommy is a different story. Daddy liked Gym Mommy. Okay?
That World of Warcraft Midnight, the expansion, and everything else going on with this is coming in 2026. And next at number 14, check out Heat. This is apparently an update, kind of a spin-off for World of Tanks. This is free-to-play PvP. It's a vehicle shooter that just looks a lot more fast-paced, brighter, crazier than your normal World of Tanks fare. And I think it's worth pointing out just because it looked different. And honestly, World of Tanks has been trying different things.
They're like,
of course,
they're basically making World of
things
Tanks, but it's like
going
World
on.
of Tanks
Heat
Burnout.
just looked a little bit different to us. Along with that, they also announced that World of Tanks 2.0 is coming soon. So there's a lot if you like these types of games. Also, if you like these types of games, or really any games at all, consider subscribing. We've been looking at the data recently, and apparently more of you guys watch and you don't click subscribe.
World of
Thank
Tanks
you if
on
you have
LSD,
subscribed,
essentially,
but
yeah.
if you're
I
new,
think that's actually kind
definitely
of cool.
consider doing that.
Something new for
Anyway,
Tim and
let's keep
XQC.
going.
This is exactly what they need to be buying.
Next over at number 13, we got
Yeah,
a
this is what
new
they need to be
trailer for
playing.
Onimusha Way of the Sword.
I hope this is
showed
good.
a bit more gameplay, new cutscenes,
I hope this
and
is good.
Some really nasty, creepy enemies. This is what I look for in Onimusha games. I was hoping to see some of these creepy weirdos, and thankfully, we're getting them. I was hoping to see a little more gameplay from this one, but still, just getting new glimpses at this game, I'm hoping this is a good one. I say that as an old school Onimusha fan. Still no release date for this one, but hopefully...
It's just, if you haven't played Onimusha, it's essentially Resident Evil with swords and magic.
We get one soon. Next at number 12, we have Death by Scrolling. This is a significant game because it's from Ron Gilbert, one of the people behind the Monkey Island games.
Oh, wow.
A legendary developer now is taking on something pretty different, pretty quirky. This is an RPG roguelite with a scrolling element. It's a top-down kind of RPG where the screen is endlessly scrolling upward, pushing you forward, always moving.
That's kind
It's
of
got all the
cool.
RPG elements you'd expect, but in this really cool, quirky package. I like the title. I
Yeah.
like the premise.
Yeah,
the
I
gameplay
dig
looks
this. I'll
fun.
play it.
It's got a
I
Steam
like these
store
kind of games
page
to begin
listing
with.
now, but no release date yet. Next at number 11, Cult of the Lamb is back with a, apparently, in their words, huge...
It's a little bit more complicated than Resident Evil. Well, Panda, I said gameplay. It's definitely not Resident Evil. I know that in terms of story, it's much more complex. I'm talking about like combat-wise. It's like third person, over the shoulder, much slower. Yeah.
New expansion. This is called Woolhaven. This looks absolutely over the top. A ton of new stuff, new cultists.
I need to go back and play
mount.
this
It
game.
looks like new combat options,
That's
new
cool.
dungeon. And honestly, this is really cool because
Yeah,
Cult
Cult
of
of
the Lamb
is such a good
is
game.
incredibly awesome. I still think it's underrated to this day. Not enough people really talked about it, but it was incredibly addictive.
It gets a lot of love on like social media at times, but I do agree that like for whatever reason people don't really give it the kind of attention that it deserves.
It's kind of like a mix between a dungeon crawler and a murderous animal.
It's so well
crossing.
made. It's such a good game.
I think it's great that it's getting new content. I'd love a reason to go back.
I saw like a clip, I think, of like Asmongold reacting to this game, and he's like, yeah, this is a girl's game. And I'm like, if he knew what this game actually was, if he actually knew what this game was, it would be like it would be stream content. That's what it'd be. It would be stream content for him. Like literally getting to make your followers eat each other. Like, come on. Never found the appeal of Cult of the Lamb? You build a cult and then make them eat their own shit. And then feed them other members of the cult. And then go fight demons.
Back to this game, and apparently Woolhaven, the expansion, is coming 2026. Next at number 10, we have a new CRPG from the Disco Elysium people. Check out this. It's called Zero Parades. Don't know too much about it yet, but it looks like they
their
are
other
sticking
game.
with
I never
what
played
they
Disco
do
Elysium.
best.
I heard good things,
Text-heavy,
but I don't know if it's my kind of game or not.
thoughtful writing, a really cool art style that kind of blends hand.
Cult of the Lamb is subversive, satanic bullshit. I don't think it's subversive. It's satanic. Yeah.
On and watercolor and other mixed mediums, and probably some complex themes. All I can say is I think Zero Parades, like as a title, just sounds cool. No release date for this one yet, but
Cult of the Lamb is a
to seeing what
parody.
they're
Yeah,
cooking.
yeah.
Next, over at number 9, another expansion, a significant one.
I have to give Disco a try.
Story
I've heard so many good
expansion
things
for
about that
Kingdom
game.
Come Deliverance 2. This is the second one, and this is Legacy of
I'm
the Forge.
really interested to hear like what kind of content that we're getting out of this. I mean, I think I want to play it regardless anyway because I think it's fucking cool as shit. Like Henry getting his own forge, like that's dope.
Where Henry essentially gets a blacksmith shop that was burnt to the ground, so it's up to you to kind of build it from the ground up, become a blacksmith, sell your wares, and apparently there's story elements to it too, and that's
I'd imagine,
great. I
yeah.
haven't gotten around to playing the first story expansion.
Crafting
Heard
is
good
so
things.
crafting is so fucking satisfying in this game, dude. I want it in every game, not every game, but in a lot of games now. Like especially when it comes to like RPGs. If I'm playing an RPG, especially like a first-person RPG, and I can't manually craft shit, now it's just lame. If I have to go up to like when I play a survival game and I go up to a crafting bench and I'm like, man, this is fucking stupid. Like, what do you mean I can't mix the herbs myself? What do you mean I can't stir the pot? I mean I can't heat it up and then pour it out? What do you mean what the fuck? Like it's so satisfying. I literally would sit there and just like craft swords and shit like that and potions for like fucking hours just because I enjoyed crafting the stuff, and then also I made a lot of money doing it. I never wanted for money in that game. Blacksmith Simulator. Yeah. Honestly, it'd be fucking sick as fuck to have your own forge. I think my buddy has one. Didn't Wolfheart build a forge? I'm sure I have a couple Wolfheart viewers in here. I thought Wolfheart built a forge. Maybe he didn't. I don't know.
About it though, and
I could see him doing it.
Said this is the second one. Just a really good excuse.
I picture him as somebody that would have one.
To stay in a great game world. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 as a game on the whole is incredible. So the more the merrier here. Apparently this is releasing September 9th. Next, over at number 8, we have some release date updates for games that were already announced, things we already knew about, so I figured I'd cram them all into one point. Outer Worlds 2 is now releasing.
Well, Wolfheart was a legit singer in a metal band. I know, that's how I found him. The funny thing is that I used to watch his videos, his covers on YouTube, well before I ever watched him play video games. Like, literally, you have to keep in mind that, like, rewind the clock, and I only ever used YouTube for, like, music videos, people doing covers of stuff, tabs for songs, and then, like, how-to guides to do stuff, like, around my apartment or whatever. But I didn't use it for gaming content. I never used it for gaming content. That wasn't until, like, COVID lockdowns. Like, outside of that, I never fucking used it for that.
October 29th. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 is releasing October 21st. That Deadpool VR game is releasing.
Why would you put this on the list? Are these guys into this kind of shit? Like, this game looks so fucking dumb, and the voice acting and the jokes are so terrible. And plus, on top of that, it's a VR game, so it's already not even worth
the
your
follow-up to the indie darling, Moonlighter 2. This is releasing in early access October 23rd. We also got a look at Call of Duty Black Ops campaign and a zombie reveal, possibly with this cool top-down mode. But we know Black Ops 7 is now releasing November 14th.
Oh my God, they're releasing another
also,
Call of
the
Duty?
Indiana Jones and the Order of Giants DLC got a new game.
Part of me wants to play this game. Part of me really wants to play this game. I think that I'm going to buy it. I think I'm going to buy it and play it. I fucking love Indiana Jones, and a lot of people said it's really good. The game isn't bad. Don't do it. The other Indiana Jones games wasn't bad. Stream it. It's honestly so good. The problem is that like some people wanted to hate this game just because it's Bethesda, and also because I think like one of their developers is like gay or something. I forgot what it was. Like there was like a screenshot of people sharing some developer or whatever. Like this game's gonna fail. Like people were kind of like they were kind of woking this game before it even came out. But like I only ever heard. I knew it wasn't gonna sell well because it has a very niche like crowd, right? It has a very niche audience that it would be sold to, but it looked really good. It looked really good.
Gameplay trailer.
I've heard conflicting stories on Great Circle. Maybe I'm just gonna fucking play it. Maybe I'll just download it and I'll fucking play it.
Release date. It's gonna release September 4th. Also,
it's made by the it's made by the Wolfenstein devs, so I can't really like Machine Games made it. I can't picture it being fucking terrible.
Switch 2 version of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle for 2026. And last but certainly not least, Hollow Knight Silksong. No release date yet,
This is gonna be fucking crazy. I don't think people understand how fucking hard this game is gonna go. This game is going to pop the fuck off. I mean, it's gonna go wild.
Just double.
Because if I'm not mistaken, I think I saved a tweet. I had seen that. Hollow Knight Silksong has sold 15 million copies. Or Hollow Knight has sold 50 million copies. I think with like the hype behind this game, the price that it's gonna how much is it gonna be sold for? They don't even have a price on it yet. How much is Hollow Knight? $15 on discount. It's a $15 game. No. It's just $15. I can't imagine Silksong being more than $20. I'd be surprised if Silksong was 25 or 30. I can't see it being anything. I can't see it being over 30. There's no fucking shot they'd charge over $30 for it. Should sell good? No, I don't think you understand. I would actually, I'd be willing to put money on the fact that this game is probably going to sell 5 million copies in its first month. It's been 7 years since the release of the first game. I could see this thing is if they sell it for 15, it's gonna rip so fucking hard. Oh my god. Oh man, it's gonna be crazy.
Down to reiterate.
That's all I can say. It's gonna be fucking nutty. You're gonna see some wild numbers.
Apparently, we're gonna get more news from the developers soon.
2 million first day. I don't know about all that.
Release date.
Maybe.
Next over at number 7, we got something new for
It is
Warhammer
multi-platform.
40K. It's a new Dawn of War, Dawn of War 4. I think there is a lot of potential here to kind of fix some of the issues with Dawn of War 3 that some fans had. That's been sitting at around mixed on Steam for quite some time now. Dawn of War 4 could be the next big thing, and I think people, despite 3, however which way you feel about it,
This is an RTS? Is that what this is?
I think people are hungry for a new one of these, and thankfully it is releasing sometime in 2026. Next, down at number 6, we got a new trailer for Ghost of Yotei, showing more of what you expect, a game that looks a lot like Ghost of Tsushima, but in a new setting with a couple of new weapons, a bit more gore and more of a revenge tale. But we already knew about this game. That's not the news. The cool news is they announced at the end of this trailer presentation that Legends mode is coming to this game. Ghost of Tsushima Legends was a really underrated multiplayer mode that definitely found its footing. People really loved it. So I think the fact that the sequel is getting that is absolutely great, because we didn't know one way or the other. But Legends mode is confirmed, and apparently it's coming a bit later after this game releases in 20.
This is a game that, like, I know a lot of people. I think a lot of people have already kind of like sold this one up river. I think they've just kind of like let it go. I am 1000% I'm holding reservations until I can play it myself and then see what it's like. Like I can't. Tsushima is so good that I can't see these guys just like literally back to back going and making a shit game. Like, and I don't really see it being like super preachy or anything like that. I don't really mind. I don't mind the character. I know people don't like the voice actor. That's really what this is all based off of. It's a voice actor. It's a voice actor, and people just really like Jin Sakai, which I don't blame him. Jin Sakai was cool, but his story's done.
2026. Now at number 5, check this out. This is Road Kings. Unfortunately, all we got is a cinematic trailer, but we can look into the rest and kind of get what's going on here. This is a new trucking simulator game from Saber Interactive, and
people really fucking love these games, and Saber makes a lot of fucking money off of them.
Focus home. So if you like Snow Runner, Mud Runner, things like that, this looks to be more of like an adventurous style trucking game, possibly with characters, weather events. It looks like you're like your own freelance trucker. I don't know. This could be really cool. This was announced during the pre-show, and we wanted to mention it because
that motherfucking tornado in the background. Look, man, you need to get this fucking ship. You need to get this shipment of fucking Adam and Eve. This Adam and Eve stock. Big old truck full of purple dildos. This needs to get to California right now. Sir, that's a fucking tornado. Drive right through it.
We know a lot of people like these style of games, and they're always trying to put new spins on them. They've done that quite a bit recently with one that's a little bit more adventure-y and another one that's a little bit more construction-y. So Road Kings is definitely something to keep an eye on. Now at number 4, we got a...
LD got any funny stories of truck drivers? I'm trying to think about what ones are safe to talk about. What's safe to talk about? There was this one lady that would come in all the fucking time, and she would act like she ran the fucking truck stop, and she was constantly like trying to get me to like sell her a phone. And I could have, but the thing is that like the credit system that we would use to be able to like run credit if people are trying to like get a phone for free or whatever, like it'd tell me if they're like a risk, right? It would say, hey, this is if they'd like she didn't require any deposit, which 9 times out of 10 was just kind of like, okay, yeah, let's sell you something. And I mean, I worked off a commission, so I was all about it, right? But it said that she was a risk on her credit, or like the soft credit pull it does. And I was just like, oh, sorry. It's saying you're denied. And she's just like, huh? I did this. And I'm like, there's just something about her I just didn't fucking trust. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I'm like, you know, how long, who do you drive for? How long you been driving? Like, the problem is that like I would be really stringent because I didn't want to give a phone to somebody if they weren't going to pay the fucking bill, because then I would lose money. And she'd be there all the fucking time. And I'm like, bitch, don't you got a fucking truck to drive? Because she's like, oh, I drive for this company, blah, 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 blah. And like everybody at the fucking truck stop, you know, everybody at the fucking truck stop knew this chick, and she was there. Fuck, I mean, she was. We thought everybody just thought she was a fucking local driver, and then one fucking day, she got into a fight with the Taco Bell girls because the girls over at Taco Bell stopped serving fucking breakfast at like 11:05 or 11:10 or something. So it's like 10 minutes past, right? But they're working at a truck stop, so like they're putting out more food. But like, so like they don't have much of a fucking choice. They're just doing their fucking job. And she was so mad because she wanted that, like, you know, the breakfast crunch wrap. She wanted that shit so fucking bad. So she started tripping out, and she fucking tried to jump over the countertop in front of the Taco Bell girls, and the security guys came and grabbed her ass and fucking got her. And then like they had to like try to impound her truck, and then she didn't have a truck. She was working the lot. And she was coming to this truck stop like 6 months straight. And everybody thought she was a truck driver. But she was out there seat hopping the whole fucking time. Yeah, she's working the lot. Yeah, lot lizard. Yep, that's exactly what the fuck she was. Yeah. Yeah. There was another time. I gotta go in. Okay. So I don't know what the fuck it was. I don't know why. Okay. But for whatever reason, like, they're just people in the world that are just absolute assholes, okay? Just absolute fucking dickheads. And when they're in a mood, they're looking for somebody to take it out on. And I'm sitting there, like, working with this guy, like, trying to get him a cell phone. And I think I was working for Verizon at the time, right? And I was like talking to this guy, helping him out, right? And then I look, and when you work in places like this, you gain the ability to see mental illness from across the fucking, like, across the highway. Like, you can see it manifest. And I'm like talking to this guy, and I look because I saw a guy stop, like, you know, down the hall, and I like looked over, and I just see this guy, and he like looks up, and he sees like the sign of my little fucking cubicle thing or whatever, like a kiosk that I'm in. Looks up. And he goes, and gets a smirk on his face, and I'm like, oh, fuck me. The dude comes up, and I'm like talking to this customer, and he's like, literally, like, here's the customer right here, right? This guy comes up behind the customer, and he's just like, fuck Verizon. I just ignored the guy. And I'm like, what the fuck is this dude doing? And obviously, fuck Verizon. And I'm like, can I fucking help you, dog? Like, what the fuck do you want? He's just like, I just want to say, fuck Verizon. And I'm like, okay, have a good day, dude. Kick rocks. You know, what the fuck? And he's just like, I got one of their phones, and they said I didn't pay the bill, and I did pay the bill, and then they tried to charge me money, and I just fuck Verizon, and just went right back into it. And I'm just like, bro, I'm working here, man. And he's like, what? You got something to fucking say? You got something to fucking say? And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And he's like, he keeps fucking with me while I'm trying to sell this phone to this guy. Was he a truck driver? Yes, he was a fucking truck driver. So he goes, he keeps trying to fuck with me, and I'm just like, dude, and I just like slam my hand down on the table, and I'm like, bro, and I'm like, I don't sit out on the side of the road throwing fucking rocks at you while you're driving by. Go fuck off, dude. Leave me the fuck alone. And he's just like, oh, that's fucking it. I'm gonna kick your little fucking ass. And he goes to get up, and I'm like standing there, and there's a fucking security guard, like literally fucking probably 8 feet away. And I'm like, look at the security guy, and he's just like, and by security, I mean police. It was a police officer that worked security there part-time they're still like technically on duty, but not off duty. It was a weird like agreement that they had with the city to be able to make more money or whatever. I worked in the ghetto, so like there was weird arrangements like that with security and shit. A police officer standing right fucking there, and he's just like, and I'm like, bro, and he's like, what? He finally like realizes, and I'm like, do you see what's fucking going on here? Like, I didn't say anything. I'm just like, look at this motherfucker. And he just like looks over and he's like, huh? And then finally, the dude just like fucking starts screaming more or whatever. And then the guy comes over. He's like, is there a problem? And he's like, he turns to this fucking police officer and he goes, this is fucking America. I can do what I can say what I want where I want. This is public property. And it's like, it's not, a gas station is private property. That's a business that you're in. And he just starts fucking walling off at the mouth at the cop. And then he goes to, and then the cop's just like, sir, you need to calm down or you need to leave the store. And he's just like, leave the store? You can't tell me what to do. And he's just like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. He goes to turn around to go get his radio. The minute he goes to turn around to get his radio, goofy fuck tries to jump over my kiosk to like grab me. And I like jump back and the cop turns around and he's just like, motherfucker. And he pulls out his taser and just hits that motherfucker right there. God damn, that shit was so good to see. He's on top of the glass counter. Just I was like, they arrested his ass. They took him down to the fucking police station. They impounded his fucking truck. Motherfucker lost his job. Well, he lost the load, right? Because like obviously it didn't get to go where it went. So he lost the money he was supposed to make on that and had to pay fines because of that. He then lost his fucking job because his fucking company kicked him out. But then he also lost his truck as a result of that because his truck was a company truck. He didn't own his own vehicle. He wasn't an owner operator. So he wasn't making his own fucking money. Oh my God, that shit was so fucking classic. And it was just like the most random, like after that happened, I was just sitting there and I was just like, what the fuck was that dude doing? Like, he didn't know me. We've never had an interaction before. He just saw that I worked for a company that apparently he didn't like, and he just came over to like harass the shit out of me. And I'm like, and then you got tased and went to jail. Madness has no purpose. I don't understand that shit, dog. I try to do my best to wrap my mind around like where people's heads could be at when they do something like that. And it's just like, man. How often did you have to deal with these crackheads? I worked in the hood. I worked in the fucking hood. Like, I'm talking like just outside of like fucking Southside Chicago. Some of the nastiest, grimiest fucking places and some of the grimiest motherfucking people. Whether that was truck drivers or the locals, it didn't fucking matter. Somebody was doing some shit. I saw a dude get shot and killed across the street while I was on my break before. Right fucking in front of me. Craziest shit I've ever seen in my life. I was outside just like chilling on my break and just pop, and I'm like, my brain didn't even fucking click. I didn't realize what I even saw until a police officer started running towards the scene. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, and then I finally went inside. Your brain doesn't like immediate, like the funny thing is I think a lot of people see themselves in like near death situations and they're like, this is what I would do. Bitch, you ain't doing shit. You're not even gonna think. Like maybe you're lucky that your survival instinct kicks in or that your brain recognizes what's actually happening in front of you, but when you live a peaceful life, the only people that could do something in that situation is police officers, first responders, and ex-military. Anybody else, y'all fucking dead. You're cooked. You ain't gonna react to shit. Bachwas, thank you for the five gifted, man. Appreciate that. What would you do? What would you do if you were on that plan, Mark Wahlberg? Yeah. Yeah. Let's keep this dude out of South Central. Like, I was like sitting there and I was like, what the fuck was that? But there's that. And it was about a pizza. The dude killed a guy over a pizza. Because it was so dumb. Like, he asked one dude for $5 and he was in line to get his pizza and realized he was short on money. So he taps the guy in front of him on the shoulder and says, hey, can I get $5? I didn't grab the money I needed for this pizza. And the guy turns around and says, fuck you. And the guy's like, what you say to me, bitch? And then they just immediately have a fucking moment. That moment ended with somebody's life. It's crazy as shit. I was like, it's weird to see like what people die over sometimes. They also, oh man, I think this is like, I can't remember when this was. So the manager, I think it was the manager or like the general manager. I worked for like a third party company that was just like renting the spot inside of the truck stop that we had worked at. We didn't really have like a lot of like engagement with the people that like ran the place, like the actual management and whatnot. Like I knew a few of the employees that worked there, but not like any of the upper management or whatever. But I think it was like the general manager or the manager of the truck stop disappeared. And people had no idea where the fuck she went. Like, for like weeks. She just didn't show up to work. Nobody could find her. They put out a missing persons. Her car was sitting in the fucking parking lot. Like, it was still at work. That was like the whole mystery thing where it's just like, well, her fucking car is still here. But she's not anywhere to be seen. So everybody thought she probably got kidnapped. And then I think it was like, and they left her car in the parking lot for like 3 weeks. And then all of a sudden people started smelling a rancid smell out in the parking lot. She was chopped up in her trunk. I don't know if they ever fucking figured out who did it. I never like actually paid attention to it, but like she was in pieces in her trunk. What the fuck, goddamn? I'm telling you, bro. Where the fuck you live again? I mean, this is where I used to live because I used to live outside of Chicago. You live outside of a major city. This crazy shit that happens all the time. People are you have to keep in mind, like, major cities in the U.S. are the highest concentrated, like, places of people. So you're going to also have the highest concentration of, like, absolutely psycho motherfuckers in the area, right? Like, you're going to have some, like, crazy fucking shit going on. Yeah. Especially when you're like I wasn't, like, well off or anything like that, right? So I lived around and hung out around. I hung out in a lot of really rough fucking places, but yeah. The stream got dark. Well, you know.
Black Myth Wukong, a really great action game. So they're keeping that whole Black Myth.
This is fucking cool, man. I did see that they have a new Wukong game coming out, but it's not Wukong. It's actually going to be a different deity. It's gonna be fucking sick. I'm really interested to see what direction they go with this.
If I'm pronouncing that right. With it being a Black Myth game, it seems like they're sticking with Chinese mythology.
True, and not all are reported. You know, so one of the things that a lot of people don't understand is that when you live in some of these like really like fucking hood like really ghetto places, right? Like the police are not funded. The police are not funded. Like, they don't have a lot of money. So they're corrupt as fuck. They're either corrupt or they don't give a shit, or in a lot of cases, they just actually don't even have the time to be able to investigate things properly. And that's mostly because, like, the local government is corrupt and is funneling the money out of the city. Like, you'll go and you'll see these towns that are absolutely just fucking destroyed. Like, dilapidated houses. Gary, Indiana. Best fucking example of it. If you drive through a town like Gary, Indiana, if a street light stops working, they drill a stop sign to it. Because the town, they don't actually have people that work on the roads like that do like upkeep in certain areas. They do it in the areas that they have to because the state requires it, so like the actual highways and shit. But in other areas, like inner city, no. All this, they'll leave it. They don't even give a fuck. They'll just leave the light off if the light's not working anymore because they don't really have that many people that work those jobs because they can't afford to have the people that work those jobs because the city doesn't have the money to hire the people. Because one, the city isn't making a lot of money, and the money that the city is making is just being pocketed by the fucking mayor and whoever else is running the town. Crazy as fuck, but like I remember like I saw like the mayor of Gary, Indiana had like a fucking because I went there for like a baseball game, and their mayor had like a full entourage, like fucking blacked out window SUVs, like they had their own like Secret Service. They were driving like a fucking like a brand new Escalade, and I'm just like, where the fuck you get that money? You're a mayor of like one of the shittiest towns in the entire US. And that's what it is. So in a lot of cases where like some of this shit goes down, where people get killed or whatever it might be, police aren't going to do anything about it. There's nothing to do. There's probably not even enough police to do it, which is always really funny when I hear about people talking about like, oh, hey, defund the police. There's already cities that don't have them. Go live there.
This time centered around this Zhang Kui, who is apparently a god that can go between realms and hunts ghosts. I don't know, that sounds cool as hell. So are you going to be playing as kind of a god? Presumably the character teased at the end of this trailer. Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of elements you'd expect.
Well, it's not teased at the end of the trailer. They literally used his name in the announcement. Then they literally Chung Kui. I think that's how you say it, Chung Kui. I don't know how to fucking speak Chinese.
We see big beastly creatures, some weapons, a giant tiger.
But yeah, somebody already brought it up. This is Chung Kui, and he's or Chung Ki or something like that. You got it right? Oh, okay, cool. But he's effectively he fights evil spirits.
That this game is still very much in the works. It's probably going to be a while before we see more of it, but still, it's cool, and I like that the developers are sticking with the whole black myth thing and sticking with Chinese mythology, because it seems like it's just a really good thing to mine for stories for video games. Now down at number 3, check out Valor Mortis. This is...
Oh, there's a ton of that, like, old school shit that people are going to get, like, all over. Like that, or old school shit. What am I talking about? That people are going to be all over some of this like old Chinese mythology and stuff like that. There's so many cool stories and things for them to be able to represent.
The new game from the people behind Ghost Runner, and this is billed as a first-person action Souls-like. Yeah, but check it out. Like you got like cool weapons, some supernatural powers.
What the fuck?
You're fighting monsters and all weird things, all kind of themed around a Napoleonic era, but they're really going for it, man. I have not seen a game that looks quite like this.
I know we hear like Souls-like a lot or whatever. I don't know how a first-person Souls-like is gonna play. Like, I don't know.
So it looks like they're going for a dash of hunt showdown, some Souls-like elements, more horror elements.
Oh, like
I don't know.
elements.
This is just really, really cool. Again, this was announced during the pre-show, but
I'm also afraid as well that people bring up like Souls-like when they see like just like dark themes in general anymore. Like if it's not like clearly a horror game, they're like, oh, that's a Souls-like.
Wanted to mention it because it's one of the cooler things to come from this whole event. And as of right now, it just has a release date slated for sometime in 2026. Now at number 2, we have Lords of the Fallen 2.
Yeah, this is gonna be fucking cool,
great
dude.
Souls-like.
I'm so excited. I'm happy for these guys.
Actually, a follow-up to a different Lords of the Fallen game. This is Lords of the Fallen 2, and it's taking place 100 years after the events of the previous game. It's got that real cool signature, almost kind of like gothic Lord of the Rings heavy metal style.
I really like that they're going like in the angel direction. I think that looks sick as fuck.
To it. Apparently, the developers have taken a lot of lessons from the previous game, and now this one is releasing sometime in 2026. Now at number 1, we got a new trailer for Resident Evil 9 Requiem. And I'll be completely honest, it doesn't really tell us a lot.
This is probably for like the AAA games. This is probably the one that I'm the most excited for and the most hopeful I am. It's like, yeah, that's it.
What we get to see here is a little bit of a lead up to the previous revealed trailer. Here with the character you play as, Grace Ashcroft, going on a quick little adventure or escape with her mother, Resident Evil fans might know as Alyssa Ashcroft from the olden days, and we don't get to see too much other than following her in first person, and then a creepy scary guy kills someone, and that's it. As for Resident Evil fans, like there's a little bit more maybe you can read into. But,
it feels like, or from what it looks like to me, it looks like they're really moving. It almost looks like they're taking a step back from to Biohazard. I really liked Biohazard. I fucking love that game. I fucking love Biohazard so much.
Otherwise, this still just leaves us with a lot of questions, which Requiem has really been doing. This new Resident Evil has been big on building the mystery, and I'm excited to see it finally unfold. People at Gamescom are going to be able to get their hands on the game this weekend and play a bit of a demo of it if you wait.
I still have a hard time believing Capcom has ever been a AAA company.
Maybe we'll
no
get some more
shit.
details from that. But there you have it. Those are 20 new announcements from the Gamescom opening night live stream.
Yeah, I think there were. I think there's. I'll be honest with you. Like, there really weren't any oh shit reveals. I'll share the video. Oh, okay, that's just V that I typed. That's great. I don't know. Did it feel like to you guys that there really just wasn't a whole lot of shit that fucking went on? That there just really wasn't a lot of games or anything like that were shown off? For me, that's what it feels like. I didn't really feel like there was really any huge announcements. It was pretty much just all stuff that we already know about. It felt like nothing. Yeah, I don't know, man. It just didn't really feel like there was a whole lot of stuff that anything new at the very least. Do you have any take on Pragmata? I don't know enough about the game to be able to really talk about it yet. I mean, we've only really seen the trailers and stuff, right? So, for that one, I'm just kind of, waiting to see what it's actually going to look like and play like. I mean, I've heard people say good things about it on the... I've heard people say good things about it on... what is it? About their, previews that they've had and stuff with it. But, I mean, for me, I just kind of want to see what it ends up looking like. Ninja Gaiden 4? Yeah, I'm hoping that's going to be really good. I think that it probably will be. Give me a second. Let me use the bathroom real quick. I need to grab some water, too. Okay. Expedition 33 so far? Well, I'm just talking about the games that were shown. The game I'm looking forward to the most is Project Landsword. I don't think I saw that. Valor Mortis. What is that one? I feel like I've heard that. Oh yeah, that was the one we just saw. Okay. Okay, I wanted to see this. This is actually their official Join the Helldivers trailer. It's so weird to see Xbox and PlayStation like logos next to each other, but
The Galactic War. Your chance to serve, to fight, and to sacrifice for a freer tomorrow. Were you there when we conquered the creek?
Yeah, I was there.
Were you there
Yeah,
when we cleansed the super colony?
I was there.
Were you there when we set our citizens free?
I was there.
They were there. Were you? Helldivers
I was there.
across the galaxy have been fighting the fight of freedom.
that's like this is. I love that this is literally a trailer that is like completely qualifying the whole point that I made about like what is like super cool and probably like one of the things that will like keep Helldivers 2 relevant for a long time is the fact that it has these moments that you want to be there. Like you wanted to be a part of it. Even if you didn't play the entire time during that period, you at least wanted to log in at least once or twice and play with your friends and be a part of like the massive shit that's going on. Like when shit hits the fan, right? Like when it was like, you know, the fucking the dark matter stuff with the Tyranids and the like the Battle of the Creek and all this stuff, right? Like, and some of this stuff is just straight up just fan made stuff that they had created. And like the Battle of Super Earth, all that kind of stuff. Like people want to be there for these moments, and it's super cool. That's why I said like I hope that there's like another really cool event that they do for this, like joining over to the Xbox group.
Using the latest advanced weaponry to spread our message of peace. But the war effort needs your effort. With Liberty's enemies closing in from every front, and death and destruction lurking behind every corner. There's never been a better time to become a Helldiver. We have the technology. We have the firepower. All we need is you. So next time we defend freedom, be there. Next time we kill our enemies without hesitation, be there. Next time we are there, be there. Be part of an elite fighting force and protect the galaxy from all that threatens managed democracy. Join the Helldivers.
Very cool. Very cool. So it is just like a pure ad. I still really like it. We really need to give a shout out to all of the brave camera divers that bring us this wonderful footage from the front. True. I'm doing my part. Helldivers single-handedly ended the console wars. It did. It did. PlayStation player here. I'm so glad to have Xbox players with us spreading managed democracy. Welcome to the fight, soldiers. Very cool. Yeah. The next time we are there, be there. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's really fucking cool. And plus on top of that, like, it's just like the nature of these like more cooperative games. I think that's the reason when I saw like we saw that video with like the streamers where they were talking about why they like, oh yeah, I just can't really get into this. I don't understand why people like this game or whatever. And then like obviously it blew up and it was big content, and then they actually then wanted to be a part of it. You know, like the thing is that they don't understand like why a game like that's actually the thing that I think that's like really troubling when I see stuff like that, is that they don't understand why something like this would be popular. And the funny thing is why it's popular is because it's the opposite of them. It's the opposite of the games that they play. I really do feel like there is a severe amount of untapped potential in cooperative games. I think that like the indie games that we've seen pop off lately, like Peak and all that stuff, I think that that's all like a continuation of that. Like people want these more like fun, friendly experiences to be able to have either with the groups of friends that they have now or potentially, hopefully, a way for them to be able to make friends to play games with online. I think it's like one of the things that I always think back to when like online gaming was in its youth, or like when it was, or even when it was like coming into its own, right? Like if you look at like when Halo and stuff like that had like normalized like online play, like I feel like people made a lot more friends on the internet more frequently. Like people that would make, like people that play games together and shit. I will say like one thing that I do really like, and I've seen it because of like the Discord community, is that like my community at the very least has become a beacon for that. Where like people have come and they've come to play games and they hang out and chat with other people and they make friends within the Discord, and then I'll see those people like playing games together and being familiar and like people actually making friends. I think that's just really cool. I love co-op. Yeah, me too. Even the kids in the Call of Duty lobbies have found memories. Yeah. Do you see the Toxic Commandos? That might be one. Yeah, I'm hoping that game ends up being good. I wish I could make more friends. I have none at the moment. I would just talk to the people in the Discord. Ask to play games with people. Hop on a microphone. Or don't. I'm tired of competitive shooters. That's me. I'm just sick of the rat race when it comes to those games. Simple as that. See, look, people are already asking to see. People are already saying hi. There you go. Okay, let's what time is it? Okay, we got time. Fuck it. Do I want to watch the Roblox thing, or do I want to go? Do you guys want to do the Roblox thing? Or you guys, because I mean, this came out today. It already has over 3 million views. How many views does this fucker have? 3 million views in 14 hours. That's crazy. Path of Exile. I kind of want to do Path of Exile. Tom, thank you for the 10, man. Boo, glad to see you're still at it. Thank you. Appreciate it, brother. Good to see you. Roblox has united the entire internet against it. It's so funny. I'm gonna wait, and I think I might end up going into it. Like, even though like I don't know, it seems like people really liked my coverage on it, even though it like didn't, like the video didn't like blow up, which isn't really that big of a deal for me. Like talking about stuff like that is like just, it's really important to make sure that you're informing people, right? But beyond that, like, I almost want, like, the thing is that I've never seen so many companies, and I gotta thank them for it, because if it wasn't for them being like this, I might not have a career. I've never seen so many companies that are just so fucking bad at managing their public image. Like, I've never seen so many brands that want to destroy themselves. Like, the stuff that I saw, did I save it? I don't know if I did or not. It doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like I did. No. Like the change with Cracker Barrel. Like, what the fuck? Like I saw it like passing by, and it was like, first I saw the logo and I was like, well, that's kind of fucking weird. That's kind of weird. And then I saw like the rest of the changes where they changed the inside of the restaurant. So they changed. So the thing is that like the draw of Cracker Barrel is to like bring you into this place that feels like it's kind of a fucking a time capsule, right? It's supposed to feel rustic. It's supposed to feel like very, old school American, and it's supposed to have that Southern charm. And it's supposed to just be about going there for like some of the most like fire pancakes and biscuits and like a little store with a bunch of random knickknacks and bullshit that your like mom and your grandma are gonna buy. We used to, every single time my grandparents would come up to visit us, it'd be like the first place that they'd want us to go is to go to Cracker Barrel in the morning. So we go to Cracker Barrel in the morning, and then we go and do whatever else they wanted, after they were done visiting. And even when we go to see them and hang out in other places, like if we go down to visit them in Tennessee, or if we go down to visit them in Florida, depending on where they were at the time, we'd go to fucking Cracker Barrel. And that was their fucking place. One, because they liked it because it was super fucking cheap, especially because they were old. But beyond that, it's because it was a good filling, good meal, and it was just a nice environment to be in. It felt very homey. It felt very cozy. It was comfort food, right? It was comfort food in a comfort environment. And that's the reason why people would want to go there. Country Fried Steak, their Country Fried Steak is fucking peak. But you'd go there and it would feel like it'd feel like a handcrafted meal. It felt like a family breakfast or a family dinner or whatever you wanted to go there for. And now, and the crazy thing is that like, so the CEO of this company comes out and they changed it. They got rid of the old man sitting on the chair. So it's supposed to be like old, because like this place, let's see here. So the outside of a Cracker Barrel, it's like a porch outside, and you got rocking chairs for you just to kind of hang out and wait to be able to get your meal. Like, you got all that kind of shit, right? Like, that's like it's supposed to be like very comforting, very homey kind of a restaurant to go to. And that's like the logo is the same kind of thing. It's supposed to feel like relaxing and welcoming. And I guess like now they've changed the logo, so the logo is just this like, I don't know what the fuck this is. They just completely got rid of the completely got rid of the personality of the logo. And then not only did they get rid of the personality of the logo, but they're now doing a full rework of the inside. So now they're just putting up shit on a wall like this. I don't know. This isn't it. That's not the full rework. Because, like, look at it. I mean, like, this is a place that you go to after going to, like, a Bass Pro or something like that, right? It's a homey environment. It's very cozy. And now, with their rework, this is what it's going to be. This looks like fucking poor modern Denny's. It's so sanitized and corporate and like void of personality. And the thing is that like people want to talk about this as like anti-white racism. They will go bankrupt. It's not even anti-white racism. You know what this fucking is? This is just anti-personality. That's what this is. It's anti-personality. It is everything needs to be a blank fucking slate so that you can project yourself onto it. So that nothing is ever built to offend anybody. It's the grossest fucking behavior. And it's also something that's just going to eventually, you're just going to run these businesses into the ground. And if I'm not mistaken, let me see if I can find this real quick. It was doing good. They brought it up. It was coming up. That is not good. No, that is not good. So they're down 24% in the past month. What happened in the end of July? Their CEO happened in the end of July. It makes Waffle House look great. Yeah. They're up 16% for the last 6 months. Well, they're down. They're still down 1% for the whole year. But I'm not. The thing is, you're not going to see this improve. This is only going to get worse. They're going to lose more money. It already shows that to begin with. Because if you go back in closure, it's already dropping again. I guarantee people, like, the minute the market opens, it's going to go down again, especially because there's so much negative feedback around it. They literally lost their soul. Yeah. And the thing is that, like, I look at like this, and then I also look at what's like going on with Roblox as well, and it's just like they have this. It's like these companies have an obsession with being as tone deaf as they possibly can be, and like for whatever reason, having this idea that they can just gaslight everybody. Like, it's so weird. I don't fucking get it. Where I'm sitting there and I'm like, why would you guys think that it's a smart idea that when you have people that have genuinely exposed predators on your platform, you have multiple arrests? The one kid by himself has 6. There's other cases outside of that. And your company wants to come forward and say, we're going to stop these vigilantes. Like, what? How is that even their stock's doing Roblox stock. Now theirs has dropped a little bit, not a lot of it. I mean, they were up $2, but the crazy thing is, on the scale of their stock, this is one day, sorry. It all dipped and then people bought the dip. This is fucking corporate America, baby. That's corporate America, baby. They don't give a fuck about protecting nothing. And the investors are still bullish on the business because they see the potential for what the business can be later on down the road. They see it continuing to grow and get bigger and do more things. But the thing is that at the end of the day, like, this is one of those situations where, like, somebody brought this up before where they're like, well, what about the free market? Companies still have a responsibility to protect their customers. You're not allowed. It is illegal for you to put your customers in direct harm. So if they don't do anything, the only thing that can protect customers, which in this case is children, is for the government to step in and make some sort of and do something. And it's not just suing the company. It's going to be like some type of reform that's necessary that likely will set a precedent. And I think what's really dangerous about this whole situation with Roblox is because of their incompetence and their lack of care when it comes to like their users or anything like that. Like, it's just pure, like, this is straight up just like hardcore fucking like hyper capitalist, straight up fucking cyberpunk brain, right? Like, they don't care. They're taking the position of, we're a publisher and we're not responsible for the actions of our customers or our developers. They're trying to remove themselves from the situation while also protecting, like, they're doing what's necessary on their part. What's dangerous, in my opinion, from this is that this puts in, like, I think that because of how social media companies have behaved, and now how also a company like Roblox is behaving, it doesn't matter how well optimized, it doesn't matter how well ran all of these other platforms are, they are eventually going to suffer the consequences of the mistakes of these companies. And I do think that there's going to be some Section 230 reform. I think that's what's going to end up happening. And it's going to tank some of these fucking companies because they're not going to be able to do anything about it. If you guys don't know what Section 230, I think it's Section 230 if I'm not mistaken. Section 230 is what basically makes it where these companies are not legally responsible for the actions of users on their platform. I think that's how it's worded. 230? Interactive computer services like social media platforms and websites. It protects them from liability for most third-party user-generated content, as such, online posts and comments. The thing is that if I'm not mistaken, Roblox falls under this, even though the content isn't, because it's user-generated content that's on the website. The games are user-generated content. The things that the players do is user-generated content. And if these companies continue to skirt responsibility, they're going to bring this into question, which is then going to cause massive reform across all platforms, even the ones that are running themselves the right way, like Steam as an example. Steam is going to suffer the consequences of the mistakes of Roblox. That leads to all the whole publisher versus platform stuff. Exactly. And that's like, it's the weird place that these companies are continuing to dance on. They don't do it anymore, if you guys noticed. They did it during the last administration, but they don't do it anymore. Now all of a sudden social media is basically fucking gates wide open again, where everybody's just doing whatever the fuck they want. None of these companies are like imposing their their politics on the users, which is exactly how it should be. But that's where most of those complaints were coming from, it's from people that were feeling like they were being silenced because of their political views. Now that that's gone, there's still issues that are out there, but it's now just going to happen on different social media platforms. And from my perspective, I think that Roblox is not a video game or a video game platform. I think that Roblox is a social media platform. And they're now picking and choosing how they moderate that platform. They're acting like a publisher, and they are, they're acting like a publisher and reaping they're acting like a platform. No, it's both. They act like a publisher when it benefits them, but they are a platform because it profits them. It's Kid VR chat. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. And like, the thing is that like, if something doesn't happen with this company, something drastic happens with this company, especially after seeing like some of the things that their like CEO and a few other people have come out and said. Like, these guys are they're so high on their own supply that they're not even fucking close to being in touch with reality. They're so fucking off in space. Social media, but they're a platform for profit. Yeah, exactly. Platform for profit, but they're a publisher when it suits them. And usually when I say it suits them in a way that protects their brand. So they act as a publisher when they're trying to protect the brand. So I think a really good example of this is it's like, so you're a platform. So you have content that's on your platform that isn't necessarily illegal. But because it looks bad for your brand and it's being brought up on social media and it's being fucking rightfully dragged through the mud because it's obviously putting kids in danger, now you're acting as a publisher to remove that content. When a platform would just have like fucking like concrete rules, right? They would just have concrete rules that are like, hey, this is what it is, and you're not allowed to do this. They don't want to put those concrete rules into place. They would rather act as a publisher, picking and choosing, so then that way they can just get themselves out of the media spotlight for long enough to keep the money machine printing money, essentially is what it is. Like Visa and MasterCard, when they were saying that they help keep brands safe. Yeah, exactly. It's essentially the same thing, except they're not a platform or a publisher. That they don't have anything to do with that. But it is really funny that like that's the position that those companies would take, and that's what they say their motivation is for blocking the completely legal transactions that we saw on Steam and itch.io. However, they have no involvement whatsoever in how many kids have been taken advantage of on Roblox. I wonder what cards were used to be able to buy those Robux that those adults used to be able to give the kids and tempt them. Do you think they used a Visa or maybe a MasterCard? Maybe they used PayPal. Probably should look into that, right? Bought Stellar Blade after my recommendation. Loving it. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying it. Enjoy the view, my friend. It's a great looking game. It is. It's a great looking game. Never been so uncomfortable playing a game before. The only thing I didn't like about it is how frequently I had to take breaks.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Sun Priest's Incineration rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Now with that out of the way, let's get started. It's time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict.
Just play one-handed? That's a good idea. You got a good point there. I had made a comment on Twitter where I'd said, I'm like, I can't believe that Path of Exile, I'm like, what did I say? I think I said, how does Path of Exile 2 release an entire Diablo game in one patch? Because I'd only saw like a couple of like things that were like hinted about online, and I haven't seen any of this stuff yet. I've only seen like bits and pieces of it. And then now like I'm realizing that these guys dropped an hour-long fucking stream announcing all the changes for 0.3, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Brought you here to save our people, to save our way. Over the ages, we have known pain like no other, but we endured, and we became mighty.
Fucking cool looking.
Now, outsiders dishonor our shores, and we have stood by, doing nothing. Hear my voice, ancestors! Show us your strength! Show us the true way! I understand.
No. Is it like emerald powers? What the fuck is that? Come back to stream and realize I got gifted a sub. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Make sure to thank people when they give you guys subs. No total Blizzard game is already cooked. No shit. What are we watching? This is the Path of Exile 2 Third Edict content reveal. So this is their 0.3 patch. We're up from 0.2 to 0.3. Do I have to be online to play this? Yes, you would. This is an online only game. That's a really good reason why you buy Last Epoch. Because that's why the one thing I really like about Last Epoch is you can play it offline. I fucking love the boss fights in this game, man. They're so like the one thing that I'm struggling with, or that I struggled with after playing like a few playthroughs at this point, is the fact that like for whatever reason, is the fact that it was really good on the first playthrough, or like when you're starting a fresh character, but then once you get to the point where like you're in the end game, all of a sudden the bosses are like they're just kind of just, you know, punching bags that you just kind of try to drill through as fast as you can. I actually really like, the funny thing is that like I totally understand the design philosophy that they're trying to go for, where they're trying to make the like combat more meaningful, but that falls apart the minute that you hit the end game, because it's just like how these games are built. End game is weak. The problem is that like you have to make a choice, and like I'm just gonna ask you guys this directly. Do you want a fast game where you're getting constantly like tons of fucking loot and like you're feeling OP and like that's the end game? Is that like you're just like, I'm fucking OP, I'm killing bosses, I'm doing this. There's might be like a little bit of a challenge here or there, but that challenge is me just essentially getting one shot? Or do you want an end game that is slow and grindy and it's going to take a while, but the combat feels meaningful? The entire Path of Exile, most of the Path of Exile community is going to say fast and one-shot me. Because that's what Path of Exile 1 is. Path of Exile 1 is fast and one-shot me. I know people say challenging and meaningful, but the thing is that like all you do, and like I guess that's one of the problems too that you have also, like content creators will do the same thing. A little bit of both sounds ideal. I don't know if you can do that in an ARPG. I don't know if that's possible. And I think the little bit of both is fresh character is the like slow and engaging, meaningful meaningful combat, and then end game is just a blaster. I just think that that's what the identity of this game is going to be. Which I think is actually, which inherently I actually think is still pretty cool, because that means that like making a fresh character is still fun, right?
The true Makuramakoi will.
See, like that's the thing. Somebody says, tear through trash mobs and then get to the boss and then it's slow and meaningful combat. I get what you're saying there, but the problem is that it's really difficult to be able to balance something like that, right? Like you don't want the boss to just one-shot you. Otherwise, that's not like, I don't know, that's just not interesting. And if the bosses are going to be scaled to the point that they one-shot you, then you do need combat to stay fast. So either you power down the bosses so they can't one-shot you, and then you power down the player so they don't one-shot the boss, or you also risk like turning every single boss into like a punching bag, right? See, like somebody brings it up right now. I want my Herald of Ice and Herald of Storm to be like they were. I loved clearing entire maps in 2 to 3 arrows. See, like that's the thing. People have completely different power fantasies. The one thing that I will say no matter what is like you do need to make sure that the player remains feeling powerful. You cannot slow us down too much, because if you slow us down too much, it's Diablo 4. "24 new bosses. Act 4. I'm actually really... I hope I'm... wait, hold on. I hope I'm not the only one that's like this. I'm actually like really fucking curious to see what happens after we fought Doriani. Like I'm just like, what the fuck happened now? Like what's gonna happen now? Because like that shit was like such a straight that shit was such a like a fucking like subverted expectations. I was like, wait, what the fuck? So like now he's my homie now? So now what the fuck is gonna happen? Is the world torn apart, or is it just going to be that? That's what I'm fucking saying. Like, I'm a narrative guy. I know that most people in these kind of games don't really give a fuck about the narrative. I actually think that the narrative in this game is really interesting and it's really well done. And I actually really appreciate these guys putting the effort and the time into it because I think their lore and their world is fucking sick. It's fucking brutal and I love it. Act 4, interlude acts. I did see something about this online. The interlude acts. So essentially what they did, and thank you GGG for doing this, instead of you having to play the game over on like a fucking repeat, where you had to like play it over, I forgot what the mode was or whatever, but like you had to basically beat the entire game and then play the game all over again to be able to get to the end game. Now instead, you're just going to have these 3 interlude acts that are designed to be able to get you to the high enough level to throw you into maps. Cruel, that's what it is, cruel difficulty. So cruel difficulty is gone. You do not have to replay the game all over again. You're just going to do these 3 interlude acts, which have their own like little stories and activities and shit. And then that's going to get you to the level to get you into mapping. 35 new areas. 24 new bosses. Support gem overhaul. I'm really interested in that. I don't know anything about the support gem overhaul or the skill. The problem is like the 2 things that they need to make sure that they fix is that like Warrior was fucking garbage. And also a lot of builds kind of fucking sucked. And the thing is too is that like, and this is the one thing they're going to have a really hard time with is like, they're like comboing shit because they really want this game to be about like combos. They want it to feel kind of like a fighting game in some ways. And I don't know how you're going to pull that off when like ARPG optimization is literally just trying to like make 1 or 2 skills like super fucking strong. Is it worth jumping back into? I think it is. Dude. Sprinting. What? It's actually really nice. I wish more games had that. Like, even last Epoch, I wish I had it. And introducing seasonal mechanic, Rise of the Abyssal. I like the green theme. August 29th. That's only a week away. That's crazy. Oh, isn't that like the day after? That's the day after Metal Gear.
There's a lot going on.
Remember what I said about these AAA games, man? Remember what I just said about these AAA games? It's like, ah, damn, son.
And we have a lot to reveal today.
Ah, damn,
we'll start
son.
by going over Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline. But that's not all. There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means
okay, I don't want to look at the I don't want spoilers for Act 4. So I'm not going to look at that. I already know what the interludes are. What is sprinting?
This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for.
That's super fucking
The primary
useful.
purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground. The best idea...
I'm going to die to that. Like, I'm gonna be not paying attention. I'm gonna be looking across the room, and I'm gonna be looking at my cat, and I'm gonna WASD myself right into a group of enemies and die.
Is to use a skill when you see monsters.
Me every
That'll
time.
break you out of the sprint so you can
That's
engage
exactly
with
what
no
I'm gonna
danger.
do.
If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar.
Okay.
You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game.
That's cool. I like the ability to be able to disengage. In a lot of cases in these games, you're kind of fucked. You're just gonna you're stuck. You're gonna die now.
Retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to PoE 2's gameplay. What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on PoE 2's more visceral combat system.
I fucking love the way these guys think. I love the way these guys think. They are never in one player's camp. And I think that is just such a great way to be able to do things where you're like, we realize that we have 2 groups of players. We have people that want this game to have meaningful combat, but we also have people that want to be fucking blasters, and that's just what they want to do, is just blast the shit out of this game. And they're like, how can we create a system that serves both of those players equally? Make it. There's a couple of other things. I gotta look back. There's stuff that I did for like the interview that I did with them, and then also the video that I did for PoE2, where like there were other things that were like that, where I'm like, they have these like things that they do where they're building stuff in that are to suit both players equally and keep things fair, and it's just so cool, dude.
Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later, and that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters, and probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play.
Yeah.
But PoE2's support gem system has just never been quite right. One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character.
Yeah.
We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build.
Yeah.
If you can only use each
you basically just invest in a single
support
skill,
gem
right?
on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity.
So that means you can have Herald on one skill, all the Heralds you want on one skill, but then you can create, you can have other supports set up with other skills, either for more abilities to cast or whatever one. If you were using a Herald, because somebody had brought up before how they want to do Herald of Ice, Herald of Thunder. So it's you're able to do that on multiple abilities depending on the situation, right? So if you're doing single target or whatever, that actually also makes it where you're not completely just building into one direction. Whether that's I like that a lot actually, because it's gonna make it where you're not just building into map clearing. And I feel like in a lot of cases, most builds you're actually gonna have single target options.
There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a really good fucking point. If you wanted to do a full poison build, you couldn't because you don't have enough fucking support gems to be able to do it.
Limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use on other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead.
Yeah.
There are more examples like this all over the place. In addition to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game.
Okay.
There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at Tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game.
Okay.
For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt.
That's good because it's going to make it feel like you're having more consistent progression where I don't know about you guys, but in a lot of cases when I was playing the game, I got to basically level 25 or 30 on a couple of my characters, and I essentially already had my build put together. After that, it was just finding gear. My support gems were already basically where they needed to be, and it was just leveling up those support gems and not doing anything else. So it kind of felt like you were relatively stagnant for a long time.
The cost of 30% less reload speed. At Tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at Tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy.
Oh, okay.
In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at Tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells.
Yeah, because so technically it'd be so if you actually so it's 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%. So you get up to 40 or 50, 60. You get up to 60% increased cast speed if you did 6 abilities, right?
So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign, but we wanted to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, Lineage Supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses.
Oh, okay. So now we have boss-specific gems. Interesting.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too.
Okay, cool.
Some of them are fairly rare. Others fairly common. Some of them are build-defining.
What is this one here? Support skills, which creates totems, causing those totems to have more life. Totems created by support skills explode on death, dealing physical damage based on life. Okay, so it's like a totem mine build?
Others are just straight up power upgrades.
Very cool.
All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there.
Jesus.
Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a...
I don't know. How the fuck do these guys do this? Like, it really blows my mind because, like, I guess it's been a while since the last major update, right? I get, like... But still, like, they also developed an entire thing for Path of Exile 1 as well. They did a whole league for Path of Exile 1. It's been 6 months. Still... This is a lot of shit for 6 months, especially when you're talking about like trying to balance this stuff in the background and whatnot. Urban Gamer, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Holy shit, man. Huge. Make sure that you guys thank him for the subs. Thank you for your generosity, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
A lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame.
You're assuming it's balanced? Well, of course it's not going to be fucking balanced. People are going to find exploits to this shit immediately. People have made fucking jobs around that shit. You know, one of the things that like I brought it up earlier in stream, like one of the things that's like really upsetted me like with like this game and like community reception is that like it is a constant like we're so fucking doomed. Like Jonathan Rogers is literally the worst thing at GGG and they need to get rid of him. And then all of a sudden, Jonathan Rogers is the based god of video games. And without him, we would be lost. Like, it's just like constant back and forth. And it's just like Path of Exile's dead, Path of Exile's back. And it's like, bro, it's a fucking game in early access. Like, give it a break.
There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to...
Don't read Reddit so seriously. It's not even Reddit. It's comment sections. It's downvotes on fucking videos when you're positive about a game. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. These fucking rats are everywhere. Like, I am somebody that will give game context. Like, I think that context matters in cases in the case of some of these games, right? Like, and in most cases, I will wait for the game to come out. Like, I will judge the actions of a company leading up to a game's release. And that, in a lot of cases, that'll be my judgment to whether or not I'll actually play it in the first place. But I do try to do my best to at least give these games a fair shake when they actually come out. I shat all over Ubisoft before Assassin's Creed Shadows came out. I sat down and played the fucking game. I hated it, but I sat down and played the game. Dragon Age: The Veilguard, same fucking thing. I saw that game coming out and I was like, this looks like absolute garbage. I cannot fucking believe you guys made this game. I played it. It was garbage.
Discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes.
PoE 2 is always my number one.
Useful element on the Ranger.
The funny thing is, I didn't really like the only complaints that I had was just in the end game that they had a bunch of like the end game just wasn't balanced the way that it needed to be, and it also didn't really feel all that rewarding. Like the drops and stuff didn't feel rewarding, and also on top of that, I just don't like getting to the point where the game is just about getting one shot or not, and it's just like, you know, it's just trying to, I don't know, it's like stay fast or die essentially. Like in a lot of cases, the only time you die is because you got stuck on something and then you got poisoned a shitload or something or whatever like that.
So we've expanded the cold tools.
It's the whole reason why I played Monk afterwards, and then that way I just never died because everything died.
Available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies. and a new buff skill called Ice-Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments.
Ooh, okay. I might play Archer.
This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice. But to take further advantage of the ice fragments,
The
Freezing
Ranger.
Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold
I only played a
arrows
little
towards
bit of
every
Ranger. I
fragment,
didn't level up a
giving you
Ranger
nuke-like
fully.
ability.
That might be the way that I want to go.
We've also modified...
They're not adding daggers in, are they? I don't think they are. Okay, I want to see this
Night
section
to consume
here.
frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a
And then I
nice
wanna
ice
see
single
the
target
endgame
option.
changes.
And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game.
Okay.
Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should
Yeah.
get a bigger reward for it.
Okay. Yeah. I like
Another
that
thing
idea.
you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily.
Okay.
And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain.
They're making it really sound like Poison Archer is going to be kind of lit. I'm kind of here for this. I kind of want Poison Archer sounds really cool, man.
It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters. Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use.
Okay, cool.
But it also means you can support it with projectile supports. And it now also has Area of Effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame.
I mean, Lightning Archer is also really nice too. Saren main support.
We also added a
support
new
this?
spirit
Yeah, that's
reservation
true.
called Mirage
That's
Archer.
true.
This is a meta skill that
Saren
allows you to
lover.
create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice. Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the three defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently, evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks.
Okay.
To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike
that?
evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion.
Okay.
And there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too.
All right.
Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular
Evasion
hits
might be
too.
very strong. I think it's probably going to be
And
incredibly
unlike
strong.
evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of
Okay,
course,
so I
this
guess
is a
they're
buff
okay.
that helps all Dex characters, so the Mercenary and the Monk, but especially the Huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well.
Good.
Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry. Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're
characters
making
got
is
their
that now
got their defensive
everything
buff.
is
They need it
blockable,
really
except
badly.
for
They
specifically
need it really
unblockable
bad.
red flash skills that bosses use.
They buffed Merc. Let's see how good it is with this update.
This makes parry much more reliable.
Weren't most people playing Mercenary as Monk essentially? Like the skills and shit like that? They were just using like a pole arm and then I thought that's what people were doing before.
Not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use,
That stacker,
you now
that's what
also
it was.
move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer. Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic fish are now branches into multiple fishes, giving it much more clearing potential.
Okay.
We've also added a new skill called
I
Forge
feel like
Hammer.
that should be a wave move, not like a fissure thing, but I get it thematically.
Skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fishes around. Volcanic fishes re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss. We also buffed Perfect Strike to have much larger area of effect.
Okay, Warrior.
And changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move
This
forward.
looks really good.
Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. The skill
fire
now
build
has
kinda
massively
sounds
boosted
sick.
chance to ignite monsters as well.
I'm such a fucking elemental whore. I am thinking about Warrior. That's the only one that I haven't played yet, so I probably should.
And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fissures.
Warrior looks
and
cool
molten
now, it
balls
really
will
does.
erupt from your attacks. Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve.
They were fucking
now that we've
terrible.
got sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. It now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it. Shield wall got significantly upgraded AoE.
Okay,
Also,
that's
you can
fucking
shield charge
cool,
right through it to
dude.
trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield war cry.
Okay.
Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And
I
Magma
might be
Barrier
sold
now
on
doesn't require
Warrior.
timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block. Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage. Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charge to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales your weapon damage too.
Okay.
Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems. In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of
I like all
totems,
of this,
we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now
I'm
gives an
preheating,
extra
give me a
totem,
second.
and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukahama proud. We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so that you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense. Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit
1.0
at
is
close
supposed to be
ranges when you
October.
don't have much accuracy.
Dude, this
Warriors
game's not going
shouldn't
to be in 1.0
require any
for
accuracy
another 2
investment
years.
in order to hit with close range attacks now.
And honestly, I don't
We
need it
also
to be in
wanted to
1.0
improve
for
armor.
another 2 years. You can
And one of the
fucking
major
let it
weaknesses of
cook.
armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order
I said this, I think, during my video that I had made about Path of Exile 2. It might have been a wake-up call video that I had made. But one of the things that I brought up was I was like, for the people that are out there, they're like, well, I'm not going to pay for a game in early access. Good for you. Good for you, and I'm also jealous because you're going to play the game at the best it'll ever be at. Right now, we are playing the worst version of Path of Exile 2. And we will continue to play the worst version of Path of Exile 2 until it's completed.
to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree. One of the most important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows.
Okay.
You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that...
That was really fucking annoying with crossbows. I hated that, like, you slowed down while you were reloading, which kind of fucking sucked because then it was giving too much of a time gap for enemies to attack you, which then you would have to dodge, and then you still didn't get to reload. It's just...
All skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better.
I saw somebody say I'm very selective with early access, but at this point PoE 2 looks solid. It is really hard to keep my attention on a game for a long time. I put 250 hours into Path of Exile 2. And the last time I played it was back in April.
Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds. And skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more.
Okay.
You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more
over
of a reason to
200,
weave
and I haven't played since January. The playtime that I have in April was me just kind of like getting on and checking out a couple of the changes that they had made with an upgrade or with an update. But the 250 that I have is almost all from when the game came out, and then I just didn't go back to it. So I played that all in one sitting, and then I just walked away.
Cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing.
It was one of those things. I did the same thing to Baldur's Gate. I like Baldur's Gate 3 when it was in early access. Not initially. It was kind of like after they kind of fixed a lot of the buggy, like super buggy animations. I put like 100 hours into Act 1. I kept replaying it over and over again with my friends. And then after a while, I was like, okay, I'm going to wait until it's done. And then I came back a couple more times, I think, just for shits and giggles. And then I mostly just relegated myself to Divinity Original Sin 2.
Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. By making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor.
Very good game.
This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective. And now just give a much more consistent, so the Brute's Warcry can detonate them too.
Oh, here we go. I'm definitely a minion guy.
We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. Focuses was making very...
I want to see the...
On whip banners. They were just not very good, so we upgrade longer and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory. On which one of the main focuses was making...
I like playing minion builds. That's literally what we're going to be playing in... that's what we're going to be playing in Last Epoch.
Various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones.
Is it action-oriented Divinity Original Sin? Is what action-oriented Divinity Original Sin?
As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy. Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better. Brute's got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion.
What? So Skeletal Brute, activate to summon a hard-hitting, reviving skeleton hard-hitting, reviving skeleton brutes. Stun primed enemies and war cry on command. This war cry intimidates enemies and consume freeze on enemies and allies to deal damage around the area. That's really cool.
We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's Warcry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minion.
I don't like how that works. I don't like how that works. Because they're saying that your frost mages, your skeletal mages are dealing frost damage, but they're going to be on the back line and not the front line. So why would I want to detonate them?
More easily in
I don't
boss
know. I
fights.
guess I'd have to see how that works in game.
And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Okay.
There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. but I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool.
I wonder how Blizzard would feel about having a character like this. I wonder if they watch a trailer like this and they just like... You think they start crying? Do you think they see like boobs and they're like... I feel oppressed. Oh, God. Oh. Amanda, what is it? Oh, it's my oppression.
The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witcher's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about two of them for now.
I kind of want to play like a caster mage, but like the caster mage fucking sucked. Like the build for caster mage sucked. Like bad. Like bad. I like playing caster witch. Caster witch is also really cool. I like minions and I like casters. And I like arrows and I like fantasy games.
Now, on the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sanguimancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we made Sanguimancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately.
10 minutes ago, he's an elemental maniac. Look, I'm a complicated guy. Look, I'm a complicated guy. Okay, I don't need you to fucking. Oh no, it's probably the majority of the office pretending to be offended while they side eye at Karen Boss. No, the funny thing is that I don't think it has anything to do with like the actual employees themselves. It's just a lot of this shit is mandated and put in place by their HR to create these like super sanitized workspaces. So then everybody feels like they have to be like happy-go-lucky and like, everything about my life is just trying to make sure that everybody's included, because the last thing that I would want is for nobody to feel included, even though I don't really like to include a lot of people in my neighborhood, and I would much rather have them out.
Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed.
Oh, the ADHD.
Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now.
Yeah.
On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row.
It's actually
so you can keep the effect.
It's actually fucked up you called that out. Like I started like I get in these fucking these moods or modes where all of a sudden my fucking like I'm all over the fucking place. Arrows, warrior, minion, mage. True.
Of all your.
I gotta show you guys something funny as fuck. I didn't want to show this at all. I didn't want to show this on my what the fuck was it? I didn't want to show it on my like I didn't want to like post it online or anything like that, but I don't mind showing it on stream because it is what it is. Not a lot of people come and like I mean we get a good group in the fucking stream. I shouldn't downplay how fucking insane our numbers on fucking stream are, especially for like my size as a content creator. But recently I had recently I had so, let me see. Fuck, it's gonna do this. Hold on. I'll do this. Play it smart. That was smart of me to do what I just did. So they sent me some new reworks for the fucking merch, right? They sent me some reworks for the merch. You guys will get a fucking kick out of this. Fuck, I did it wrong. Whatever, I'll tell you guys. So they sent me the reworks for the merch. And this is like the original one I picked. I really fucking like this. I think this looks I think like the fucking priestess looks fucking so good. Priestess looks so fucking good. Like really fucking nice. I also like the barbarian one. I think the barbarian one is looking fucking good too. I really like the color choices too. Looks Hades style. Yeah, well, the guy that I worked with, he does like fucking berserk art and shit like that. Kind of looks like He-Man. Yeah, that was kind of the idea that I wanted to go for. And then there's like the rogue and then the wizard. And I was like, I told the brand, the guys that I was working with, I was like, why is there one old white guy? And I'm like, I really like the designs, but I'm like, my audience is about to call me DEI drops. Like, y'all need to fucking, you guys need to diversify this shit. So I was like, we need. I'm like, am I the one that has to call for fucking diversity here? Like, what the fuck? I was like, I'm about to get fucking roasted by my audience over this shit. I'm like, y'all. I'm like, guys. I'm like, I said I wanted to, like, I said I wanted to have like a dark skinned priest. And I'm like, but you guys fucking, why'd you got to make the old guy the fucking the only white guy? I'm like, fuck, man. What the fuck? I cast testicular torsion. I actually really think that, I think this design is sick. I dig the green beard, dude. I dig the green beard. I really do. Token wizard. So? What about it? Diversity drops. Yeah. Yeah, I know. At least he's not a white mage. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. But I think all the designs look really good. I like all of these. I think they look really. I like the rogue. I think she's cool. I think the wizard looks fucking just sick as fuck. I also kind of like the lightning behind the rogue too. I think that's kind of a sick design. These two are these are probably my two favorites right here. I really like the fuck. I don't know. Priestess goes hard. Like, this motherfucker's gonna get lifted. This shit's gonna fucking fly. Like, people are gonna go wild for that shit. People are gonna go fucking wild for that shit. I already know. I can probably tell them not even to bother. Don't even bother printing the other ones. Everybody's just gonna want that. I think they all look sick, but the priestess the most. Yeah, I know a lot of people are gonna really like the priestess. Yeah.
Feels throwing up wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily.
Okay, it's cool.
Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows...
Like, Monk out of every single one of these, like, classes should be the one that is just a straight up, like, combo machine. You should feel like you're, like, primering and then blasting with a bunch of, like big moves and stuff like that. It's how that should
feel. You to break your enemy's stance. When
I like the rogue. I like the rogue too.
Following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE 1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that changes now. The monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the hollow palm technique.
Call me crazy. Could you make one without your YouTube handle on it? I actually initially wasn't gonna do that, but the problem is that like the shirts actually like looked a lot more generic and fucking like from a design perspective, because it used to actually just say the class name, so it'd say like mage, wizard, priestess, warrior, and then it was the character on this shirt, and then without the text it looked too barren. With the text it looked too generic, like it was a Walmart shirt. But with the channel name, it also makes sense because it's supposed to be supporting the channel, right? Let's be like, that's what it is. And plus, on top of that, at least my name is at least my channel name isn't something like fucking Dunksy ZW_0 or like Dropsies or something, right? You know, like it's Legendary Drops. It's in theme. I was like, this looks good. It still promotes the channel. It's still, you know, whatever. Like
a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed.
You should rebrand a Dropsies. I'm making a second channel. I'm making a second channel called Dropsies. Oops, all Dropsies. That's what it's gonna be called. Oops, all Dropsies.
Now,
part of me, I'm gonna tell you guys something. Part of me recently, I kind of want to make a second channel because it's like what you're supposed to do. One, you're supposed to do that, but like, I don't know what I would do. Like, I could talk about like, I don't know what people would want to hear me talk about. Like, that's the only thing. And I wouldn't do videos like I do like this. It would probably be something a little bit shorter, right? It would probably be like 5 or 10 minute videos about like random shit. The classic, shorter, lazier content. No. Like originally I was going to do like a React channel. And I still think that that's probably would be a nice thing to have is an editor that's like chopping my shit up and putting it to another channel. Because people do want the live stuff. They like this kind of environment, but they just don't want to show up for live streams or don't have the time to watch a whole fucking 6, 7, 8, 9 hour live stream. I totally understand that shit. Totally get it. And I did have it. Legendary Clips. We have a Legendary Clips channel. It's just like I haven't been able to line up a solid editor that like knows what the fuck they're doing that I can just throw on autopilot and they know like what's good content, what's not good content. Like I just haven't been able to find anything like that. Not something that's affordable for somebody like me because my scale is not big enough to be able to support the salary of an entire other fucking person. Like it's just not. I don't make that kind of money. And but I wouldn't mind actually having something where it's like, part of me, like a science channel. I don't know shit about science. Karaoke, do the crime thingy. I don't really know about that kind of thing either. The cat, I just make a cat channel. Just have the cat just running around, just. No, he likes to nap. Just do stream VODs? I mean, stream VODs are already on the YouTube channel.
A special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking energy shield and evasion on your character.
Oh, like editor stuff. Like when it comes to like the videos that I make for this channel, I will never get any. Like, part of me wanted to because I was like, what if I did like higher quality editing? Like I see like these channels that have like super high quality editing. I'm like, what if I did have that? And it's just like, it probably wouldn't make that much of a fucking difference. I'm like, I'm not gonna bother with that shit. I'm not gonna bother with that. If I was gonna do anything, maybe it would be something more like, maybe something more like Charlie, where it's just like some random shit that I saw and I just want to talk about it, right? Like some stupid fucking trend that I see pop up where I just want to make fun of people being fucking stupid, or some movie that I saw that I liked or didn't like, or I don't know, like some grind my gears content. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that would be kind of nice, where it's literally just sitting in front of a camera and just bullshitting for like 10 minutes straight or 5 minutes straight or whatever it is. Like relatable content. That's really what it would be. It would just be like daily shit. Like I saw like this happened to me today. Blah 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 blah. I saw this, or I saw this thing happening. I don't know. Thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Some old man yells at clouds.
Also added to the monk section of the tree is
exactly.
Walker of the Wilds.
Exactly.
This changes mana leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the monk has. But it works
Legendary
well for the
plots. There you go.
Now, one of
I was just thinking it would just be something regular, like random drops. That's actually. Yeah, you might be cooking.
The least used ascendancy class in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful.
Uncommon
so we've
drops,
added a new skill,
rare drops,
chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze.
Mythic drops,
embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion. In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight.
Chaos build, that seems sick.
Now let's talk about Sorceress skills.
I like that idea.
One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things...
See, the problem is that I watch this and I just want to play the fucking game. I just want to play an ARPG. And it's I'm literally just going through an identity crisis where I'm like, oh man, maybe I'll play this. Maybe I'll play this. And then I see Sorcerer. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll play that. I just want to play it all.
Towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to.
It just looks so fun.
So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time.
Ooh, I like that.
And things like Frost Bomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills.
So now Sorc is not going to specialize in spells. It's going to be more like broad. I kind of like that.
We also wanted to make switching between different weapons.
Did you pay attention to the new monk node? No, I didn't hear that. Is this it right here?
In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill, allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion.
Wow.
In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills.
Well, playing a dark monk would be kind of cool, to be honest. All right, we'll finish up.
More times. It makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto-bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100
Game
new
reviews
notables
would be good. KCD2. I got KCD2 because of your review. I need to do game reviews more often. The problem is that like they just take so fucking long because I'm too like detail oriented. And that's that's really all it is. I'm too detail oriented. I get too sucked in, and I'm just I get way like how long was I tried to keep that one relatively short, but I think it was still almost like 30 minutes. Reviews take forever. Yeah, because it's also the research that you have to do it in the first place, right? So like with KCD, like I put fucking 80 hours into that game or something. I can't remember it. Maybe I put less into. No, I probably put 100 hours into that game. 80 hours. I put 80 hours into KCD2. So it's like, that's 80 hours of gameplay, plus another 20 hours of writing, and then you record it. So it's like a fucking 100-hour video. They just take fucking forever. They just take forever.
Tree.
I love
usually
longer
around
videos.
20 per class, along with smaller clusters
in the background
as well.
at work, yeah.
Check out the old version.
That's why, like, I did like the longest. I think the longest video I ever made was what happened to Xbox, and that video was like an hour long. And I've never made a video that long ever again. But I actually don't know, like, and the thing is that, like, and that's evergreen content in a lot of cases, right? Like some of my evergreen content, like, I've made, like, a little bit longer, hoping that it would stick, but it just doesn't work the way that I think it would.
And here's the new version. It's a lot more dense, and there's more interesting nodes than before. Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the live stream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area.
Here's the thing, the game reviews that I do, a lot of people don't realize it, but the game reviews that I've done have always been in the context of the day that I played, of like the time that I played them in comparison to other things. So every wake-up call is every wake-up call video in the past, those are all game reviews. People just didn't realize that I made a game review. But what I do is I don't just review the game specifically. I will review the game specifically. That's in that those videos as well. But I not only talk about the game, but then I actually contrast that game with its competition or with industry practices and try to use it as also like a lesson learned as well.
Of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of armor break apply to your fire damage. Or
yeah, that's actually kind of the funny thing is that like there are essentially small like small reviews in almost most of my videos, to be honest with you.
Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate. A lot of these have themes aligning with Ascendancy class.
You complaining about hours in a game, you haven't played Harvest Moon, Rune Factory, Disgaea, and Fantasy Life. I like how you just assume like I haven't played Disgaea. Disgaea 2 is like one of my favorite games. That was the first one, actually. Laharl's a fucking G. Talking to me like I'm a fucking mid-boss.
Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments, depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most. Another Ascendancy class align notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy. In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element.
Okay.
You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers.
So even your fire spells are dealing lightning damage? That's interesting.
Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems. Now another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives.
Okay.
So we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board.
That's huge.
That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex,
yeah,
and
because I mean, like, there's some of these ones in here, some of these like skill notables that are like super fucking nice.
Now there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal.
Okay, I don't care about the League right now. I just want to hear about the endgame changes, and then we'll move on.
Experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with...
Dude, I think their map design is fucking peak. Like, these environments are so cool. It's such a pretty game.
Sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug.
Oh my god.
Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos.
Okay.
Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses.
Okay. Are they pinnacle bosses?
Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them.
Okay.
These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame, and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses.
See, I'm really hoping, my thing is that, like, and this is the biggest thing for, like, endgame with them, is the endgame got way too repetitive because there wasn't enough, like, diversity in, like, activity on the map, right? Like, it was constantly just, like, hit one of these towers, illuminate an area, you know, put a bunch of fucking, you know, edit the nodes and shit on it, and then it was like, oh, will I ever find a, it's not the pinnacle bosses, but, like, the ones that actually have the... like the keys that you need or whatever, like was it like Bronze Tower and shit like that? Like it would take forever to find that stuff, and then finally you did, and you're like, oh shit, cool, something different. Then you kill the boss, and you're like, well, now for me to do for another 20 hours of nothing.
In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm.
Okay.
3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses.
Okay.
This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a time gem, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes. In the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force
You could play the game, or you could just trade for it.
Field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude.
So
and
cool.
Each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports.
Oh, wow.
Which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways.
So you're like really looking for these things, because these are going to have some of the really strong supports.
As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garo Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Vaal Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life.
Okay.
Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making...
I like how offhanded that is. So, like, this is an Ezomite altar. It summons bosses. Yeah, that's it.
Changes to how affixes and waystones work. As the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad, iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback, we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more.
Oh.
Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase.
So each one is difficult and rewarding. So it's increase monster movement. Oh, I want to see this again.
Activating this henge current 2, but after seeing the feedback, we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1,
so that increased
each
drop
affix
rate
will now be both.
That increased drop rate and item rarity and waystone drop chance. Players have 40% less recovery rate with energy shield. Monsters have 42% increased rating.
Difficult and rewarding.
Players have monsters gain 20% maximum life. Okay.
Waystone mods now grant.
Okay, so now it's just all negatives down here, and you're just buffing this stuff up here. Is that essentially what I'm seeing? Am I getting that right? I didn't do mapping in Path of Exile 1. I'd only played it like fully once PoE 2 was about to come out. Yes. Okay. So literally, so the top is your bonuses, what you're looking for. Oh, and it actually added revives. So the more difficult you made it, the more revives it got.
An increase in the number of waystones dropped.
Less.
And an additional specific upside attached to it.
I don't like the no revive system. I'm not, just because of the nature of Path of Exile and how at the highest level it just turns into one-shots. It's really not rewarding, because like in a lot of cases you'll run that map node, and if you die in that map node, now there is no benefit to running that map node, but you are forced to run it because you have to for progression's sake. Just make it like PoE 1. That's exactly I don't know why they're so adamant about not doing it, even though like I think the vast majority of the community is like, dude, just do the 6 portals like normal. Isn't there 6 revives per map? No. There's 6 revives per base map. The minute you start enchanting the map, you start deleting the revives. If you look, when he first started buffing it, it has 4. Watch the revives as he buffs it. Now it's down to 3.
Waystone mods now
it's down to 2.
Increase in the number
now it's
of
down to
waystone
0. So every time you increase the difficulty of the map, which is increasing the rarity of the items and the amount of items that are dropped, the less revives you have. So the more important the map becomes, like the less rewarding option you have if you don't actually make it all the way through.
Dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better.
It should be the opposite way around. If they want to remove like res chances, like that's fucking fine. Don't give it 0. Don't give it 0. Like sometimes shit happens. Sometimes there's a lag spike. Sometimes you just get caught up on some fucking bullshit that you could have never seen, because Path of Exile is a game that is very difficult to see shit going on sometimes.
For example, the frost...
That's just a hardcore element. Don't die. Leave that for fucking hardcore.
Mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So, that's your Atlas, maps, and Waystones, but what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort?
Yeah, this is the one thing that I ran into as well, is that like it really only felt like one of the... it felt like Breach was like the only one realistic to actually run, and you like never got the... I never got the shit for the other stuff to be able to run those bosses.
We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content.
So that means you can spec into the league that you're trying to push. Before you even have to engage with it. That's fucking huge. That's fucking massive. That is so nice.
There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content.
Okay.
This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty.
Yep.
To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the realm gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the realm gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost.
That's cool.
This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame.
How the fuck are these guys real? Like, how, like, they come up with like some of the most like common sense, like what feels like common sense solutions, but they're not common sense solutions. Like this is actually like relatively complex solutions that they're coming up with, but they're so effective.
Counters now just require splinters.
They play their game.
Corresponding
They do
Atlas
play their
tree
game.
no longer.
That's one thing that I will say about GGG that I can't say about a lot of other developers, is that anytime you hear these guys talk about their game, they talk about it in the most intimate way that is just like, that's not surface level. Like, these guys are speaking the lingo of the players that play it all the fucking time.
Affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas.
They're talking about the game like it's
Arbiter
their
of Ash
rifle, in a
works
lot
a
of
bit
cases it
differently.
is.
Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments.
Okay.
We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires calamity fragments. These come from citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss Atlas tree.
Okay, that's cool.
Ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level. Since we're talking about pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s.
Good.
We've
God, the fucking grind up to 90 was crazy.
Also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit.
Cool.
Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be
God
struck
damn
by...
it. Now here I am wanting to play fucking Monk again. But I think that's from the Pinnacle boss though, isn't it? Where do you say it comes from?
Thunderfist is a pair of gloves so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items.
Oh, add
Let's
just endgame
take a
unique.
look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be
That
struck
looks so
by
fun.
powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow Palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time.
What?
You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with Pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said Pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase
I'm here
in-game
for it.
items.
I'm gonna put my pizza on.
Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values. meaning you know exactly what you're going to get. We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this Lesser Essence of Flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That Lesser Essence of Flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign. Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod. Such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful.
Okay. All right. Okay. This update looks amazing. It looks really fucking good. What up, Fonz? Fonz. Okay, now I've already seen the rest of this. I already saw the rest of this. It looks really good, man. I'm super excited for it. I can't wait to give it a shot. It's going to be really tough because Metal Gear Solid comes out around the same time, too. The remake. I've heard good things about it. It looks like it's actually doing pretty well. Looks like it's doing pretty well. Bye-bye 1 Chaos to 2000 Exalted. Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Like, they were changing the exchange rates. I guess there's more changes they're making to the exchange rates as well that's based off of, like, increasing gold prices or something like that because they think there's going to be a lot of, bot farmers. Monk playthrough on stream. I don't know if I'm going to do Monk playthrough on stream. I'll have to decide what class I want to play. Monk was really... I played a lot of Monk last time. I shouldn't play Monk again. I think I'll play Sorceress. I didn't play Sorceress at all. Like, I played her only, like, a little bit, and I think I only played her when I did the other stuff. Arc Raiders Peak? When's Arc Raiders... when the fuck does that game even come out? Actually... That's not until the end of October. We got time. I was hoping for Druid. They had the most based response to that. I saw that it was like... I think it was DM had a short. It was. It was.
Speaking of cuts, I know something that people are going to ask is about the Druid. So I got to ask, was the Druid originally slated for 0.3?
It was going to be in 0.30. In 0.30, it got cut.
Where is it in the development process right now?
Animation system hell is what I'll say. So effectively what it is that, like, there's so much detail in the animation system you need to get right to be able to do it well. And every single animal form we add also adds a lot of complexity around, like, exactly how that's going to look and how it's going to act and, like, all the stuff, all the little details about that. So it's really hard. And so the Druid got into a situation where it was like, okay, like, the next change we have to make here is, like, a huge, like one person just has to work on this for ages. Or we can just commit to, like, not having it in this expansion, do a bunch more work on other stuff that we know can definitely happen. And so it's like, when you're looking at that trade-off, it was a really hard thing to say, okay, we're going to keep the Druid. And I think it was the right move for sure. Like, obviously there's going to be a bunch of people disappointed by that, but I think that the amount of extra features and cool shit that 0.3 is going to have in it because we made that decision is definitely worthwhile.
Like, it's literally just the smartest fucking choice, and it's like such a great way to fucking put it. And the funny thing is, this actually goes back to, like, the one thing that I brought up in the video that came out today, which is, like, the idea that, like, people don't understand, like, just how wide sweeping a single mechanic can be in a video game sometimes, let alone a character. Because now it's not only just balancing that character and their animations, but it's also, like, their balance within the game. It's, you know, it's putting all of their skills into the game and all of that shit that's going to be coming with it. And then on top of that, now, like, once you put the Druid in, well, that means that all the other classes can use the Druid skills. So now you need to go and test that with all of the other classes. Bro, it's just it just fucking cascades. And it's crazy to see where they're just like, so if we just don't worry about trying to put the druid in right now, we could just work on all these other things instead. And it's just like, and you guys saw like the sheer amount of content that they pumped into PoE 2. It's just nuts. It's nuts. You're tearing open wounds. It's a good wound. It'll scar well. I'm fucking done with most of these franchises coming from AAA. I have had enough with the lack of creativity. Gamescom reinforced that shit for me. Dude, who the fuck are you telling? Well, I watched some of the Gamescom shit, and I'm like, there wasn't a single game that, like, jumped out at me that I was like, oh, shit. The only one that did was, like, Silksong. But, again, these are, like, games that we knew were coming, right? So it's like... Oh, well, Black Myth. Black Myth, I was like, okay, that's going to be sick. Like, I'm looking forward to another Black Myth game. And the funny thing is, seeing how long it took them to make the first game, it's probably going to make the next one even faster. That ain't even AAA? Homie. Are you trying to tell me you're not excited for Black Ops 7? What? What? It's got robots. And wall running. I am really excited for Battlefield 6, though. We going in on that shit. Going in on that shit. All right, this one's short. I want to see the update that they did for last Epoch. I've heard nothing but good things. Nothing but good things. I need to actually update some shit real quick. Hold on, give me a second real quick. We got to do the whole fucking thing. Last Epoch. I'm putting myself in the category. I'm changing this to #ad. I think I already put it in my stream description on YouTube, so I think we're kind of chilling there, right? We're not doing any illegal activities. Nope, it's in the stream description. It's there. It's there. I think... And then I can do this, and I can save it, and now it actually has the ad in there too. This stream is sponsored by Last Epoch. Surprise! Y'all motherfuckers got tricked. Y'all motherfuckers got tricked. So let's watch their update. I want to see what these guys have added to the game. I know these guys, like, I just want to say this. I have so much fucking respect for these dudes. I don't think that you guys understand, like, what this fucking game took to be in the first place. The fact that, like, they're just a group of dudes on Reddit, and the vast majority of them, like, they don't even have most of their entire people, like, their entire, I was going to say cast. Most of their entire workforce, everybody that's been working on this game, they're all from, like, all over the world, all working remotely on the game. I think that they have an office now somewhere where they have some folks that are working, but the vast majority of this game was all created remotely. Isn't that fucking wild? Like, it's fucking crazy to me. And it's a good game. It's a good... I supported this game in early access way, way before they actually released the full game. I was right there day one, but that's because I'm a fucking ARPG Andy. And it's $35. And you can play it offline. I'm going to repeat that last line. You can play it offline. Just for the ones in the back. You can play it offline. I don't think that there's another ARPG that you can do that with right now. Not a current one. Diablo 4, I know you can't. Path of Exile is obviously not. It's technically a free-to-play game, even though we paid to be in early access, right? And offline play saved their ass during launch. It did save their ass during launch. Grim Dawn, I said current. Grim Dawn's a much older game. But Grim Dawn is fucking is a good game too. I like Grim Dawn. All right, let's see what they added. It has dinosaurs. And I like dinosaurs.
I'm Judd Kobler, founder of 11th Hour Games and game director for Last Epoch. And today I'm excited to share with you all the awesome new updates coming in Season 3, Beneath Ancient Skies, which is launching on August 21st.
There goes the servers.
This update introduces a new campaign chapter.
Play what offline? You can play Last Epoch offline. So you can play it online or offline. You can enjoy like the seasonal content, and the best part with them too is that any of the seasonal content stays, so it's always going to be there. So you get to continue to run into like all these different like events and shit like that in the game.
We'll be going back in time to explore the ancient past, a new system built around hunting evolving rift beasts and powerful new rewards. It also includes a rework of the Lich Mastery and improvements to the Necromancer, Beastmaster, Minion AI, and a long list of quality of life changes across the game.
Crafton bought them. I don't know anything about any of that stuff. I've been paying attention to that stuff like tangentially, right? Because of like the stuff that's going on with the submarine game. Subnautica, thank you. My brain just turned off. Like the stuff that's been going on with that, but I kind of want to like see where that goes. Like I could jump on that boat now and talk about the drama of it, but I don't really feel like it. I want to see who's the liar.
Let's take a look at what's new in Season 3, Beneath Ancient Skies. Chapter 10 expands the campaign following the events of Majasa's defeat.
Cool.
Players will continue the story by pursuing Apophis into the ancient era.
I fucking love that. I love how like the one thing that I think like this like the part of their experience that I really enjoy out of this game is like how vibrant their game is. Like there's so many like these like beautiful like vibrant areas that you're in that like honestly feel not like you're in an ARPG sometimes, which is kind of cool. Like usually ARPGs are just like death, blood, demons, summoning gates and shit, but you get these like lush lands and like bright colors and shit like that, and I really like it. I liked it.
As you chase Apophis down, you will traverse through a prehistoric realm filled with monstrous wildlife and flora.
I honestly, the funny thing is to like see where this game is today, it kind of blows my fucking mind because it's like I've owned this game for a long time.
You will explore beautiful areas such as lush jungles and vast forests filled with dinosaurs, as well as crystal-filled caves and giant insect-infected mountains. As you get further, you will find dragon layers and even the floating temple of Atera in the sky. You will meet some unlikely allies and find Nagasa, Osprix, and Wingari peacefully coexisting. Next, we'll take a look at the new encounter system, the Primal Hunt.
Gotcha.
Throughout the campaign and in-game, you'll encounter mysterious rifts, gateways into the ancient era. On the other side, players will dive into deep caves where they will find the rift beasts and their nests. After defeating the beast, players choose one of the hatchlings to spare, which grants future rift beasts a new evolution.
Yeah, so this is dinosaur gentrification. It's great. It's great. Yeah. Yeah, bro, just play Warframe again? Do you know what? You're so right. You're so right. If it wasn't for you saying exactly that the way that you just did, I think do you know what? I'm going to stop making YouTube videos entirely. I think I'm just going to stream Warframe from now on. I think that's like there's that comment, and then like I saw a comment the other day where the guy said, "You don't even like video games. Why don't you make Warframe content anymore?" And I was like, "Bro, fucking true. Bro, fucking true. What am I doing? I'm a fucking joke."
Evolutions add new abilities, body parts, and rewards to the next generation of rift beasts. As you continue on your journey...
The funny thing is, it's like, people will say, bro, play Warframe. Like, how the fuck do you not know that I don't play the game in the background? It's not, don't play, it's not like, bro, play Warframe. It's like, people want you to play Warframe on stream live in front of audiences and shit. And it's just like sometimes I feel like it, sometimes I don't.
You will be ambushed by the evolved rift beasts until you eventually find another rift back to their lair, where you can continue to evolve the current lineage. By defeating evolved Rift Beasts, you will earn trophies in the form of primordial materials.
So I've gotten some of this stuff, but I actually have no idea what this is even for. Like, I've been picking this stuff up, but I don't know anything about it.
Bones, and, rarely, one of a few select primordial unique items.
Okay.
You can also trade your primordial materials with a friendly Wingari hunter, Scarven Bloodhorn, for primordial uniques and runes of evolution. A new...
Okay, so I need to understand what this is, because let me hear it again. Because I have this currency, I've been picking it up, and I probably need a lot of it.
Few select primordial unique items. You can also trade your...
Go back.
By defeating evolved Rift Beasts, you will earn trophies in the form of...
By the way, these guys hit like a fucking truck. They, like, deleted me.
Primordial materials, ancient bones, and...
We know you don't. I literally played it this week. I literally played Warframe this week. Back up.
Rarely, one of a few select primordial unique items.
Okay.
You can also trade your primordial materials with a friendly Wingari hunter, Scarven Bloodhorn, for primordial uniques and runes of evolution, a new rune used to craft primordial exalted items. Primordial items are so powerful that each traveler may only have a single primordial item of either kind equipped at a time.
Oh wow, so you could literally, if you get a weapon, you can't have anything else. That's interesting. If you don't play on stream, it doesn't happen. True. Is this game like PoE? It is. It's an ARPG.
Over 30
it's
new
an ARPG inspired by Path of Exile, actually.
Have been added in this patch, including 25 primordial uniques. Some highlights include Carrion of Creation, gloves which convert 6 other ailments into bleed chance.
Okay.
True Sight Glass, an amulet that unlocks access to a second tier of critical strikes.
Sick.
Blossom of Immortal Stone, an amulet that converts all void, necrotic, and poison damage taken to physical damage.
Okay.
And Tyrant's Skull, allowing any wearer to be accompanied by a powerful T-Rex minion. These primordial uniques are very strong. EHG is wishing you good roll.
I hope that actually works with like a minion build on Necromancer. If so, that's fucking sick.
And
I want that
hunting.
so bad.
However, you may be interested in primordial exalted
I want that so bad.
items, which
There's
are
a lot of
obtained
build
by
diversity
using
in
the
Last
Rune of
Epoch. There's an insane amount of build diversity in Last Epoch. I mean, you have like what, 3? You have 3 subclasses for each class, and I think is it 5 or 6 classes? I have to look at the screen.
Evolution. Use these on exalted items with a tier 7 affix, and it will randomly select one of the tier 7 affixes and turn it into a tier 8 affix, and then seal it.
Surely not more than PoE. You'd be surprised.
Affix slot on the item.
You'd be surprised.
On top of that,
the one thing that's really cool about Last Epoch that I like is that you don't just spec into skill trees. You also spec into your skills have skill trees.
You can still seal regular affixes on the item as well, which means you can have a non-unique item with up to 6 affixes on it.
Not really
tier
that
8
close to PoE, to be
affixes
fair.
are oftentimes twice as powerful as their tier 7 counterparts, allowing for some truly crazy items. We can't wait to see what builds the community makes with these new primordial items.
It's okay
in
to
hand.
not have to do what other games do and do your own thing.
This patch focuses heavily on reworking the Lich and overall improvements to the Necromancer and Beastmaster masteries, as well as core improvements to how minions behave. A new behavior toggle has been added that lets you switch minions between Assassinate and Protect stances. This allows for more control over how they behave in different situations. In Assassinate stance, minions attack enemies further away from you and more heavily prioritize bosses and rare enemies. In Protect stance, they stay nearer to you and prioritize attacking enemies that are close to you. Minions will now prioritize their current target more consistently and disengage less often when the player moves.
I would imagine as a Necromancer, I probably should just keep it on a Assassinate.
While an Assassinate
I actually like the skills better than PoE. I'll be honest with you guys. I like Last Epoch skill system better than any ARPG. I like the ability to be able to have not only like not only build your power fantasy through like your skills, like, oh, I'm a necromancer, I'm playing a witch, I'm gonna play necromancer. That's my subclass I picked. Now I'm speccing into that, but also I can be like, well, what kind of skeletons do I want to have? What do I want my skeletons to do? And you have full skill trees for like the actual skeleton skill itself and all that stuff. I really like it. I think it's cool.
Minions will have a longer leash distance before turning to follow you and will now teleport to the player.
I hear good things about Last Epoch. I love the game, man.
When not in combat.
You guys already know me. When it comes to indie games, like I have a soft heart to begin with, and these guys work fucking tirelessly on this game, and they've done such a great job with it.
Minions will move towards the player's destination, not the player's current position. We've also addressed a number of ways in which minions would not be updated when equipping or unequipping items. In addition, they gain more damage and damage reduction from player levels than before. The Necromancer's passive tree has been updated with new nodes focused on durability, leech, and critical strike scaling. Several older nodes have been removed or replaced, and new threshold bonuses have been added across.
Where does it sit in comparison to other ARPGs in terms of difficulty? I'm gonna be honest. It depends on what class you pick, but like just in preparation for the stream today, I wanted to at least get myself to where like I had my subclass already unlocked. So I played today and I got my subclass unlocked. I died like a lot. I mean, I tried to stay alive, but like shit hits hard. Shit hits hard in this game. But it's like the thing is like, I mean, you can scale it out pretty. I mean, it's right under Path of Exile in difficulty. It's not that far away depending on what you're doing. I mean, obviously you can build your character a lot stronger
the
later.
Tree to encourage different types of minion focus builds. The skill Assemble Abomination has been reworked. The Abomination no longer decays over time. Instead, it will remember the minions that were absorbed to create it, and will devour those minions whenever it sees them, similar to the Wraithlord. In exchange, its skill tree offers power based on the minions you gave up to create it. The Abomination skill tree has been rebuilt to offer more
Jesus Christ. I've never done an Abomination build.
Flexibility in how you design its behavior.
So this is what I was talking about for the people that haven't played this game before. This is a skill tree for a skill. Not for your class. This is a skill tree for your skill. For a skill. This is for the Abomination skill tree. For this like one spell they cast.
And damage profile. For example, an Abomination that absorbs many skeleton archers can fire exceptionally powerful eternal arrows. The Lich passive tree has been overhauled with more identity-defining choices and greater build flexibility. Several older nodes have been replaced with new options, including mechanics for health drain, ward interactions, and dual wielding.
Cool.
There's also a new keystone that enables low life builds by capping your maximum survivability but unlocking conditional bonuses. We've added a new skill to the Lich's kit, Flay. This is a hybrid melee and spell ability that lets the player dash into melee range and strike with a rending attack. If enemies are killed, they erupt into a damaging spell that can hit surrounding enemies.
That's cool.
The Flay skill tree offers a wide range of modifiers, allowing it to scale with ailments, crits, spell triggers, or even convert into a pure spell. Several other Lich skills have also been updated. Aura of Decay's damage has been improved. True. It can be converted to bleed or frostbite, and its tree has new options to enhance its potential as a primary damage dealing skill. Death Seal has been reworked into a low uptime defensive cooldown that makes you incredibly difficult to
I'm
kill.
not gonna lie. Like, and now I kind of almost regret making a I almost kind of regret making a like going minions. Like playing melee spell witch is kind of sick.
Rip Blood now hits all enemies in a line in front of you and has new effects in its tree to improve its single target damage potential. One of the updates coming to the Merchant's Guild are new tokens designed to streamline and enhance your progression and overall trading experience.
Okay.
Merchant tokens remove the favor cost of a purchase, and you get a free one every time you rank up. This means that whenever you reach a new rank, you'll be able to buy an item that requires that rank, even if you wouldn't have other.
I think this is really cool. This is another thing that they do in this game. Can you respec? I think you can. No, I think your subclass is a permanent choice. At least I thought it was. It might not be anymore. It used to be. Something that I really like in this game is that you can choose to spec into because it's almost like a spec choice. They made like player the player economy. So if you want to play trade league, like it has its own thing. Or you can instead go like solo self-found, and it actually has its own like progression loop that like gets you like increases your drop chances and all kinds of different stuff. Like it's not just like bare bones, I'm playing solo self-found. No, like solo self-found actually has its own like progression tree and shit. It's really cool.
Otherwise had enough favor. Black market tokens allow you to buy and equip items that
see like this right here, if I'm not mistaken. So so you even have like a progression for actually trading with other players. So this is if you do trade league, you actually have you can buy all exiled items from the bazaar. I think this is the trade league one, if I'm not mistaken. I think purple is the solo self-found one. I don't know, I have to look.
Would have otherwise needed a higher rank to purchase and use, while also removing the favor cost of the purchase, like the merchant token.
The Merchant Guild is the trade faction. The Bazaar is solo self-found. Okay.
There are also new changes.
So this is the solo self-found.
Coming to the Bazaar. The UI now has better search functionality for unique, set, and legendary items.
Very
clearer
cool.
Labeling of priced and unpriced listings, as well as a way to quickly apply a filter based off an item in your inventory. These changes aim to improve the trading experience for all players. Next, let's go over quality of life improvements coming in patch 1.3. Visuals and audio have been polished across the board. Dozens of skills now feature improved VFX and sound design. New voice acting has been added for major NPCs in Chapter 9 and 10, as well as updated sound sets for many enemies.
Very cool.
Loot filter
updates
I
thought the game already
now
looked
let you customize ground beams and item icons per rule. In addition, you'll now have the ability to select between many new, unique...
And they have their own, like, fully fleshed out loot filter built into the game.
Easily identifiable sound effects.
Keep in mind, though, I need you guys to remember, this is something that would be incredibly difficult for any company to do. It's because these guys just have so many employees that they were able to do this.
All making it easier to distinguish valuable drops. Stash tabs can now be cloned or moved in bulk, and stash search macros make it easier to find exact gear types or affixes. The Forge UI has been updated with clearer button placement and additional tooltips. Controller support.
No, this is a quintuple A feature, not quadruple A.
Support has improved across menus and tooltips, with better navigation flow and more consistent layout behavior.
Cool. Okay.
Audio sliders for music, effects, and voice lines now use a new backend system that provides more consistent volume scaling across all content.
Oh, I like that. All right,
We've
yeah, that's
added
good.
a new UI element to remind you when ground tooltips are turned off.
That's something that I've always noticed with a lot of other games where like the scaling on the volume is like really weird, where like you'll turn down like background music to like 10 from like 100, but background music will still be blaring. And then you'll be like, okay, so then I put it down to 5 and then it just turns it off. And you're like, bro.
Reminds you when you've left a piece of gear in the forge. And there's new visual polish on Alt to compare overlays and item preview windows.
Okay.
Patch 1.3 includes hundreds of bug fixes and optimizations aimed at improving stability, gameplay, clarity, and performance. Terrain interaction and targeting logic have been adjusted to reduce cases where abilities fail to cast or hit unexpectedly. Loading times
they had a really bad problem with that at the very beginning when they first launched the game, where I was like, I didn't realize I was targeting a group of boxes, so it would not like cast a spell I was trying to cast.
Reduced across multiple zones, and memory usage during long play sessions has been improved. Other fixes include better detection for stuck characters when teleporting or using movement abilities, reduced screen shake intensity on certain abilities, and improved filtering options for screen effects.
Okay.
And we fixed several issues with skill cooldowns, minion responsiveness, and chat filters. Also launching with Season 3 are the Primal Supporter Packs, our newest set of limited time cosmetics. As always, everything here is cosmetic only, no pay for power. This is a way to support the game and unlock some really cool visuals in the process. Let's start with the Primal Traveler Pack. This pack leans into the spirit of ancient exploration, with cosmetics that feel right at home in the wilds of the ancient era. You'll get the Primal Traveler Forum Badge, a shoulder-clinging sloth named Backsloth, the Bone and Stone Primal Hatchet, and the crow-themed Carrion Scepter. Rounding it out is Nigel, the last Epoch toucan who has arrived from his exile to the remote islands far
When
to
do we
the
get
east.
to see those footsteps? They're true.
Next is the Primal Templar Pack, which includes everything from the Traveler tier, plus a lot more. You'll get the Surian Hide Cloak, made from leather, feathers, and bone.
Dude, I'm actually like I'm a huge fan of the way that because last Epoch essentially copied Path of Exile for like their monetization, and I think it's like outside of the fact that like since you can buy their game, right? You can buy their game because you can play it offline because you can actually own it. But I really dig the way how they use cosmetics and
formed from the remains of
supporter
an
packs
ancient dragon
in general, because I think it's just
There's
like
the Primal Slicer,
you don't have to
a
keep charging
jagged
people for
one-handed
everything. If
sword,
they want to give money, they
and
can.
a full Wild Hunter's leather armor set. You'll also
And the other
unlock
thing
the
is too is that like in a lot of cases when it comes to these games, especially with like a lot of the animations and shit, like you don't really need to have like a bunch of cosmetics on your character because you can't even really see them. I like them in these games because I think it makes my
Soul
character look
evade
cool.
effect, which
But,
leaves a spectral dragon tail trailing
I
behind
just like
you,
that it doesn't take like
and
the forefront
Earthshaker
of everything,
footprints.
and I
With
also
each-
like that it's not like, oh, we need to have a battle pass and we need to have this and we need to have limited time, and it's like, no, you don't have to worry about any of that shit. You just enjoy it. Downside is the cosmetics can't be used offline. Yeah, that's
pounding
that's
the
just the
ground
nature of
into golden
cosmetics in general.
trimmers. And of course, it includes the Primal Templar Forum Badge and a bundle of Epoch points to use in the cosmetic store.
That's something that I'm hoping to see changed with like Stop Killing Games. I haven't heard about anything with it yet, but we know that it is going to Parliament, so we'll have to see what happens.
The Primal Vanquishers pack expands your options even further and includes everything from the Traveler and Templar tiers. This one takes a darker turn.
I thought they
Think
changed
ritual
that and you can
magic
use
and
cosmetics
forgotten
offline
power.
now? Well, I have
it
no
comes
idea.
from the Carrion Caster two-hand staff and complete Carrion Herald armor set. And
I think
two
they said
effect
one of the
cosmetics,
developers
the
was
Dark
gonna show up
Pursuit
in stream,
Evade,
but I don't know
which
if they're
trails crimson energy behind you, and Ritual Footprints, which inscribes glowing runes into the earth. You'll get the Carrion Caster's Cape, a low-hanging back cosmetic with crow feathers
I'm
and a
I'm literally wearing all of this right now in the game.
marked shield, and the Dark Ritual Portal
it looks fucking
pulsing
sick.
with ancient
It looks sick.
sacrifice. You'll also get the Vanquisher Forum Badge,
Especially
and
because
more
it
Epoch
fits with my
points.
witch really well.
Finally, the Primal Legends pack. This pack contains everything from Season 3's supporter packs and gives you even more exclusive rewards. In addition to all the content from the Primal Vanquisher, Templar, and Traveler tiers, the Primal Legend pack contains the Marble and Gold Temple Night Wings, the Atera Portal, and the Crystal Edge Temple Authority Sword.
Okay,
You also unlock 2 exclusive pets, the Curious Disc Riding Temple Familiar and the Floating Sentinel, known as the Temple Attendant. And it doesn't stop there. You'll also receive the massive Temple Aegis Shield, the full Temple Knight armor set, the Whispering Wind evade effect, and the Atera's Path footprints which shimmer beneath your steps. These supporter packs are only available for a limited time and can be picked up through the in-game shop or on Steam. And as always, thank you for supporting Last Epoch. For more info on Season 3, please read the full patch notes on the forum. On behalf of the entire team at 11th Hour Games, thank you for being a part of this journey. Your feedback, support, and passion continue to shape the game and our studio. We'll see you in Atera for Season 3, Beneath Ancient Skies, on August 21st.
Cool. So this patch is out right now. They've added a bunch more content. They just added another let me check because they had sent me something. I just want to make sure that I just want to make sure that I go over it all. Where's Last Epoch. Looking at the stuff that they said that they added to the game. So they added chapter 10, so then which is going to be in the ancient era. They have the primal hunt system, which is the new random encounter for season 3. This thing is actually really fucking cool. I like it because you just like once you actually go through the portals and you collect and you like mess with the eggs and you pick what egg you're gonna like enchant the beast with, anytime then after that, you basically will just summon the monster straight to the map that you're on, and you just get to fight it right there. And then primal uniques can be very powerful, but you can only have one of them at a time, which is really cool. Season 3 is available right now. Seasonal content will remain in the game after the season ends. And then, yeah, I'm overall. I just want to play the game. I'm just excited to play the goddamn game. I just want to play a goddamn game. I just want to play a goddamn game. Epoch. Let's jam this shit. I'm so fucking down. Ready to play a game. The pet looks like a Warframe Sentinel. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? I know a handful that play the finals. They all bought the makeup and nails. Oh god. Ayo. Game last Epoch. Gaming. There we go. We're gaming. Guys, we're gaming. Can you couch co-op? Can you couch co-op PoE? I think, yeah, PoE 2 has couch co-op. I think does this game do too? I'd have to actually check to see if it does or not. What am I doing? Oh, I need to just go back to where I was at. So I've already gotten, I already got to my passive, so I'm like back in the ruined era. I'll show you guys my mini marathon stream. Yay. Marathon. I mean, I stream like typically I stream like 7 to 8 hours, right? Oh yeah, I'm gonna be up late. I didn't realize how long. Shit. Oh well. It is what it is, baby. This is what we're doing tonight. I gotta golf tomorrow morning too. Or I don't think it's in the morning. I think it's in the afternoon. I can't remember what time actually. Let me see here. Make sure that I have all my shit together here. This is where we're at. I think I'm speccing into this tree. I don't have any points left at the moment, though. What do I need? Skeletons. My golem. How do I change this? Do you guys know how I change this? The guard thing? Like control click? Shift click? I have no idea. Depends on how hard you lock in. I lock in all the time. Ninja golfing. Ninja golfing? I don't know what that is. It is Friday, huh? It is Friday. So we'll treat it like a Friday. I don't think I have like a. There's no. I think like the side objectives I had I have earlier later. Some chilling monsters. Making my way through. I don't really want to get rid of my minion damage. think that's better. No. Keeping the minion. 1+1 to minion is insane. Mini golf when you don't have depth perception? What the fuck? Can't miss it point blank. That's true. Okay. So I need to spec another point here, which I think is probably going to be Skeletal Mage. Boost necrotic damage. Skeletal Mage's additional spell damage. Skeletal Mages have a chance to fire 2 additional projectiles. Skeletal Mage hits, has a chance to poison enemies. Skeletal Mage's base critical strike chance. Oh, increase a base critical strike, and they move faster. I'm like, I feel like Splintered Dominion is probably going to end up being the way that you go here, right? Though I guess like just increasing your base damage is always probably going to be the best route to go. Where is there we go. I'm just going to use the fucking build planner that I pulled up earlier. Before going in blind, oh yeah. What? Hold on, I didn't want to. No. I think I just overspent. I did overspend. Stop respecting. Ritual Stone. Minion damage increased. Elemental damage increased. Fire resistance. There we go. That's a big damage increase right there. I've only ever been paintballing like a couple of fucking times. I remember when I was like a kid, I was like terrified of it initially, and then I had a group of friends that wanted to go when I got like I think it was like probably my 20s or something like that, or like no. I think I was like 19 or something like that, and then I finally had a group of friends that wanted to go, and I was like, this doesn't hurt nearly as fucking bad as I thought. It like made myself believe it was gonna hurt. And don't get me wrong, I got some welts. I got good a couple of times, that's for fucking sure, but it was a lot of fun. Game looks cool. I love Last Epoch. I like playing it co-op. Me and my buddy Mark played this game co-op a bunch. We played it co-op when, like, it was like at the very beginning of when it got co-op, and it was like super busted and rarely worked. Like we'd go to the next area, and there would be like a long load screen of the game, like trying to figure out how to get us into the same room or whatever, or into the same like instance. Yeah, this is the seasonal mechanic right here. I think I've already charged it with an ability. I don't think it's going to send me there yet. I'm going to wait to get some fucking mana first, because the last thing I want to do is bring this thing in here and just being alive. Because this thing is not easy. It's a tough bastard. Nope. Nope. Almost got me, fucker. Almost got me. I did at least make sure that I went to the gym today, so that way I didn't like procrastinate going to the gym and then had to go to the gym on the day where I was supposed to go playing golf. I was afraid I was gonna do that to myself. Press 2 for minion stance. Thank you. I needed that.
Impossible.
I'll do that when I switch areas. That's the forge, which serves me no purpose. I'm just gonna sell the items.
Greetings. Farewell.
Side
Who are
quest
you?
guy?
Go on.
Impossible.
I still have 2 side quests to do. Guess we'll do the docks first. Gymming is good. Yeah, it's gotten to the point now where like if for whatever reason, even if like the bitch side of my brain doesn't want me to go, the gym side of my brain refuses it to happen, because I'm like, I'm just gonna feel like shit, because like not going to the gym just makes you feel like garbage after a while once you get used to doing it. Like literally, like you just like you feel like super lethargic and not well. Now, if I could only do something about everything else, like if I do something about like the food that I use, but I like food.
It eludes me.
I got it, like I switched out like snacking, because I do like to snack on stuff, chips and shit like that. So I switched that out for like pretzels and vegetables. Those are like the 2 things that I jam the most on now, is like pretzels and vegetables. I push those pretty fucking hard, to be honest with you. Where is I need some like actual like background music that's also not copyrighted. You know what we'll do? I need like I know what I want. Risk of Rain. This is my ultimate like meditation in the moment in the moment music. The a Halo ODST cover, what? Pretzels are, dude, pretzels are fucking you can freeze dried vegetables in like a chip. Oh yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. Bring that down a little bit. What is this? Risk of Rain 2 is so addictive. The first time I played it, I stayed up all night until the sun came up. I wouldn't doubt it, dude. I was so hooked on that I was so hooked on that game. I still can be very easily sometimes. No, move your butt. I really like playing that game co-op. Like that game is so fun co-op. It's also like an oddly social game to play where you're like just sitting there like BSing back and forth with a friend until like one of you guys just immediately get deleted by something. Thorns damage, not really. Damage over time, no. One of the best co-op games. It's so good. I like Risk of Rain 2 is like one of those like all-time favorites of mine. I was really nervous at first when Hopu wasn't the developer of the game anymore, and they like basically just like sold it to Gearbox. But I think Gearbox has actually done a really good job supporting the game. Initially, they fucked it up with what's the DLC called? I forgot the name of the DLC. I can't remember the top of my head, but they recovered. They recovered. And not only did they recover, like they straight up like just made it better, like in general. Like some of the bonus stuff or whatever, the new items that they added, like initially those new items were like mid. Now they're some of the best items in the game. %, Risk of Rain. No friends too. No friends for 2. You can play Risk of Rain 1 solo or multiplayer too, can't you? That game is hard. Holy shit. I went back to try to play Risk of Rain 1 and I was like, dude, this game is hard as hell. It was dangerous. Survivors of the Void? No. There's another DLC that came out after that. It came out this year. Tempest or something? The soundtrack for it is so good. Is this it right here? I think this is it right here, isn't it? I'll have to find it. Anyway, I'll just leave it play. Well, I can look and see really quick. Seekers of the Storm. That's what it's called. Go and spend points. All 3 gems. Golem. Hey, am I going into armor after this? I think I'm going into armor. Well, I gotta finish this Hour of Bones. Fuck. Wrong button. Moving on. Risk of Rain 1 offline or online co-op was a disaster. The remaster made it so much better. I heard a lot of really good things about the remastered. And actually, I think the remaster was made by Gearbox, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought this would be satisfying, but I feel nothing. No matter.
I really want to play Path of Exile 1 or Last Epoch right now, but I also don't feel like investing the time needed to reach the end game. I mean, like, I play these games just to enjoy them, man. Like if I reach the end game and I actually like run the end game and get a good build online and all that shit, like I'm all about it. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I just enjoy myself. Oh my fucking, holy shit. +2 to all minion skills, 2% to critical strike chance, 4% to minion critical strike chance. Like, this is like a no-brainer. What does this one do? I got double minion drop. Holy shit. Your minion spells and bow attacks deal 75% increased damage. Your minion leech is 10% of their hit. What an insane drop. What are the fucking chances? Like, what was that? What the fuck? I got 2 like really good minion drops. Like what? Legendary drops? Hey baby, it's in the name, okay? It's in the name, baby. What can I say? Hello, Ozith. Clearly streamer luck? Probably. Yeah, they're actually having me play on a juiced account. I lied, I've never played Last Epoch before. Why would this be red text? What am I looking for? What's on this that I would be looking for? Is it just because it's a critical strike chance ring? Probably. Dev client? Ooh, yeah, true. Yo LD, how was your MagicCon Las Vegas? I remember you posting about it. I had a great time. Yep. I played Magic. I collected Magic cards. I opened packs of Magic. I played more Magic. I got to meet my favorite streamer. Alright, well, my shit's leveling up way too fast now. There's like a moth flying around in here, and I keep trying to kill it, but it gets away from me. For now. Your life is mine, Luke. I got my golem. And then my Magos. And the Magos are gonna go. Yeah, see, that's right. I've gone to Magic the Gathering draft tournaments and got my ass kicked. They're fun. I've still yet to play at all. Who's your favorite streamer? I like to watch Pay Money Lovey. I think that he's funny as fuck, and I think that his community is funny as fuck. He's the most low effort and maximum effort streamer you'll ever find. Fucking great. We have a mana deficiency that needs to be solved somehow. Well, actually, I probably need to worry about resistances more than anything. Because we're gonna be like kind of ripping through shit here pretty soon. I guess I need to probably go south. I can't help but be, like, you know what I don't like? You know what I don't like about ARPGs? Is that, like, I hate Fog of War, and because there's Fog of War on a map, I feel like I have to encumber the whole thing. And I end up, like, over-leveling, like, a lot, very often in these games, like, where I'm like, oh, like, I'm way too fucking OP for where I am. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. I'm pretty sure my shit will just kill stuff as I'm walking anyway. Did you see Abiotic Factor? I have it downloaded. I have it downloaded. I was going to play it. I played it a little bit. And then I realized, like, immediately, I was like, okay, this shit's actually really good. This seems like it has a lot of systems and a lot of shit that I really like. And then I'm, like, immediately reminded it's a fucking survival crafting game, and I'm like, bro, like, I fucking love these games a lot, and I can sink, like, hours into them, but I have a problem with those games where I will completely disassociate from reality, and I will not get anything fucking done. I forgot what it was. There was a crafting game that I played at one point in time, and, like, I literally, no, I know what it was. It was fucking Schedule 1. I had such a fucking problem, like, making content and shit like that when Schedule 1 came out, because all I did was just play Schedule 1. I was just playing Schedule 1 and like listening to like YouTube videos and like fucking Magic the Gathering like commander matches and shit like that in the background, or like pack openings and shit, and I just didn't get any work done. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Oh, this thing's getting absolutely ate up right now. Nah, son, you're dead. Mere feathers. Your soul. See, this is what end lineage. What does that mean? Lineage. Oh, okay. Gains wings for a slowing cyclone. Gains an additional head that spits magma. I kind of want to drop rare armor, or should I get it to drop? I should probably increase its glyphs, yeah? Because like Apex or Apex shards are going to be like the least useful right now. Like glyphs are always useful no matter what, because you can use those to like either like crack items or enchant items. Shards I'm gonna get in higher rarity later, right? I think that's how that works. Where's my professional lost EPAC players? EPAC.
Fine choice.
You got to gather up a lot of this shit. Well, I guess I got like I'm 4 and 7 on the talons and feathers. I should look to see what I need as a like what I would want out of here as a. Probably not. Tyrant Skull, right? Primordial Relic. +2 to 4 to all attributes. Increase my endurance. Holy shit. Big jump to this. I need the feathers and horn, I guess. Whatever this is, but I haven't seen this pop up yet. This is what I want, the Tyrant Skull. Big boost to minion skills, and then I get to summon a dinosaur. I want that shit.
Parts will not go to waste.
It eludes me.
Somebody said press 2. No. Oh, there it goes. It's 3. You press 3, not 2. I'm playing through Abiotic Factor solo with 120 hours, and it's amazing. It has the most fulfilling progression. Bro, don't even fucking tell me. Did you guys not watch today's video? I literally just talked about how the fact that I'm like, I have so many games that are like right around the corner right now. I can't imagine putting 100 hours into something. Not that I don't want to. I just got other shit to play. I need to finish Hollow Knight. I need to finish Hollow Knight. I need to finish Hollow Knight. Stay with me, chat. I need to finish Hollow Knight. song is so good. Are you gonna play Lost Soulside? Yes, I'm gonna play Lost Soulside. Eastern game. Eastern action game. Will LD play it? Yes. Some fucking... If it's weeb shit, I'm in. There's actually a game that I saw. I didn't get to look at it, but I guess there's a company that's working on like a tactical anime shooter. And I guess like it was at Gamescom, and it got like a lot of really good first impressions. Like people were shocked that it was actually good. They're like, wait a minute, what the fuck? This game, like the judgmental people that are like, what is this? A game with big anime titties? How dare you? And then it's kind of like it's kind of like that meme of the bird that then takes a bite of the cracker and is just like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I forgot what the name of the game was, but I had seen a story that was written on it, and I was like, for real? Fate Trigger is actually good. Is that what the game is? Is that like the attack shooter that's like anime waifus? The problem is it makes me think it's a Fate game, and I know it's not actually Fate. That worried me. I saw an ant and I was like, dude, tell me I don't have fucking ants again. I keep my place like relatively clean. I do my best to try to like not keep any like, you know, like I fucking vacuum. I do everything I can, but the little fuckers find their way in sometimes. What's your favorite game of all time? Baldur's Gate 3. Not even a question. Actually, no, it is a question. It's a two-way tie between Baldur's Gate 3 and Terraria. Part of me the other day was like sitting back and I'm like, bro, I kind of want to make like a fucking... I would love to make a video essay on Terraria. It's such a fascinating game. It's so fascinating from a design standpoint, but it's even more fascinating from a... The developers made the game like forever ago. They sold a dumpster amount of fucking like an absolute garbage ton of copies of the game. Like, how many copies of Terraria have sold? 64 million copies across all platforms. And that's an older stat, so it's likely higher than what that number is right now. So they sold 64 million copies of that game. How many people made Terraria? It was made by 11 people. It made them a fucking absurd amount of money, and it's and essentially. What the people over there at Relogic do now is they basically just act like fucking Valve, and they just sit around 64 mil. Yes, you heard me correctly. 64 million copies. It's one of the highest selling video games of all time. They sold 64 million copies of the game, and now they essentially just act like Valve. And they just, the entire time since they put the game out, they just continue to just make content for, like, they just, like, make little updates and stuff like that for the game. I'm gonna get this fucking mod, I swear to God. They just make updates for the game, and that's it. They It's on Game Pass too. That's funny as fuck. So they took like a big fat paycheck. I bet they got fucking paid for that. I bet they got paid for that. Because you're talking about one of the most successful indie games of all time. I'd imagine that was a multi-million dollar deal that they made to put Terraria on Game Pass. But and they've essentially just kicked it, and they just make updates to the game, and they just do whatever. I don't even know. Like, you would think that those guys would probably make another game, but I mean, Terraria has been out for... When did Terraria release? 2011. So for 14 years, these guys have just been vibing over there. And by the way, keep this in mind. They're based out of like South Bend, Indiana. Or like Terre Haute or something like that. So like they're in one of the cheapest states to live in the entire country. Where you can buy a house for like $300,000 and just call it a day. Shift Up made Nikkei, and then they just shoveled money into Stellar Blade. Well, like, that's the point that I'm talking about. Like, I wish that... I look at them, and I'm like, I love the fact that they're just doing their own thing, but I fucking love Terraria so much that I'm like, I just make another one. You know what I mean? Just make a fucking another one. I mean, like, why not? I mean, I guess, like, how would you even do that? Like, another Terraria wouldn't even be worthwhile. It wouldn't, like, there's no fucking point in a Terraria 2. Because, like, you'd, one, have to, like, transform the gameplay in some meaningful way, and I don't even know how you would even do that. And then, how would you even fucking do that when all the people... When, like, look at the fucking modding community for that game. You have entire other versions of Terraria that exist because of the modding community. You already have Terraria 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's called Calamity. And people are working on, and people right now are working on even more complex versions of those kind of mods, right? Like, isn't there... Do you guys know what is the Terraria? There's like a different version because they had people that like broke off from the original Terraria team, and I think they're like Fabled Calamity or something like that. I forgot what it was called. You'd have to just make from the makers of Terraria and set expectations right. Oh my god, could you imagine? I would imagine that's probably the pressure that they're feeling as well. I would almost guarantee that's the pressure that they're feeling as well. It's like, what do you even, like, they're like, what would we even make? Would it even meet the expectations of players because of, like, the success of Terraria? You know... With that amount of money, you'd never have to work again unless you're greedy. Well, I mean, understand this as well, though. It's not even work again. Like, what the fuck else are you gonna do? I don't think people actually, like, really take the time to ever think about that. The funny thing is, like, I think it's greedier to not work and just rest on your fucking laurels and become a fucking degenerate. And likely lead yourself down a path of fucking never-ending darkness as a result of it. People want to know why we how we ended up with a fucking an island that was made for the most elite predators in the world, that was owned and operated for years under the fucking, you know, under the nose of the public, is because it was filled with fucking people that would go there that didn't fucking do anything with their life other than sit on money. Side quests, you get bored of that eventually if you're that rich. I think ultimately, without having like a real goal in life or like something to like work towards or work on, like I view like too much money as a mental illness that's just like ready and waiting in the background, ready in there to corrupt your soul. Black Mirror type shit. Well, I mean, like, seriously, like, fucking think about it. Like, if you, like, genuinely, like, right now, almost everyone here probably has something in mind that they're working towards. Or, like, a dream or a goal or something like that. Now, imagine if you could never have a dream or a goal ever again. Because you don't have to dream or have goals. You just get. Think about what kind of damage that does to somebody's psyche. It takes an incredibly resilient person to be able to overcome something like that. I'm sad. Good. That's how I want you. Adrift in life? Yeah, that's what it ends up being. You feel aimless. I think like people can create side quests and stuff for themselves as well, and they just like, but what they end up doing is they just, I don't know, they just run other businesses typically, which is probably the better way to go than more than anything else. I actually feel like the grind is like, the journey is way better than the destination more times than not, right? Because sometimes it's just, it's okay to just always be on a journey. Philanthropy? What, you think you're Mr. Beast? God damn it! It's like the minute I get laser focused on it is the minute that all of a sudden it like disappears and I can't see it anymore. Nope. Fucking moth. Boss is going towards the light. Leave the moth alone. It's annoying the shit out of me. It's either that or she's gonna freak out the cat. The cat's gonna go wild and knock a bunch of shit over trying to kill it. Totally get what you mean, but not worried about getting laid off and becoming homeless at the moment is a huge weight off your shoulders. Well, I fucking don't disagree with that. It's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't situations. It's always better to be like in the fucking pocket personally. The funny thing is the ability to get like never worry again rich is like very, 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 very unlikely. And in most cases, people you could easily lose it all rich. Right? Like, look at fucking, like, lottery winners and shit like that. People that get, like, people that get fucking, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars, and then it's just, like, they just die. They're just, like, one weekend in Vegas. One weekend in Vegas. GG's, boys. Reminds me of the Powerball winner, won $500 million and spent it all on hookers and cocaine. Hey, baby, that's the way to go. I was homeless once. All I can say is drug addicts and homeless people out there will take care of you. I mean, some definitely will, obviously. They're not as scary as people make them out to seem. I mean, they're also not, you can't, like, fully just widely trust anybody that's out there, but I totally get what you mean. I used to work in soup kitchens and stuff before. In a lot of cases, it's people that honestly need a helping hand more than anything else. So, to be honest with you, our today's society has done a really, really good job at trying to glorify like homelessness and like keep people in the streets for whatever fucking reason. Who in your eye is the most trustworthy game developer? Larian. Outside of that, I don't know. Like which ones of them can you actually trust? I would say like Larian. FromSoft, I don't know. Like the thing is, like FromSoft, they just like Sony just bought more stock in the company. Yeah, like while they are like exploring, and I think that they're doing a really good job. Like I really, really like Elden Ring Night Rain. They are kind of starting to lean in like they're like leaning towards the direction of games that are like live service. Whether they actually make an actual live service game, I don't know if they ever will. Because like now they also have that like Blood, Dustblood, that's what it is, which is gonna be coming out for this Switch, and that's an extraction game, like extraction battle royale, essentially, which we don't even know how that's even gonna play. I don't know. Management can change at any time. But I mean, like for me right now, like whatever Larian puts out next, I'm just buying immediately. I'm not even questioning it. Like you've already proven me. You've already proven me. You know that you've already proven just how trustworthy you can be. Gotcha, bitch. That's a dead-ass bug. You see Elden Ring running at 20 FPS in the Switch too? I had my doubts about Divinity Original Sin, but it was a pleasant surprise. It was a great game. I'm sorry, if people bought the Switch 2 and expected the Switch 2 to be like a current gen piece of hardware, you're out of your fucking mind. If I'm going to play a game on the Switch 2, I'm going to play a game on the Switch 2 that makes sense to play on the Switch 2. Which are Nintendo games. Like, I couldn't imagine buying a Switch 2 to actually play, like, third-party AAA releases. Like, you're on some, like, major hopium if you thought you were going to be able to, like, be a Switch-only user. I would actually really like to know what the numbers are for, like, people that own a Switch 2. Like, what is the percentage chance that they also own another console? I would guess it's probably pretty fucking high. The Nintendo Monster Hunter games are fire? Yeah, exactly. It's, well, I mean, like, I guess, yeah, but I should say this. I would never, if I, owning a Switch 2, I'm just never going to play something that's not an exclusive to Switch 2. Or to Switch in general. So that doesn't even, that's not even just like Nintendo first-party titles. I'm talking about exclusives to the Nintendo Switch. Because those games are made for that platform. And in more times, in more cases than not, they're not games that are using, like, high-fidelity graphics. It's usually, like, very artsy kind of stuff, right? Cell-shaded games, like, more cartoon-like graphics and stuff like that.
Do not dwell.
Right, like if I'm gonna play a game on Switch, I'm gonna play a motherfucking Zelda game. I'm gonna play Dusk Bloods when it comes out because that game was gonna be made exactly for it. I'm gonna play Donkey Kong Bonanza. I'm gonna play Pokemans.
Impossible.
Pokemon Digital Monsters. Just kidding. You'd play the other games on that smoking 4090? That's right, of course. I play them on my fucking PC. Why would I play anything else? Like, yeah, no. That's like... I have a PlayStation 5. And you wanna know what I play on my PlayStation 5? Crunchyroll. And Stardew Valley. Couch co-op games is what I play on that. Collecting dust? No, I mean, I use it every week. I watch TV and stuff on it. I'm serious. I'm literally not even lying. I played Final Fantasy 16 on it. I played and beat Final Fantasy 16 on it. Like, the thing is that, like, I really enjoyed... I played, what was it? I played Death Stranding. Love that game. I enjoyed that game so much. It was such a refreshing gaming experience where I felt like rested after playing it because it's just like such a relaxing game to play. And I have no interest in all in like playing it on a playing Death Stranding 2 on PS5. Especially for how pretty that game was, I would much rather just play the game on... I'd just much rather play the game on PC when it comes out. It's a walking simulator, though. We have different tastes in entertainment. I don't need a game to be some like action-filled adventure every single time. And the game is a little bit more than that, but I don't like it's a game that I don't really feel the need to like defend it from people that don't really like, you know, understand what it is. Because I like from like at least in my from my perspective, for the people that are like, but it's a walking simulator. It is like for them, for that person that is saying that it is a walking simulator, and you're not gonna like convince them otherwise because from their perspective, that's what the game is. But it's for other people that find that they enjoy it, it ends up being a quite different game. Well, the thing is that like I didn't play the game for years, specifically because I saw that criticism all over the place about it being a walking simulator. But then I saw that like the people that really liked the game, like really fucking loved that game. And I was like, okay, like let's just fucking play it blind, know nothing about it, and see how it goes. And if it ends up, you know, if it ends up being good, then great. And if it's not, then whatever, I just fucking chalk it up as an L. It is what it is. And I ended up being one of the people that like it. The first 5 hours are so slow, though. Would you rather have a game where the first 5 hours are literally the whole entire experience? When I say that, I kind of see why. So I kind of see why people get that perception. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You know, the one thing that I noticed though, especially with a lot of games, is like over the last like, probably like half. I guess it'd be like last decade or so. Like we see a lot more games that really like front load the fuck out of their experience. So they try to like hyper entertain the fuck out of you in the first like 5 hours. And then the rest of the game just continually gets worse and worse and worse the longer you play, because it's like less and less finished. Part of that is by design, I think. Like they're being demanded to make games that way to, like, I don't know, I guess boost initial playtime. I don't know what the fuck that would even do, but I think a lot of it just comes down to like how these games are being budgeted and managed. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild are for those who grew up with the N64 games, loving Zelda, and a lot of people who didn't like that. But I absolutely love both of them. I love Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. I thought they were fantastic games. Absolutely fantastic. I personally would still rather, like LD, what would you really like to play for a Zelda game? I would like to either see them do a more mature take on Zelda. I think that would be really interesting. Or, if they're not going to do that, go do a... I would love to see a remake of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Wind Waker? Wind Waker is really good too. You think, oh, you think the people that... DEI of time? What the fuck are you talking about? Why would you besmirch one of the goats? Why would you take the name of Ocarina of Time in vain? Wind Waker was the first Zelda game I played to completion, and I didn't even understand English at the time. I beat Ocarina of Time so many times as a kid. Like, we didn't have a lot of money, so I never really had like a lot of games growing up. So instead what I did is I just played the games that I had like an absurdly long amount of time, and would like create my own challenges for it, and like create my own adventures and shit. I also like and then like as I got like slightly older, again, we still didn't have a lot of money, but I started leaning more towards fighting games, because with fighting games, instead of like needing to create my own experiences, instead what I did was I gained mastery. That was like the next step, right? It was just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna, since I don't like, you know, it's either I buy JRPGs. Like I would only ever ask like my mom for JRPGs or fighting games, because JRPGs are long and replay value is usually really good in those, and fighting games I could build mastery, so I could play fighting games for as long as I wanted to. So like I had like Bloody Roar, Mortal Kombat, Smash Brothers, Power Stone, Final Fantasy games, Grandia, Pokemon. And then I just fucking cycled those games. I just cycled the shit out of those games. And then Soul Calibur when I got a PS2 finally. But the PS2 had been out for a long time by the time I got one. Soul Calibur peak for me. Soul Calibur 2 is so fucking fire. I still have my PS2. I wonder if it works. I guarantee it does. I still have my Dreamcast. I still have a Sega Genesis. I still have a N64. I still have an NES. Oh, don't worry. We're gonna be playing some retro shit when I move. I just gotta figure shit out with like the problem is so like I want to get a house because I'm like sick and tired of like blowing money on fucking rent and like wasting my life away renting. But the problem is that like banks are not really interested in giving content creators loans. It's also a weird position for me as well because they're like so because they try to build like a work history like throughout like you know whatever you do. And they're like, so what did you do before this? Like thinking that I like worked in entertainment or something. And I'm like, oh, I worked in construction. And they're like, right. Like, what? I'm like, yeah. Is that, I mean, like, what else was I supposed to have done? So I've been in like those like conversations and that's just like fucking getting cooked in the background. I did get like a really good solid piece of news recently where like my godfather, I guess my godfather's mother had like he inherited a beach house and he's been renting the beach house to people people throughout the year, and like he makes like fucking bank off of renting out the beach house as like an Airbnb.
It eludes me.
But it sits empty during the fall and winter. And I guess like we haven't lined it up or talked about it. But like while I'm in the in-between trying to find a house and also like get shit together for that and like get that through the banks or whatever, he said that like would be like willing to rent me like this whole ass fucking house for like $400 a month. And I'm like, bro, that would be like such a massive windfall. Like that shit would be so fucking peak, especially when you're like trying to save money and shit. You know what I mean? They're like, should I give this? Should we really be giving this guy money? Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, like content creators are fucking liabilities, right? Like, unless you're somebody like fucking Asmongold or somebody like that makes like fucking ridiculous amounts of money, where it's like it's impossible to argue, and you don't even need to argue. You just buy shit for cash at that point, right? Like, there's no reason for you to be buying anything on a loan or credit. You just buy it. You're like, yeah, I want that. And you buy it, right? Like, you know, those folks don't gotta worry about anything, but like content creation by and large is very feast or famine. Like sometimes you're hot and sometimes you're not, and then sometimes you're hot again, and then sometimes you go cold, and sometimes you just fall off completely and you don't even know what the fuck even happened. It's just the way she goes, baby. So they look at that and they realize that there's a lot of variability there, and they're just like not into that shit. Like, yeah, we don't really want to have much to do with that. Well, I'm gonna need you to want something to do with it. Oh, I am fucking walking through this game right now. Int would be really nice. I'm having like a mana crisis. I don't really want to get rid of minion damage, but I kind of need the int. I also got this really good set piece belt, but it's only one piece. That's gonna change with the times. You think so? You're on the path to millions, don't worry. I don't know about all that now. I think people greatly overestimate how much you can make in content, like making content. It just, I guess it kind of depends. It depends. You can make a lot. I'm not gonna pretend like you can't. You definitely can. LD is my father. He's poor. What are you talking about? What? I ain't your daddy. I ain't your motherfucking daddy.
This place once held so many secrets, so much power. It could have been used for greatness. Now look at what it is being reduced to.
This place seems so small.
Starflight on Sega, it's so good. God, there was this like wannabe like Star Fox 64 game that came for, I think it came for free with the Sega, no, it's not Sega. It came for free with the Atari Jaguar. My poor fucking mother got conned into buying an Atari Jaguar instead of buying me a fucking PlayStation. And that's what I had to play. That's just, it is what it was. That was the life that I had to live. I was living the Atari Jaguar life. Or no, it was an N64. Yeah, she was, like, luckily we ended up getting one later. I think like another family member, like, helped or something like that. But she got conned into buying a fucking, an Atari Jaguar. Thinking it was an N64. And God bless her heart. You know, I was a good kid, right? So, like, I'm not gonna, like, be mad or cry or get mad or, like, angry at my mom because she picked the wrong thing. I just played it because it was video games, and all I want to do is play video games. And this thing was an absolute piece of fucking shit. One, that controller was insane, but two, it had this wannabe Star Fox 64 game that had, like, the most annoying as fuck shift narrator. I cannot remember what the game was called. But like, if you were it would like literally if you turned around the wrong way, the game would just be like, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way, danger, danger. Like it would just constantly like this AI voice would come over and you're just like, bro, shut the fuck up. They had a fighting game that was on there that was actually pretty good, to be honest with you. I forgot what the name of that shit was. I don't know. That system didn't have very many games. It basically got they fucking Atari basically shut down their console services after the release of that console, and it was like very, very soon after. God damn it, I looked away. Where did that happen at? Up here? Come, my army. Slay this foul beast. I just knew this one guy who had that in Road Rash. Road Rash. Oh man, 11th hour games. I'm gonna tell you guys right now. I love your game. But this is like my my least favorite map. Because I think you have to go, yeah, you have to go this way and then all the way down and then all the way back around to both sides. I'm really happy though because I got these boots, and these fucking boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. No, when I dodge, they give me haste and I can run faster, which is really nice. Another lucky find earlier into my career. Which hat? I have a PS1 too, but I have to find games for that one. Retro game stores are kind of in vogue. They're pretty easy to find nowadays. Even in like smaller towns, there's like at least one that's just like chilling. To be able to find all kinds of games for it. Twitch chat's fucking vibing out right now. Y'all sleeping over there. Cybermorph, and it looks pretty rough. You found the game. Yeah, Cybermorph, that's what it was called. I still remember the green-faced AI chick in the fucking bottom corner that would not shut the fuck up. What was the name of the fighting game? Joe, what was the name of the fighting game? It was like Beast something, I think. It was actually pretty good. I mean, I had a really tiny brain back then, so maybe it wasn't that bad. Maybe it wasn't that good, but who knows? What am I specking into? Probably Reclamation of Souls, right? Increased ward retention, yeah. Rigging Eldritch Horrors while listening to that. Still stuck on that NES. Dude, fucking NES games are so fucking good. It's so, like, it's such a fucking cheat. There's such a fucking cheat strat for, like, how absolutely goated. Like, the NES and Super Nintendo, and also the I think, like, the N64 has some great games, but, like, I still think that, like, the NES and the fucking, the NES and the SNES were still better systems. Like just like the overall quality of games and like the variety of games that I can think of, where it's like there were some really, don't get me wrong, like Smash was really good, right? Smash was really good, and Mario Kart 64 was really good, and Mario 64 was good, and Zelda games were good. Pokemon Snap was good. Pokemon Coliseum was kind of, I mean, it was alright. Primal Rage, that's what it was called. Yeah, Primal Rage. But like NES, dude. You had fucking what? Ghosts and Goblins, Metal Gear, Final Fantasy 1 through 3, because I think 4 was on SNES if I'm not mistaken. What else? Oh, dude, I had this like mech game that was like one of those like bullet hell games that was called Bang.io. That shit was fire. Wandering Spirits is kind of boo-boo. Health regen, increased health, want intelligence. Vitality. 1 to summon Wraith is really nice. 10% increased minion damage isn't too bad. Dodge rating. Neck resistance isn't bad. We'll empower it, sure. Zelda 1 and 2, TMNT, Double Dragon. Fuck yeah, Double Dragon was really good as well. Oh man, dude, that fucking gold case Zelda. What a game that was. Kirby, or Kirby's Dream Land. Mario Brothers 1, Mario Brothers 2, Mario Brothers 3. I actually really liked Mario Brothers 2. It was a weird fucking game. What happened with that game? I've always been, I never look like, was it just made by like a completely different studio? That's what it had to have been, right? Because it was just like so not Mario 1. It was a cool game. I still remember it fondly. It was just a really weird fucking game. It was a different game reskinned. I had no idea. That's why all the enemies and shit were different, huh? OG Metroid? Yeah, OG Metroid was really good. What was Earthbound? Earthbound was on NES too, wasn't it? Man, I just got a blast from the past. You want to know a fucking Nintendo series that's been like fucking dead and buried for fucking ever and more. Kid Icarus. Kid Icarus, that fucking shit's been like, have they ever done anything with that IP ever? Like, I think they put him in like fucking Smash, right? Kid Icarus was fucking tough as nails. That game was hard as fuck. They haven't been smashed. That's what I thought. You know what's really funny about those like metaverse games? Because that's essentially what they are. Is it like those things are like fucking they're IP. They're like IP farms. That's why these companies love to have these like crossover games that have like all of their other game characters in it. Because it effectively lets them be able to continue to hold on to the IP rights that they have for those characters, so they're like they can't be used elsewhere. Like obviously there's a date on that shit eventually, but yeah.
It eludes me.
Did you play Motocross Madness? Got the demo and from PC Magazine. I don't know if I did or not. Final Fantasy 3 North America or Japanese? There's a weird Final Fantasy 3. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. wish I had a stairwell that did that. I love the weird Final Fantasy 3. Oh yeah, that's what you're saying. The Flintstones. Fuck, you wanna know absolutely like obnoxiously difficult and just like really poorly made video game? But I also like played the fuck out of it. Ghostbusters 2. I think that's what it was. It was Ghostbusters 2. The video game on NES. I think I remember Angry Video Game Nerd doing a review of that. And like absolutely losing his fucking mind over that game. How much would you recommend Last Epoch for somebody who played Lost Ark? Well, I mean, like Lost Ark is an ARPG. Yeah, I mean, like if it's your style of game, I would 100% recommend it, especially because you could just pay one price and not have to fucking pay to hone your items. It's not a pay to win game. It's just an ARPG. So the loot you get is the loot you find. You can craft gear yourself. You can basically you can get into the open trade market and trade cool items and shit that you find with other players. I highly recommend it. Please play this instead of Lost Ark. I love Last Epoch. I supported this game when it first came into early access, and I've supported it ever since then. I've purchased supporter packs. I've done all that shit. I love the game. I love the game. I love what it represents. I love new blood in the games industry. I love the fact that their studio has grown to the size that it has. They started out as like 11 guys working on the game, and now they're like, I think they have like 100 employees now. But I mean, I think the skill tree in this game is a lot more manageable than a game like Path of Exile, right? Because it's just like forward progression on your main tree, and then you have a secondary tree that you can put points into for like your subclass specialization, and then I put my points in wrong on this. I'm supposed to put on here. Additional ward per second for each minion you have active, up to 20 minions. That's crazy. I didn't even realize you can get to that many minions to begin with. And then on top of that, your skills have skills. Your skills have skill trees. Like, that's the best part. I don't know why I like saying that, but I really like saying that. It's my favorite part about this game. Your skills have skill trees. Which we did that. Golem. Race will appear at target location. Cost more. I don't really like that idea, but I get it. Not sure if it's comparable to an MMO like Lost Ark. I mean, Lost Ark, to its credit, is the only game of its kind. But it's also insanely fucking pay to win, and grindy is all fucking, like, all hell. Don't get me wrong, man. I wanted that game to be good, but like it's just like too much of a pay to win. Like, it's so like hyper fucking South Korean spend all the money that you could ever have in the world on our video game. Otherwise, like, otherwise you get nothing. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. I was hoping that it wasn't gonna be bad. You know when I like Lost Ark the most? I like Lost Ark the most when I was playing that game and I was playing like the Russian fucking bootleg where you had to use a mod to be able to like translate the game, and it was like translated into like incredibly broken English from Russian.
After
so like
eons
most of it
alone,
never even
three again become one.
Most of it never even made sense.
On the precipice of a broken world, there is hope. The epoch is reforged. As the traveler left, their real journey began.
The last epoch was us all along. Yeah, me too. It was cool playing, but it just makes you hate yourself. No, that's what I'm saying. I really liked playing the game when I was playing the Russian bootleg because I didn't understand what the microtransactions were, and I couldn't understand what their purposes were. So since I didn't understand it, I just played the game and enjoyed myself. Like, that was it. I had no idea if I was actually making progress or if I was doing the right kind of content. Like, I just had fun with my friends playing the game, and that was pretty much it. That's all we could do. And yeah.
It eludes me.
That's the way, bro. That's why I like playing games blind. There's something in like the blind innocence of playing a game. If there was one way that I could play a game, I like to play a game like how I did when I was a kid, where I like literally had no idea what the fuck I was doing, and by extension, every single game felt like it was impossibly long, and it was like this massive fucking adventure. I mean, I felt like I played.
What do you want?
Ocarina of Time for like a year. Legit. What does Maelstrom mean? Ward decay threshold, ward per second active, Maelstrom. Any chance of playing streaming Path of Exile 2? Yeah. Primal skill. Oh yeah, it's that AoE, isn't it? What I need to do is I need to get my fucking reses up. Lightning res is super low. Cold res is super low. Void's not a big deal because it's not until later. Poison could be higher. I just haven't really found anything that like really jumps out at me yet.
It eludes me.
It eludes. I wonder how pay-to-win games will look on my 55-inch 4K TV. It's probably decent, at least. Oh, PS2. I thought you said pay-to-win. I was like, why the fuck would that matter? Looking for a new ARPG. I don't know whether to go Last Epoch or PoE 2. The difference between the two games is one is actually a complete game and the other one isn't. So it's either you want to support Path of Exile in early access, or you want to play a game that's already technically complete but constantly getting content added onto it. Like Last Epoch's a done game, right? I mean, like not done, like it's a finished game in a sense of being a finished product, but they constantly update it with new seasons and a ton of new content and reworks and all kinds of stuff. Path of Exile 2 is still a game in early access. I will say you will get more if you're looking for an ARPG experience where you get more out of the back end rather than the front end. This is probably the game that you're gonna want to get, and you're gonna get like infinitely more replay value out of it until like the full release of Path of Exile 2, and then you just have the option of 2 great ARPGs to play. Yeah, I mean, if I had to make a recommendation, like as just like somebody that like makes their life off of like talking about video games and trying to make good purchasing decisions as a consumer, I would go Last Epoch. And that's not even because this is a sponsored stream. It literally is just because it's just a better value. You're buying a complete game, a game that you can play offline or online. Doesn't matter if your power goes out or you want to play it, you know, on a flight on your Steam Deck or whatever. And you're gonna get way more out of the back end because the game actually has like a fully fleshed out end game, where like Path of Exile 2 kind of does, but not really. Not yet. Not to what it's actually gonna look like when the game is finished. That's a really good point, going Last Epoch now and then playing PoE 2 later on. Yeah, like, I mean, that's the better route to go. Like, I told this to people before, like, even though, like, I'm in on, like, Path of Exile's, even though I'm in on Path of Exile's, early access, right? And, like, I'll play the fuck out of Path of Exile. The people that are going to wait to play Path of Exile until it's completed are going to play the best version and are going to have the best experience of playing Path of Exile. Like, your first time playing any game is always the best time playing any game. It never gets better than your first experience playing something, right? So if you can wait and you can play a game when it's done... God damn, son. For all of us that are gonna be playing Path of Exile until the game actually releases, it's not like, oh guys, it hit 1.0 and it's gonna feel like a completely new experience. It's not. It's gonna just feel like the same game you've been playing. I like how Diablo is even part of the discussion. That's a foregone conclusion. Everybody knows the answer to that is. And it hasn't changed since the game came out. I think that like some content creators just sometimes try to play like, they'll play kitty gloves on Diablo, where they're like, they don't want to like dog it too hard because they're like, everybody always wants to gang up on that game. Everybody always wants to give it a hard time. And it's like, yeah, it fucking deserves it. Bully the shit out of that game. Those motherfuckers spent hundreds of millions of dollars. They then made billions of dollars off of selling it, and it's the weakest of the product in the lineup that's out there. I don't even think anybody can even argue that. It's kind of fucking absurd when you think about it. But at the same time, the thing is that I'd probably say that out of like the ARPGs, if I was to talk about something like, if I was to talk about something like profitability, I would actually guess that like Last Epoch probably as like a live service does better than Diablo.
Which eludes me.
Because like I have a really hard time believing that a game with so few players like is like remaining like financially viable on the back end, like as a live service. Like, that game legit is just going to turn into Diablo 3, where it's just going to get, like, very minimal updates on the back end. They'll probably do, like, I would guess they'll do another expansion, and then they'll just kind of call it a day on it if it doesn't, like, pick up after that, which it won't, because it just doesn't have the bones for it. There's just something missing from the visuals, actually. I think, like, visually, there's something that's not there. Do you know who Blizzard reminds me of nowadays? Like, so far as like their games and like the vibe and overall feel. They're kind of like an American Ubisoft, where like the edge is just gone. You can see the edge blended in Diablo 4. The narrative related, like, there was like that one scene that I really liked, like Lilith's entrance, right? Like the church scene. I thought that would, like, that shit went hard as fuck. And also like the tomb scene, like the very beginning where like they summon Lilith. And I'm just like, holy shit, dude, Diablo's gonna go hard as fuck. And then that shit penetrated like a wet noodle. That shit went softer than fucking Twinkie. Just remind yourself they canceled their survival game after 4 years in development, as apparently it didn't have anything special compared to existing survival games. There's like a weird contingency of players that actually believe that like it's a bad thing that that game got canceled. And like, keep in mind, if Blizzard for some odd reason thought that that game was worth canceling, Blizzard thought that that game was not good enough and worth canceling, it must have been shit. It must have been absolute shit. If Blizzard had enough wherewithal to wake up, look at it, and go, yeah, we shouldn't put this out there, it was probably garbage. I mean, we're talking about one of the least self-aware companies in the entire games industry, and they somehow made a self-aware decision. What the fuck is this motherfucker? Oh. Fully agree. It's just the idea that you developed for 4 years to find out that you don't have anything on your competition. They're just so slow with anything nowadays. I fucking say it all the time, man. Their development process is way too fucking long. Their creative process is too fucking long. They're constantly chasing these massive fucking projects that are just like way too fucking big, that cost way too fucking much and take way too long to make, and they're just never gonna get their head above water. They are constantly they are fighting. They were at first fighting a tide, now they're fighting a tsunami. Essentially, like, that's just like the direction that a lot of these AAA companies are going into. Like, I don't really think people fully recognize that, like, if the AAA industry continues down the path that it's on, like, a lot of these companies are going to be gone in the next 10 years. we're gonna see like massive, and like I know some people are gonna be like, oh, they're good, fuck them, and like, kind of, but also at the same time, the issue that we run into with, the issue that we're gonna run into is that if and when some of these companies go out of business, it's not just gonna be like, yeah, the gamers won. No, like now that IP is probably gonna get picked up by another company because it's gonna be nothing but market consolidation. So you're gonna see a lot of these companies just get bought up by somebody else, and most likely in a lot of cases, you're gonna see a lot of that IP go to Xbox because Microsoft is gonna be the one that's gonna have the most money to be able to soak up some of these companies that are like, you know, like the only ones that I think that are like a few of them are relatively like I think like well protected financially. Like EA, nothing's gonna happen to EA. Like their sports, they have like, unless something happens to their sports catalog where they no longer actually have that to be able to fall back on. Which, like, I mean, they lost FIFA. Actually, now that I say that, they lost the FIFA name. So couldn't anybody technically now make a full like a full sports soccer game and not have to worry about that bullshit? I think they could, right? I'd have to look into that. I didn't think about that. The canceled Black Panther game was 4 years in production. I know, that's fucking crazy. That game would have fucking bombed so hard, though. How much you want to bet that they turned that game into like the most like preachy DEI bullshit game? I guarantee that's what it is. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, when I look at that specifically, when I look at that game, I'm like, Black Panther, I guarantee they made it like fucking white people bad. Like they went all in on it. Because 4 years ago, that would have made sense. Because you have to keep in mind, when did the development of a game like that start? 2019. Like its concept phases would have been like 2019, 2018. Yeah, 2018, 2019, 2020, right around there. That's like peak like Gillette male toxicity or masculine what is it? Toxic masculinity, George Floyd, all that stuff. Oh yeah. And look at the way the Dragon Age the Veilguard turned out. If they thought that game was a good idea, what do you think they did with the Black Panther game? Which is like really sad because the Black Panther game could go hard as fuck. Black Panther is such a cool fucking character. Like the lore of like, like the lore of like Wakanda and stuff is like cool as shit. The tribes and stuff would be cool as shit. The fucking enemies and like his arch nemesis and shit are like Killmonger and all that is like really fucking cool. Like there's so many really sick directions they could go with a game like that. But the thing is that like I guarantee that game was being made by a bunch of fucking pretentious white people that have fucking no idea what they're doing, and they would just make a game out of self-loathing. If a Black Panther game had the same grittiness of the Batman series, it would be great. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm telling you right now, like, it's just really cool. All I can say is, you guys have any idea? You probably have no idea. We haven't even talked about this. You know what game I'm looking forward to? Or at least, I don't want to say I'm looking forward to, because I don't know what it's going to be like yet. You know what game I am hoping turns out to be a fucking banger? Blade. I hope Blade turns out sick as fuck. I hope the Blade game ends up being absolute fire, and it just puts this entire fucking conversation of like skin color or video game characters to rest, and shows that it literally is just like, if it's a good story and good characters, like nobody gives a fuck what the skin color of a fucking character is. Blade is getting a game? Yeah, who's making the Blade game? Arcane Leon. Arcane is making it, and not the studio that they closed. Keep in mind, there was the studio that they closed. That was Arcane Austin that made Redfall. That's not the studio that's making it. No, it's the good Arcane studio that's making the Blade game right now. Like, I mean, if they make that shit in the same vein as, like, the good Dishonored games and Prey. Yeah, Dishonored and Wolfenstein Dev. Oh, yeah, the studio's good. Yeah, no, they're good. So if they make a good fucking Blade game, that shit's gonna go so hard. And it's going to be, like, really funny to watch games journalists try to explain away. You know, I know exactly what they're going to do. You guys want an LD prediction? I'm going to give you guys an LD prediction. They're going to pretend like the people that bought Blade are not the naysayer crowd. They're going to pretend like that's not the same group. It's a completely different audience that showed up to play the Blade game, and it wasn't the people that didn't want to play Avowed. It's not the same people that didn't want to play Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's not the same people. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna pretend like it's not the same group of people, and they're gonna pretend like it was just a vocal minority of hateful people online that talk shit about these games. And look, see, they can be popular. Like, they're gonna pretend like it's their win. When really it's gonna be the win of the people that have been asking for higher quality games. And not to be spoken down to. Like, nobody wants to fucking play a game like that, dude. Like, I don't understand why somebody would think anybody would want to play a game like that. It owned the chuds. It's not like that's basically what they would say. I will never forget Jason Schreier going online 2 days after Veilguard released and saying, "Go woke, go break the records. I love seeing the chuds get owned." And it's just like me sitting there going like, we should like wait. Like, there's only like, it's so weird to me to see somebody want to like jump and call a game a success because it had like 60,000 concurrent players on Steam on its first day. And I'm like, bro, I only call a game a massive success if the motherfucker hits like 150,000 concurrent players on Steam. Unless it's a game that like wouldn't normally see high numbers, right? Like depending on the genre, right? But like, there's some of these that are just like stone cold killers where it's just like, hey, this game is already a success. Like, if it hit 500,000 concurrent players on Steam, that's a successful video game. And I also like the fact that like after that entire, I love the fact that after that entire fucking ordeal, he left Twitter for good. What a fucking, like these fucking games journalists, man. You know, I haven't farmed those motherfuckers in a while. I wonder if they're talking shit about anything recently. I haven't seen them. Maybe I scared them. Y'all think I scared them? I'm kind of realizing now that like I haven't seen any articles in a while that I was like, what the fuck? They've all seemed to tone down. I know why they've toned down. They're about to lose their fucking jobs. I guarantee that like their investors and their upper management came in and were like, what are you guys doing? Like, we're losing readers. They probably came into their offices and were like, so we were watching this video about this YouTube winning legendary drops. He seems to believe that you're driving away our audiences with your shit opinions. So either report on the games literally or just get the fuck out. I'm dreaming. There's no fucking chance anything like that would happen. Thank you for recommending Witchfire in today's video. I bought it and I'm loving it. You're my, you, my friend, are golden. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Glad you're having a good time with it. I only invest my time and effort into the games that are the best.
It eludes me.
I don't have time for the rest.
Impossible.
Like, actually, no shit. Now that I think about that. Hold on. If I go to my library, okay, and like, and I'll tell you guys which games in my library are, like, games that I got, like, free keys for, right? So, Abiotic Factor I bought. Good game. Balatro, great game. Baldur's Gate 3, great game. Blasphemous. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Dead Cells. Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers. I haven't put enough time into this game, but it's basically Balatro, but blackjack. It's also really fucking cool. Oblivion. First Berserker Kazan. I got a key for this. And I enjoyed it because I enjoy, like, parry games, but I just wasn't in the mood for a game like this. Hades 2, obviously. Marvel Rivals, put a good time into that. Wilds. Path of Exile, Schedule 1, Slay the Spire, Stalker 2. I need to go back and play this. I don't know how, like, its patches and stuff have been going. Patch 1.5.3 is here to stop unintended NPC tricks. That game, fucking Eurojank, dude. I love those games though. Subnautica, Team Loader, which is just Terraria, Rogue Trader. I was gonna play this. There's like 2 or 3 chatters that will like constantly bring it up all the fucking time. They're like, play Rogue Trader, and I'm like, my fucking CRPG standards have been so blown out of proportions because of Baldur's Gate 3. I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 did irreparable damage to like the expectations of players towards like CRPGs.
It eludes me. I've been and like those sounds.
We're being attacked. Quickly, protect me while I finish the ritual.
If I should play, oh my god. If I should play ARPG for story, which one should I choose? I don't know. Titan Quest, you think so? The original one? No. You made the best. Zara made the best recommendation. Diablo 2. Diablo 2 all day. Yeah, no, Diablo 2 all day. Hello, adventurer.
You are a
Diablo.
skilled fighter. It is no wonder.
Belial, the Lord of Lies,
Ulrich is imprisoned.
told me that he wasn't going to slip it in, and he did. Nephilim. Belial said, just the tip. What's wrong? What? Oh, it's like up there. Deckard King, you slap fox. Dude, I remember playing Diablo 3, and it was like, it was so fucking obvious who Belial was, like from like the very beginning, and I like how they still like tried to treat it like it wasn't. But they're like, surprise, it was me, the little shithead emperor, and it's like, no fucking shit. Who would have guessed? They try to treat it like it was a fucking surprise, and I'm like, it's not a surprise, Blizzard. It's not a surprise. Everybody saw this shit coming from a mile away. There's another fucking lizard. Come on, lizard. What you got over here? Nemesis. Oh, I can't empower anymore. Challenge my nemesis. Uh-oh, that's not good. I don't even know if I want to control it. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Ooh, ooh, god, that's bright. Can't even read it. Put that in place. Okay, we got some shit. Ant health, no. Plague on hit. Oh. Oh. Critical strike multiplier, no. Really? It really wants me to have this. Why does it want me to have the brass? Cast speed? Oh, because the ward. That's why. Yeah, we'll take it. Ward on potion. Minion damage 15, physical resistance. No, I guess it's just still a better belt for now. Ward on potion use, lightning resistance. I'll take the lightning resistance. Lightning damage, no. 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 Product resistance, 2 intelligence. Plus the bone golem is way too fucking good to get rid of. There's not enough resistance on that for me to give a shit about it. Poison resistance, damage over time. This is minion damage. About these chest pieces. What do I have on this? Minion health, poison resistance, and physical resistance. Summon Wraith. Necrotic resistance and void resistance. This is actually pretty good. Lot of cold. Look at that fucking resist on this. 20% of current health lost per second. 15% of missing health regained as ward per second. Ward dodge. This is actually a really hard choice. This has so much resistance and health, though. Like, I mean, +1 to Wraith is really good. Some recognition? What? I wasn't even fucking looking. Oh, Smash JT. What's up, brother? I was like, I looked over and I'm like, I see a bunch of fucking emojis and shit in my chat. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? I don't know which one of these to fucking pick, man. I like Summon Wraith would be really good. I guess I'll just try this out for now. Like, this is so much resistance and fucking defense. It's way too fucking good for me to pass up.
We have once again ready to trade.
Minion health, vitality. Thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your evening, friend.
Makes me eager for.
Was that something like I like looked over like I'm fucking tired. I've been fucking streaming for almost 9 hours. My brain just like completely just like disconnected. Like I just had major like brain server lag right there for a minute. Like I looked over and I saw like a. I'm gonna tell you guys exactly what happened. I looked over, I saw like a raid and a bunch of people like talking in my chat, and then I also looked at my other chat and saw another dude call me a fucking retard. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I think that dude got banned or timed out or something like that. That was just, I don't know, what the fucking uncalled for. It's okay, LD, I got you. It's all good, baby. Yeah, I've been streaming for like 9 hours. What was that guy's deal? I don't fucking know. I pulled it up because I was like, is this guy talking about something else? And then I looked at his chat history, and he's never really like been in chat talking shit. He seemed like a normal fucking guy, and then obviously he's like coming in here with fucking heat. Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? Bro, I'm chilling, man. What are you doing? Increase movement speed for you and your minions. Increase movement speed. Movement speed is kind of peak, dog. Minion armor. 10% chance to summon an illusory tree when hit. I realize that it's more for, it's probably more for druid, but I mean, it still works for me. Sleep stream win, but like sleeping on camera. I think that shit is so fucking weird. Like I know, like I've been tempted a couple of times before to do like a streamathon or subathon or whatever. Yeah, subathon. That's what it is. Do a subathon. But the thing is that like the only reason I wouldn't do a sub, like there's a couple of reasons. And I've thought about this many of times. Level of skill shards. No, I'll keep doing for now. It's not really a big reason to do anything crazy with this. Oh, subathon shit. The thing is that like when I look and I see like what people do with that, like there's two reasons. One, I make YouTube content, so like if I did a subathon where like people are like constantly, you know, keeping me on a stream for a set period of time, that'd be like really hard for me to fucking do when I need to make like fucking YouTube videos. I'm not gonna do that shit on camera. It's just weird. Like I'm not gonna do that shit. And then the other part is, like, those subathon things, like, almost always are, like, built around, like, humiliating the content creator. And I just don't, like, I'm just not into that shit. That's, like, that's not my energy. That's just not my energy, man. The game is too loud to properly hear you. Did it get turned up randomly? Oh, it did. Modern audience dev? I don't think so. No, he was somebody who was talking in chat. I looked at this thing. He was like talking about pregnant. I don't know. I don't understand. I looked at the chat history and I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Impossible.
I literally think it was just some retard in chat. I'll be real. Actually, streamers have made subathons a lot more flexible nowadays. Some just stop the clock when they need to. Oh, I get what you're saying. Like they pause it and they're like, hey, you know, I'm gonna go to bed. Is that what you're saying? Will I just die? Oh no, that's just like the low health that I get to. Okay. What's up, man? First time I've ever caught you actually streaming. How are you liking Last Epoch? I started a character last night for the first time since launch. I love Last Epoch. Like I like playing these games are like fucking second nature to me. I've been playing shit like this since I was like a fucking wee babe. But I've been having a good time. I actually do really like the new seasonal mechanic. Like it's really like I really like the way that they built their seasonal mechanics so far. Like the Nemesis system I think is really well done, and then so is this system here. I like both because it's like it's easy to wrap your head around. It's not like super complicated. There's not like so many currencies that it like confuses the shit out of you, so you don't know like what you're supposed to be looking for, what you're supposed to be doing. I don't know what item I want other than like the dino things. I think it'd be cool as fuck for me to summon a fucking dinosaur. I just think that would be cool as shit. Plus on top of that, I think that like that relic gives you like minion damage and a bunch of other shit. Damage over time, ward per second. Well, that's just a fucking upgrade, huh? Good with that. Okay, so I have an item that's killing me. What is killing me? Is it this? It is. We'll use this chest. I don't like that. It's just weird. I don't like working with that. It drains your health and turns 20% of your health into ward. Like I get the purpose. I just don't think it's really worth it. I mean, like the resistances and shit are really fucking nice, but everything else just kind of feels weird. Judgment? No, it's like power. I don't need that. It's just uncapped subathons that go really crazy. Yeah, I mean, but like that's the whole purpose. Is and like that, I think it's all predicated around like making money and like just trying to make as much as you can. Maybe I'll do one for trying to buy a house. All right. Have a good night. Back to Last Epoch. Last Epoch. Love the YouTube videos and reasonable tank sake, man. Appreciate it. It's for low health build. This stuff to give you damage at low health. Ah, gives you a fat shield. I got you. That makes sense. Not really working towards my build at the moment. I was more attracted to the massive fucking resistance numbers. I was like, well, that would kind of solve a couple problems for me real fast, but. Oh, I never went and finished this one, The Great College. Well, I guess we'll find like the save point in this place. Oh, we already did. Okay, let's go back and get that side quest. I didn't realize I passed it up. Holy shit, I've been watching you thinking that you played Diablo 4. I actually don't really know why, since I played both. Totally mind-fucked me somehow. I know. Diablo 4 is what made me is what made me so critical of games. If it wasn't for that game being as bad as it was. I probably would have been a good, well-mannered YouTuber that only ever talked about games that they liked. And never talked about games that they didn't like, because I wouldn't want to offend anybody. Diablo died after 2. I liked Diablo 3, but I liked it as like a... I liked it in the way that I like Gauntlet. Like something that's it's more actually about the like I like playing it with friends. I like the arcadey feel of it to play it with friends. Like I played that as a social game. Me and my buddy Mark played the fuck out of that game. Torchlight 3 better than Diablo 3? I don't know. Torchlight 3 is good too. It's fun. Torchlight 3 is fun. It's just Diablo still had a little bit more build crafting than Torchlight did. Diablo 3's endgame after the expansion with the Nephilim rifts was fun. Yeah, I think it was pretty fun. The only problem is that like that was the last creative thought that studio had. So like they thought that they designed a like massively complex and interesting endgame system for Diablo 4 when they essentially just made greater rifts again. I always thought that was really funny. That they were like, this is what you do. And I was like trying to tell people, I was like, this is just greater rifts. And they're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, yes. Yes, it is. Like, you literally go through a dungeon. You have to, like, kill a predetermined amount of enemies. You fight a boss. And then you upgrade a rune. It's just the difference is in this game is that the rune goes on a tree. Rather than being a gem for, like, a skill for a socket. Literally the same thing.
What do you want?
I like Torchlight for its art style. Yeah, I always thought it was actually it looked pretty Distinct. Distinct. What else I need to know? What's this here? Evade is replaced by summon crab? What? You have swiftness? Increased armor, increased minion armor, +4 to all attributes. What the fuck? What the fuck is this ring? I love goofy shit like this in ARPGs. Yeah, I just straight up summon crabs. Now I have a crab minion. I can't dodge, but I have a crab. I mean, who needs to dodge when you have a crab, right? What a weird ring. Yeah, I can't dodge. My dodge button's gone. I can't evade, but I can summon a crab. Let him fuck him up. Fuck him up, Crabbo. Crabbo. Wait, how am I supposed to get this thing? I got this dumbass ring on. Get that motherfucker. Okay, I can't do this. Damn, sis. Increased minion damage. Guys, you need to fucking give me some resistance, okay? Part of me wants to go back to taking a shield instead of doing an offhand because I'm not getting any resistances. Between Path of Exile 2 and Last Epoch, which do you like and recommend more? I honestly hold both of the games to like similar regard. But it's like I told somebody earlier in chat, like personally for me, like if I was to recommend a game for somebody to buy, I'd tell them to buy Last Epoch. And it's not even because this is a sponsored stream, it's just because one's a complete game and the other one is in early access. So it's like complete game and I can play it offline. Game that is less than halfway through development. Right? Like it's kind of an easy choice to make. Because they play so similarly. Like you can tell what game Last Epoch was inspired by. It's much more of a like accessible version of PoE is essentially what it is. It's far closer to PoE than it is to anything else. But it's much more accessible. Like Path of Exile, you got to do some research to understand that game. It took me a while to understand. Like the only reason I like Path of Exile now is because I actually like got in on the start of Path of Exile 2, so now I have like a better understanding of the game on like a smaller scale. But when you go and you play a game like Path of Exile, like fresh with no background, like in playing that game, like and going in blind to that shit, like I did many times and bounced off of the game. Bruh. It's a lot. They really hitting us with the fucking saxophone right now? Are they really hitting us with that saxophone right now? Okay. Where's the exit? I think it's a boss fight. They're coming up on one at the least. Getting into PoE 1 without a guide or somebody to help you is almost impossible. Nearly it can be, yeah. Did you ever play any MMOs that you like? And do you like the MMO genre or looking forward to an MMO or expansion? I played World of Warcraft when I was younger. I stopped playing World of Warcraft after or before Cataclysm. I played Final Fantasy XIV during COVID, and then I played it all the way through and continued to play it, and then raided in it for a couple of years up until probably like basically the launch of Dawn Trail, and then I just haven't really played it since then. Mostly just because like MMOs require a lot of fucking time, and the more you like, especially like the work I do now is like be so insanely time consuming that I just don't have the time to be able to like keep up with it because it's a lot of content. I mean, it'd be different if I just I guess if I just like hopped in and did the story, but like Dawn Trail's story is its weakest part, so it's like it's hard to get the motivation to go back and play the game right now when like the only reason you would play it is currently the weakest part of that expansion. Any reason why I can't follow you on Twitch? No, not that I know of. Nothing's disabled. Can you make a video about the people trying to ruin Call of Duty or the Call of Duty players trying to ruin Battlefield 6? There's already a guy that has a video that almost has 1 million views. We just watched it today. Antra, thank you for the 11 gifted. Holy shit, man. Super generous of you. Thank you so much. Any plans on playing Silksong, or is it not your cup of tea? Oh, that's my shit, baby. I'm gonna be all over that game. I've been playing whatchamacallit, I've been playing Hollow Knight. Andrew, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Who made the video that you mentioned? Kingdrid? I think his name is Kingdrid. Anytime, buddy. Love your videos. Hugs and kisses. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Bro, you're gonna just die immediately. Don't even try to act hard, homie. Like, my minions are gonna just fucking eat your little legs off. Bite his legs off. Hey, where are you going?
Hurry, we break the I'll take that as a yes. Get to the railing.
It eludes me. I am not doing that again. Let's go for a swim. It'll be fun.
Is it the big streamers just don't get Battlefield video? Yeah. Dude, how long have you been streaming? 9 hours. Casually.
You're washed up safe. Yeah, I'll only slow you down. Please, go on without me.
Okay. All right. Speaking of, he started when I went to bed, and then I woke up and then I woke up like an hour ago. Yeah, like 9 hours. Yeah, it's been a long stream. It's been a long, long stream, ladies and gentlemen. Long, long stream indeed. So anyway, where the fuck is it at? It'd be like that. Anyway, I'm whipped, guys. My brain's already disconnecting. I'm lagging out. I'm lagging out. How is it? I love Last Epoch. So I want to thank Last Epoch for sponsoring today's stream. I appreciate that. If you guys have not played Last Epoch, I highly recommend playing Last Epoch. I've supported this game since it was in early access. I think they've done a great job with the game. It's only $35 on Steam. So if you want to give it a shot, give it a shot. You can play it online. You can play it offline. They update it regularly, and they put in they do seasonal content like Path of Exile or any other ARPG live service game. But again, play online, play offline, no pay to win or anything like that. It's just a general regular ARPG as they were meant to be. As they were meant to be. They have they just added another chapter to their story. They added, a whole new seasonal mechanic where you can summon dinosaurs and stuff. It's really good, man. I've really been enjoying it. If you guys did want to play the game, I have a where is it at? Copy. I have a link to the game right here. I'll link it in chat for you guys. It's on the Steam store. I do believe... And Last Epoch is also available. Oh, no. It's not out on console yet. It's going to be coming to PlayStation and Xbox. I don't know when they're going to end up doing that. Well, it's on Steam. It's on Steam. It's on Steam right now. So if you guys want to give it a shot, play it on Steam. Anyway, thank you guys for everything. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you guys for the gifted subs. Thank you guys for watching me for over 9 hours. I don't know where the time went. I have to get up in the morning. I made poor decisions this evening. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. It's been a good stream. I had a good day, man. It was a lot of fun. Glad you guys got to hang out. Glad we got to hang out for as long as we did. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your weekend. I hope you guys have a safe weekend. And stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe. I'll catch you guys on the next video.